Chapter 1289. As for Lu Ming, he was getting closer and closer to the jade pendant. The closer he was to the jade pendant, the more irritated the black shadows became. They screamed with all their might and rushed towards Lu Ming without any regard for their lives. Some of the black shadows were extremely powerful and could pose a fatal threat to supreme beings. Lu Ming could not repel them, even with the hell-suppressing heaven skill. Hell-suppressing steel. Lu Ming's spine glowed, and the bloodline of the hell-suppressing steel appeared. Lu Ming performed the bloodline fusion and turned into the bloodline of the hell-suppressing steel. Below, the word steel emitted a dazzling light, and the suppressive force was greatly enhanced. Boom! The hell-suppressing steel grew as big as a mountain and pressed down on the black shadows. Squeak, squeak, squeak. With a series of screams, the black shadows were enveloped by the hell-suppressing steel and distorted rapidly. Then, they collapsed and disappeared from the world like black smoke. Even the black shadows that could pose a threat to supreme beings were the same. Under the suppression of the hell-suppressing steel, they could not resist for long and also turned into black smoke. Swoosh! The hell-suppressing steel's bloodline vibrated and the suppressive force exploded. A large number of black shadows turned into ashes. Lu Ming was not hindered at all and flew towards the jade pendant. In a few breaths, Lu Ming was close to the jade pendant. The hell-suppressing steel shrunk and turned back into Lu Ming's appearance. It stretched out its hand and grabbed the jade pendant. Bang! At this moment, the jade pendant suddenly exploded, turning into green smoke and dissipating. What's going on? Lu Ming's face changed and became gloomy. Could it be that everything was fake? The cultivation method of the pure spirit body was fake? Was it all a scam? They were tricked into coming here, and there was nothing? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's face turned even uglier. No! Lu Ming suddenly looked at a palace below. There, in the courtyard of a palace, a figure was sitting cross-legged. It was a middle-aged man. He looked like a living person, very lifelike. However, Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual consciousness and knew that this person did not have any vitality and had died many years ago. However, this person's cultivation was too strong and his physical body was strong. Even after so many years, his physical body did not decompose. This person might be the owner of this place. Lu Ming's heart moved as he guessed. At the thought of this, Lu Ming landed in the courtyard. However, Lu Ming did not dare to let his guard down. He was on his guard, and at the same time, he called Bubbles out to squat on his shoulder. If anything went wrong, he could make use of Bubbles' space-time ability to escape quickly. However, after careful observation, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Moreover, when Lu Ming landed in this courtyard, the black shadows above all stopped and did not continue to pursue Lu Ming. Lu Ming observed for a while and looked disappointed. Apparently, this powerful cultivator's storage ring had been taken away after his death. He did not leave anything behind. Initially, Lu Ming thought that he would be able to obtain the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. However, it seemed impossible. Lu Ming was stunned because the middle-aged man's forehead began to glow. Then, a jade token emerged from the middle-aged man's forehead and floated above his head. When the jade token appeared, the middle-aged man's corpse exploded with a bang, turning into a pile of ashes that drifted away with the wind and disappeared between heaven and earth. There was only one jade token floating in the courtyard. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He condensed his vital essence and condensed it into a big hand. He grabbed the jade token and held it in his hand. Is this the cultivation method of the pure spirit body? Lu Ming's heart pounded. He scanned the jade token with his spiritual consciousness. In the next moment, Lu Ming's face revealed a look of surprise. Yes, the jade token really did record a secret method. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Cultivating the pure spirit body would give one part of the power of the pure spirit body. Moreover, with the foundation of the pure spirit body, it would be much easier to cultivate the pure spirit body in the future. It was exactly the same as the rumors in the outside world. Lu Ming was ecstatic. If he cultivated the pure spirit body, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly. It would be much easier for him to break through to become a ruler in the future. Also, the cultivation method of the pure spirit body could be regarded as an important inheritance. In the future, his family and friends could cultivate it. In that way, the chances of them breaking through to become a ruler would be much higher. This trip wasn't in vain. Lu Ming laughed out loud. He carefully read the cultivation method of the pure spirit body again and memorized the contents. Then, he carefully put the jade token away. Following that, he looked around the hall and did not find anything else. Lu Ming soared into the sky and planned to leave. When the middle-aged man's body turned into ashes, the black shadows in the world also turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared into the world as if they had never been there. Swoosh! Lu Ming soared into the sky and landed on the roof of a hall. Then, he ran out of the ancient city. Soon, he had run more than half the distance and was getting closer to the exit. Swoosh! Swoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of the air being torn apart was heard. Figures appeared in front of Lu Ming and blocked his path. There were a total of 10 people. One of them was Hai Tian, and the other was Hai Yu. The other 8 were all Supreme Being powerhouses brought by Hai Tian and Hai Yu. The 9 Supreme Beings blocked Lu Ming's path. Lu Ming, hand over the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Hai Tian stared greedily at Lu Ming. If the cultivation method of the pure spirit body fell into the hands of a great force like the Sea Suppression Marshal's residence, it would definitely play a terrifying role. There would be many more powerhouses and even more rulers. Who said that I've obtained the cultivation method of the pure spirit body? Lu Ming replied indifferently. He did not admit that he had obtained the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Is there any use in quibbling? I clearly saw you rushing towards a jade pendant. You must have gotten it. Hand it over immediately. Otherwise, we'll kill you and take your storage ring. It's the same. Hai Tian shouted coldly. As for the fact that Lu Ming had attracted a large number of black shadows and allowed them to escape, he did not care at all. In his opinion, Lu Ming attracting the black shadows and letting them escape was something Lu Ming should do. It was Lu Ming's honor. Now, Lu Ming had a hand over the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Otherwise, he would die. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body belongs to our sea demon tribe. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. One by one, tall figures rushed over and appeared behind Lu Ming, surrounding Lu Ming. It was the Flood Dragon's Supreme Being and the other Supreme Being powerhouses of the Sea Demon tribe. There were a total of 10 of them. Now, the Sea Demon tribe had turned into human form, but the tyrannical aura on them was terrifying. Damn it! Hai Yu and the others growled. They looked at the Flood Dragon, Supreme Being, and the others with some fear. This person is a human. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body he obtained should belong to us humans. Chapter 1290. Haha, what a joke. This is the ancestral land of the sea demon race. The cultivation method of the pure spiritual body naturally belongs to the sea demon race. The Supreme Flood Dragon laughed as he stared at Hai Yu coldly. His powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming. Hai Yu did the same. He released his aura and stared at the Supreme Flood Dragon. In their eyes, their greatest enemy was each other. As for Lu Ming, although he was strong, he was alone. They didn't take him seriously at all. Lu Ming, why aren't you handing over the cultivation method of the pure spiritual body? Hurry up and hand it over. I can let bygones be bygones for beating up my brother. Hai Yu shouted coldly. He was slowly losing his patience. Haha, do you really think you could take me down? Lu Ming sneered. Are you still thinking of resisting? Let me tell you, you're courting death. Hai Yu shouted. He wasn't trying to let Lu Ming go out of kindness. He was just afraid that Lu Ming would fight back and give the sea demon race an opportunity. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. Suddenly, he pounced towards one of the Supremes from the Sea Conqueror's residence. Roar! In the process of pouncing, the 9 dragon forces in Lu Ming's body erupted. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared, and a powerful force surged into Lu Ming's body. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch towards the Supremes. The suppressing prison steel's bloodline vaguely appeared. The Supremes were shocked. He obviously didn't expect Lu Ming to suddenly attack him under such circumstances. In a hurry, he tried his best to fight back. But when the two of them exchanged blows, the Supremes from the Sea Conqueror's residence trembled violently. He retreated rapidly and spat out blood from his mouth. With Lu Ming's current strength, it was easy for him to suppress an ordinary Supremes. Moreover, the Supremes weren't prepared at all. Kill! After injuring the other party with one move, Lu Ming bellowed and stepped forward. The Nine Dragons' bloodline appeared above his head. Lu Ming performed bloodline fusion and transformed into 9 dragons. The dragon claws stepped out and shattered the void. The terrifying pressure caused the Paragon's heart to tremble. He hurriedly used bloodline fusion, hoping to block Lu Ming. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's dragon claws slashed down continuously, breaking apart the opponent's bloodline power, causing his bloodline body to collapse and reverting back to human form. Whoosh! The dragon claws did not stop and continued to claw downwards. No, that person roared, and in the next instant, the dragon claw reached into his dantian. A violent power tore his body apart, and even his spiritual deity was torn to shreds. Both body and soul were destroyed. A supreme martial artist was annihilated in a few moves by Lu Ming when he launched an attack. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that Hai Yu and the others only reacted now. "You're courting death." Hai Yu let out a furious roar, and the battle axe in his hand chopped down at the 9 dragons' heads. This axe seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. Its power was shocking. The pitch-black axe radiance instantly chopped down on the 9 dragons' heads. Hell-suppressing heaven's skill. Thunder God Strike. A few of the 9 dragons' claws activated the hell-suppressing heaven skill, while the other dragon claws executed Thunder God Strike. Lightning filled the sky, forming a lightning phoenix that danced in the air, pouncing towards Hai Yu's battle axe. Boom, boom, boom. After a few consecutive explosions, the 9 dragon claws landed on the battle axe. With each explosion, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. After 9 explosions, Lu Ming was forced back 9 steps. Hai Yu's battle strength was too strong. He had awakened a 9th-grade divine bloodline. Such a person was a peerless genius, and he could easily jump levels to fight. He was invincible among those of the same level. Moreover, his cultivation was far above Lu Ming's. He could force Lu Ming to retreat without using bloodline fusion. This showed how terrifying his battle strength was. Kill. When Hai Yu saw that Lu Ming was able to block his attack, his killing intent exploded. With a loud roar, he held onto his battle axe and launched a barrage of attacks at Lu Ming. Tung, tung, tung. The 9 dragons stepped in the air, and every inch of his muscles was a weapon. He could use the hell-suppressing heaven skill to fight against Hai Yu. The terrifying force shattered the ancient city below. Many palaces were reduced to ashes by the force of the force. In an instant, the two exchanged more than 10 blows. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he wouldn't be defeated in a short time. Let's attack together. Hai Yu ordered the other Supremes in the sea, suppressing Marshal's residence. At this moment, Supreme Flood Dragon and the rest were watching from afar. They did not make a move. This made Hai Yu feel extremely pressured. He wanted to kill Lu Ming quickly and seize the cultivation method of the pure spirit body to prevent any undue delay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other Supremes also made their moves. Powerful attacks tore through the void and landed on Lu Ming. At the same time, a huge battle axe appeared above Hai Yu's head. This was his bloodline. 9 golden chakras shone brightly. Hai Yu turned into a beam of light and entered his bloodline. He used bloodline fusion and turned into a battle axe. He slashed at Lu Ming with even more power. Wong. The lightning cauldron appeared above Lu Ming's head. It expanded rapidly and collided with Hai Yu's battle axe. Clang! The lightning cauldron and the battle axe collided. The space rippled like water, and thousands of lightning bolts were triggered. The lightning cauldron firmly blocked Haiyu's battle axe and even sent it flying. Then the divine dragon swung its tail, and with a sweep of its 9 tails, it destroyed the attacks of several supremes. Kill! Then Lu Ming roared and stepped out with his dragon claw. In the sky, 3 sealed doors suddenly appeared and enveloped a supreme being. Then he controlled the lightning cauldron and smashed it at the supreme being. The supreme being didn't even have time to scream. He was directly submerged by the lightning cauldron and shattered into pieces in the sea of lightning. Another supreme being was killed. Ah, damn it. Lu Ming, you must die today. Haiyu roared crazily. The supreme beings of the sea, suppressing Marshall's residents, were killed one after another. He was about to go crazy. The battle axe vibrated and split the heaven and earth. It slashed at Lu Ming with terrifying power. Clang! Lu Ming continued to block with the lightning cauldron and the battle axe. However, the battle axe was also sent flying. Whoosh! Dragon Claw stepped on the air. Lu Ming didn't continue to fight. Instead, he rushed out. After all, there were too many opponents. Lu Ming planned to leave this place first. It's about time. Let's attack. We can't let this kid escape. Not far away, the Flood Dragon Supreme, who had been watching the battle, said. At the same time, his body changed rapidly and turned into a black flood dragon that was 1,000 meters long. He pounced at Lu Ming. The other sea demons also turned into their true forms and attacked Lu Ming. With so many supreme beings attacking together, a pile of embryonic domains appeared and sealed the surroundings, completely blocking Lu Ming's escape route. Especially the Flood Dragon Supreme. He was extremely powerful and wasn't any weaker than Haiyu. With so many people attacking together, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure. Kill! Haiyu yelled as well. Together with Supreme Flood Dragon and the rest, they charged towards Lu Ming. Bubble! At this moment, Lu Ming called out softly. Chirp, chirp. Chapter 1291. The 10 Supremes, including the Flood Dragon Supreme, were instantly frozen in the air, unable to move. This is the space-time concept. The Flood Dragon Supreme and the others roared in their hearts, their faces filled with fear. Kill! Lu Ming roared. His dragon claw stepped on the air and instantly appeared in front of a huge octopus. His dragon claw grabbed the octopus's 8 tentacles and tore it apart. The octopus let out a blood-curdling scream as its body was torn apart, dying on the spot. After killing another supreme martial artist, Lu Ming didn't stop at all and continued to kill the next one. This time, Lu Ming targeted Supreme Flood Dragon and charged toward him. Haiyu and the others' attacks arrived from behind. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron and attacked Haiyu and the others. Mouth whirled. At the same time, Dandan also made its move. Its body became taller than a mountain as it spat out a ball of chaotic light from its mouth. It was like a real world. Dandan cooperated with the lightning cauldron and successfully blocked Haiyu and the Supremes from the sea-suppressing Marshall's residence. As for Lu Ming, he continued to attack the Flood Dragon Supreme. He had to end the battle quickly. The power of the bubble's space-time imprisonment was limited. It couldn't hold on for long if it imprisoned so many Supremes at once. The 9 dragon claws were about to grab the Flood Dragon Supreme. Dragon Mark Sword. At this moment, the Flood Dragon Supreme let out a roar and spat out a black battle sword. This black battle sword had a true dragon coiling around it, and there were dragon patterns engraved on it. As soon as the battle sword appeared, Sword Chi soared into the sky. It slightly trembled and slashed toward the transparent bubble. With a puff, the transparent bubble cracked. As soon as the bubble cracked, the terrifying Sword Chi seemed to have broken free from its restraints and slashed towards Lu Ming. Not good. It's an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Lu Ming's face changed. He didn't dare to face it head-on. He executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and quickly retreated, avoiding the terrifying Sword Chi. Kill! The Flood Dragon Sovereign controlled the Dragon Vein Sword and continued to attack Lu Ming. Sword chi swept out in all directions. Lu Ming could only control the lightning cauldron to resist. With a clang, the lightning cauldron shook, and the lightning that filled the sky was cut apart. The lightning cauldron was sent flying. An Emperor-grade spirit weapon. The dragon vein sword used by the Flood Dragon Sovereign was an Emperor-level spiritual weapon. It was the Emperor-level spiritual weapon among spiritual weapons. It was a top-notch existence with terrifying power. Most importantly, a ruler spirit armament contained a domain. When a sovereign activated the domain within the ruler's spirit armament with their own embryonic domain, the power would be even more astonishing. Back then, with Yin Kuang-Tu's supreme position and the Emperor's spirit tower, the combat strength he displayed was comparable to the weakest Emperor. On the other hand, Yin Kuang-Tu had only awakened a level 8 divine bloodline, which was weaker than Flood Dragon Sovereigns. Naturally, his battle strength was also weaker than Flood Dragon Sovereigns. In other words, with the help of a ruler's spirit weapon, the power unleashed by the Flood Dragon Supreme had completely reached the level of a ruler. In fact, it had even surpassed that of an ordinary ruler. Chirp, chirp, a transparent bubble appeared, enveloping the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others within. They were frozen in place once again. Break for me! Flood Dragon Sovereign frantically activated the Dragon Vein Sword, wanting to break free from the bubble's imprisonment. However, no matter how strong his battle strength was, it would still take some time for him to break free from the bubble. This amount of time was more than enough for Lu Ming. Lu Ming charged toward his Shark Sovereign. That Shark Sovereign couldn't move at all under the bubble's shroud. His body was torn apart by Lu Ming's dragon claws, and he died on the spot. Another supreme martial artist was killed. Bang! At this moment, Flood Dragon Sovereign finally broke free from the transparent bubble and charged towards Lu Ming with a furious roar. Lu Ming retreated. He didn't want to clash head-on with Flood Dragon Sovereign. All of you spread out. If anyone is trapped, help each other. Flood Dragon Sovereign yelled. The other Sea Demon Sovereigns spread out and attacked Lu Ming from afar. Their attacks tore through the void and headed towards Lu Ming. Die! At this moment, a cold voice rang out. A terrifying attack headed towards Lu Ming. The terrifying attack completely enveloped Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He felt the threat of death. Haiyu had originally used bloodline fusion to transform into a battle axe. However, at this moment, another battle axe appeared beside Haiyu's battle axe, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. An Emperor spiritual weapon. Another Emperor spiritual weapon. Haiyu also wielded an Emperor spiritual weapon. With his cultivation, the might of his Emperor spiritual weapon wasn't any weaker than Flood Dragon Sovereigns. Previously, he had been holding back and didn't use his Emperor spiritual weapon. He was waiting for an opportunity to launch a fatal attack. With this attack, he wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. This attack was indeed well grasped. In a hurry, Lu Ming controlled the Thunder Cauldron to block. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was still weak. Although the Thunder Cauldron was strong, it couldn't exert much of its power. It was slashed by the battle axe and flew far away. The battle axe didn't stop and continued to slash at Lu Ming. Nest, watch me. Dandan shouted and retracted its limbs into its turtle shell. The turtle shell shone and flew out to block the battle axe. Clang! The battle axe slashed at the turtle shell and sent Dandan flying far away. However, after Dandan's block, Lu Ming had won an opportunity. Using the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps, Lu Ming retreated like a stream of light, avoiding Haiyu's fatal attack. At the same time, Bubble opened its mouth and spat out a transparent bubble that enveloped Haiyu. Haiyu roared and controlled his Emperor's spiritual weapon to attack the transparent bubble with all his might. At the same time, the attacks of Flood Dragon Sovereign and the other Sea Demons arrived. With so many Supremes and the 2 strongest Supremes with Emperor spiritual weapons, Lu Ming was exhausted and was at a complete disadvantage. Moreover, the other party had learned their lesson. Everyone was spread out far away. Bubble's conception of time and space could not cover such a large area. At once, it could only cover 1 or 2 people. Seeing that one person had been enveloped and imprisoned, Lu Ming wanted to kill him, but the others immediately came to his rescue. More than a dozen terrifying attacks pierced through the void and attacked Lu Ming, giving him no time to kill the others. As a result, even if Lu Ming, Dandin, and Bubble worked together, they were still very passive and were no match for the other party. The situation was very critical. There were too many people on the other side. In total, there were nearly 20 Supremes, and 2 of them were top-notch Supremes. Their combat strength was already terrifying, and with the addition of Emperor spiritual weapons, it was like 2 rulers were attacking. With so many people working together, it was normal for Lu Ming and the others to be no match for them. If it were anyone else, even an ordinary ruler, they would not be a match for them and would be seriously injured. It was already shocking that Lu Ming could barely resist. However, if this continued, it would be more and more disadvantageous for Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, another dozen or so moves had been exchanged. The light on the 9 Dragons' bloodline began to dim. His bloodline power is about to be exhausted. Kill. He's dead for sure. Hai Yu and the others were overjoyed. Bang! At this moment, the 9 Dragons' bloodline collapsed. But before Hai Yu, Flood Dragon Sovereign, and the others could smile, a stone tablet appeared and rapidly grew in size. Chapter 1292. Clang. The lower part of the suppressing steel's bloodline was the main body. It was invincible and blocked the dragon vein sword attack. Although it was sent flying, it wasn't destroyed. Yeah, my intent of Earth is about to break through. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Originally, when he entered the depths of the sea, his intent of Earth was already showing signs of loosening. After a series of battles, Lu Ming circulated his 5 intents to the extreme. In addition, Lu Ming was using the bloodline of the suppressing steel, which made him feel closer to the intent of Earth, as if he would break through at any moment. Buzz, buzz. The prison-suppressing steel vibrated. Together with Bubbles, Dandin, Hai Yu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the rest, Lu Ming unleashed all his abilities to the maximum. While fighting, Lu Ming was still comprehending the Earth concept. As long as he succeeded in comprehending the intent of Earth and broke through to the perfect 4th stage, Lu Ming's battle strength would also increase. Lu Ming would also have a greater chance of breaking out of the encirclement. Mountain Sea Slash. Hai Yu roared. At this point in the battle, Hai Yu had completely lost his patience. He unleashed his battle strength to the extreme, eager to kill Lu Ming. At this moment, he had already returned to his human form. Holding the Emperor-grade giant axe in his hand, he constantly slashed at Lu Ming. Hai Yu's main intent was the intent of Earth. When the axe slashed out, the terrifying pressure of the intent of Earth acted on Lu Ming's body, as if it wanted to break Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. I'll use you to help me break through. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He controlled the lightning cauldron and charged at Hai Yu. This time, Lu Ming didn't choose to retreat. Instead, he chose to fight Hai Yu head-on. Ha-ha-die. Seeing Lu Ming charging at him, Hai Yu was overjoyed. The power of the axe in his hand couldn't help but increase a little. Clang! The axe and the lightning cauldron clashed, causing a violent tremor. A terrifying force surged, causing Lu Ming's body to tremble violently as he retreated. Dandin, Bubble, help me hold off the sea monsters for now. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandin and Bubbles. Chirp, chirp. Bubble waved its claws and nodded repeatedly, indicating that there was no problem. Dandin, on the other hand, was full of resentment. It kept muttering that it wanted Lu Ming to compensate it. However, Dandin and Bubble were indeed worthy of being one of the top 10 war beasts. Although they hadn't fully matured yet, they were able to unleash their full strength and cooperate with each other. Although they couldn't defeat the Flood Dragon Sovereign, they could still delay him for a short period of time. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was wholeheartedly focused on fighting Hai Yu. He wanted to use the sea to break through the concept of Earth. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Ming used the lightning cauldron as a shield to block the other party's Emperor Spirit weapon and engaged in a great battle with Haiyu. Although Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage, Haiyu couldn't kill Lu Ming for the time being. In a blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Almost there, almost there. With the help of Haiyu's concept of Earth and his own body, Lu Ming felt that his understanding of the concept of Earth was constantly deepening, and he could break through it any time. Earth, all-inclusive, can give birth to life, give birth to all things, contain everything, thick and broad. Lu Ming's mind was constantly spinning with thoughts. At this time, many figures appeared in the distance where Lu Ming and the others were fighting. They were all people who had entered this place. They were watching from afar, and there were high-level spirit god experts and supreme being experts. At this moment, they were all incomparably shocked. Is that Lu Ming's battle strength? It's really shocking. The strongest youth expert is too strong. Even after Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign used their Emperor Spirit weapons, together with the cooperation of a dozen other supreme beings, they still couldn't take him down. Terrifying, too terrifying. Moreover, Lu Ming's two pets are also incomparably terrifying. The onlookers exclaimed in amazement. They looked at Lu Ming with astonishment. Of course, there were also supreme beings who had other thoughts. It seems like the pure spirit body cultivation method has fallen into Lu Ming's hands. The stronger Lu Ming is, the better. It's best if he and Haiyu and the others are both injured. At that time, I can sit back and reap the benefits. Some supreme beings thought. In fact, it wasn't only this supreme being who thought so. The other supreme beings also had the same thought. These supreme beings had all entered by themselves. At most, there were two of them working together. They weren't a match for Haiyu or the Flood Dragon Sovereign. If the pure spirit body cultivation method fell into the hands of Haiyu or the Flood Dragon Sovereign, they would have no hope at all. However, if Lu Ming could injure both of them, they would have some hope. How is this possible? How can Lu Ming be so strong? How can there be such a strong person in the younger generation? I can't accept it. Not far away, Hai Tian muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with jealousy. He was the most shocked. Lu Ming's battle strength had exceeded his imagination again and again. At this moment, on the 9th island in the sea, there was a sea of people. Many martial artists with low cultivation bases who couldn't go deep into the sea were waiting here. They couldn't go deep into the sea, so they waited here to see if there was a pure spirit body cultivation method, and who could get it. Rip! At this moment, the space suddenly split open, and a figure stepped out from it. It was a gray-haired old man wearing a purple gold robe. As soon as he appeared, an earth-shattering aura spread out, making it difficult for people to breathe. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on them. Sovereign, it's the sovereign. Judging from his attire, it's the sovereign of the sea suppressing Marshal's residence. The eldest son of the sea suppressing Marshal, Haiyu, is here personally. Now, even the sovereign is here. Many people exclaimed. They looked at the purple gold-robed old man with fear. Even the sovereign was here. After the purple gold-robed old man appeared, he casually glanced around. Then he stood calmly in the void and didn't enter the sea. In the depths of the sea, in the ancient city, Lu Ming and Haiyu exchanged a few blows. Lu Ming, we have to find a way to break out. We can't hold on any longer, Dandan shouted, waving its claws. All kinds of inscriptions spread out in the air, forming a large formation. At the same time, Dandan also used all kinds of martial arts, all of which were mysterious and dazzling. Almost done, Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, among the 5 intents on his body, the earthy yellow intents suddenly soared. Its power increased by a notch, surpassing the other 4 intents. The earth intent finally broke through and reached level 4 perfection. In this way, all 5 of Lu Ming's intents reached level 4 perfection. Clang! The 5 intents combined with the Thunder Cauldron and clashed with Haiyu. In the roar, Lu Ming retreated. But this time, Lu Ming retreated less than before. So what if you broke through? You're still going to die, Haiyu shouted, holding the battle axe, and continued to attack Lu Ming. Dandan, Bubbles, that's enough. Get ready to break out. Lu Ming transmitted to Dandan and Bubbles, preparing to let Bubbles use the space-time tunnel to break out. Chapter 1293. A token suddenly flew out from Lu Ming's body, floating above Lu Ming's head, emitting a blinding light. It was the primordial chaos token. The token that suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's body was actually the primordial chaos token. Why would the primordial chaos token suddenly appear at this time? Lu Ming was bewildered. As soon as the primordial chaos token appeared, the 5 types of concepts on Lu Ming's body took the initiative to wrap around the primordial chaos token, making the primordial chaos token shine even brighter. Bang! Haiyu's axe chopped down on the primordial chaos token's light. The light did not move at all. Instead, it was Haiyu who was repelled by a powerful force, retreating again and again. Following that, the primordial chaos token scattered a beam of light, enveloping Lu Ming inside. Lu Ming felt a powerful pulling force, wanting to pull Lu Ming to another place. What's going on? Lu Ming was alarmed. Rip! Suddenly, space trembled. Lu Ming felt the world spin. Everything before his eyes turned black, falling into boundless darkness. Lu Ming had a feeling that he seemed to be passing through the endless void, carrying out a void journey. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming felt that he had recovered his ability to move. In front of his eyes, there was also light shining into Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming subconsciously opened his eyes and looked around. Sure enough, the surrounding environment had changed. He was no longer in the ancient underwater city, but in a great hall. The great hall was tall and majestic. The surrounding walls were built with a kind of boulder, full of an ancient aura. Moreover, on the walls, there was a kind of chaotic fog floating. This kind of fog was something Lu Ming had never seen before, but it gave him a lofty and ancient feeling. Where is this? Did the primordial chaos token bring me here? A series of questions appeared in Lu Ming's heart. Previously, the primordial chaos token suddenly appeared on its own, emitting a blinding light. The reason why he appeared here was definitely related to the primordial chaos token. But why would the primordial chaos token suddenly have an abnormality and bring him here at that time? What was the reason? The more he thought about it, the more questions Lu Ming had. Also, Dandan and Bubbles were still in the ancient underwater city and didn't follow them. He didn't know if they would be in danger facing Haiyu and the others. Dandan and Bubbles are both top 10 beasts. Their life-saving methods must be superb. They should be fine. Lu Ming consoled himself. Then, he carefully observed his surroundings. There was nothing in the empty hall. There was no one. There was only a huge door in front of the hall. It seemed to be a passageway. Excuse me, is anyone here? Lu Ming opened his mouth, but there was no one there. He didn't get any reply. Lu Ming frowned and asked again, but there was still no answer. Just when Lu Ming thought that there were no living creatures here, a voice suddenly sounded. How many years has it been? Finally, someone has come. The voice was dry and ear-piercing, as if it was devoid of any emotions. Senior, Junior Lu Ming, may I know why you brought me here? Hearing the voice, Lu Ming's spirit was refreshed, and he cupped his fists towards the void. The primordial chaos token brought you here because you met the requirements. The dry voice sounded again. Then, in front of Lu Ming, the space rippled and a figure stepped out of it. Huh. Seeing this figure, Lu Ming was slightly taken aback, because this figure was very strange. Although it was a middle-aged man, his whole body was khaki. Even his skin and hair were khaki, as if he was carved out of stone. However, this khaki man gave Lu Ming a feeling that he was vast and unfathomable. It was as if he was facing the world. Strong, this was definitely an incredible powerhouse. His strength was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. You don't have to be surprised. I'm not a human. I'm just a puppet. The khaki man said. Puppet. Lu Ming was shocked. The khaki man was actually a puppet, but it seemed that he also had human thoughts and emotions. Moreover, his cultivation was unfathomable. This was actually a puppet. What kind of existence was this? Could he refine such a puppet? Senior, may I ask where this place is? How did I appear here? Lu Ming asked humbly. This is the Primordial Chaos Sect, the Primordial Chaos Palace. Also, my name is Tu. The khaki man explained. Primordial Chaos Sect. It's the Primordial Chaos Sect again. Lu Ming's eyes moved. In the ruins of God, he had heard Dandan say that it was the space-time spirit palace, which also belonged to the Primordial Chaos Sect. And this place was also the Primordial Chaos Sect. Sure enough, the Battle of Providence was related to the Primordial Chaos Sect. Senior 2E, is this place no longer in the Yuan realm? Lu Ming asked. Yes, this place is the Heaven Realm. 2E said. The Heaven Realm. Lu Ming was shocked. Just now, the Primordial Chaos token had brought him to the Heaven Realm. You should have a lot of questions. I can explain it to you. You should have obtained the Primordial Chaos token through the Battle of Providence. There are not many people who can obtain the Primordial Chaos token. Only those who are considered to have great potential can obtain the Primordial Chaos token. And you should have cultivated 5 different types of wills of heaven and earth. Moreover, all 5 wills have reached the peak of the 4th level. Therefore, the Primordial Chaos token was activated and brought you to the Primordial Chaos Palace. Here, you'll be tested. If you can pass the test, you'll be able to obtain the Primordial Chaos Scripture and combine the 5 wills you have comprehended into one. From then on, you will transform into the Supreme Primordial Chaos concept. 2. He explained in detail. Primordial Chaos concept? Is there really a Primordial Chaos concept in the world? Lu Ming was shocked, and his eyes widened. He had also heard of the Primordial Chaos concept. It was a supreme concept. According to legend, the universe came from chaos. The Primordial Chaos concept was a concept that transcended time and space. If the time and space concepts were the kings of the wills, then the Primordial Chaos concept was the emperor of the wills. Lu Ming had always thought that the Primordial Chaos concept was only a legend. He did not expect such a concept to exist in the world. Moreover, according to 2E, as long as Lu Ming passed the test, he would be able to obtain the Primordial Chaos Scripture and cultivate the Primordial Chaos concept. Lu Ming's heart could not help but beat rapidly. The Primordial Chaos Scripture was created by the strongest person in the Primordial Chaos sect. It can allow you to cultivate the Primordial Chaos concept. After becoming an emperor, you can transform into the Primordial Chaos domain. Later on, you can even transform into the law of Primordial Chaos. It is the strongest secret scripture in the world. However, if you want to cultivate it, the conditions are extremely harsh. First, you have to cultivate 5 different types of wills to the peak of the 4th level. All right, show me the wills you have comprehended. Let me have a look. 2, he said. All right. Lu Ming quickly nodded. The 5 types of wills burst out, and 5 colored rays of light twined around Lu Ming's body. It was dazzling. Chapter 1294. The concept of earth, concept of wind, concept of fire, concept of thunder, and concept of water are indeed 5 different types of concepts, and they are fused together. You barely qualify to take the test, but whether you can obtain the primal chaos scripture or successfully cultivate it, you still have to go through a series of tests. 2. He looked at the 5 types of intent surrounding Lu Ming and nodded slightly. Deep in his eyes, there was a glimmer of hope. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He was amazed by the crazy requirements to cultivate the Chaos Sutra. First, one had to comprehend 5 completely different types of intent. For example, Lu Ming's earth intent, wind intent, fire intent, thunder intent, and water intent were 5 completely different types of intent. If Lu Ming cultivated the earth intent, and the other type was the mountain intent or earth intent, it would be impossible. This was because the mountain intent or earth intent and the earth intent were of the same type. Or if one cultivated the water intent, ice intent, swamp intent, etc., it would also be impossible because their intrinsic attributes were the same. Only by cultivating 5 completely different types of intent to the peak of the 4th level was 1 in a billion geniuses. Furthermore, to successfully fuse all 5 types of intent was even more difficult. It was simply too harsh. If not for Lu Ming's 9 Dragons bloodline, it would be impossible for him to achieve it. Lu Ming found it hard to imagine anyone in the world other than him who could achieve such a requirement. And this was only the initial requirement of the test. If he wanted to cultivate it, he still had to go through another test. All right, I pretty much said everything that needs to be said. Now, take the test. Enter that passage and walk straight ahead. If you can reach the end, you'll be able to obtain the Primal Chaos scripture and cultivate the concept of Primal Chaos. If you fail halfway, you'll be teleported out. Also, here, time is accelerated many times. Even if you stay here for a few years, it might only be a short while in the outside world. So, you can rest assured and take the test. 2. E said, "A few years here is only a short while in the outside world?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. He was worried that if he stayed here for too long, there would be changes in the outside world. For example, Dandan and Bubbles, or the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent. But now, Lu Ming didn't have to worry. A few years here was just a short while in the outside world. What was there to worry about? At the same time, he was also amazed at the strength of the Hunyuan sect. What kind of power was the Hunyuan sect? It was truly unfathomable and unimaginably powerful. I must get the Primal Chaos scripture. Without any worries, Lu Ming's eyes shone with fighting spirit, and he clenched his fists. The chaotic concept was a legendary concept. If he could successfully cultivate it, his battle prowess would increase tremendously, and it would become his strongest trump card. Most importantly, the help it would provide in the future was unimaginable. Lu Ming's eyes slowly became firm. Senior 2E, I'll be going then. Lu Ming cupped his fists towards 2E, then stepped out and walked towards the tunnel. His figure slowly disappeared into the tunnel. How many years has it been? Finally, someone has come. This time we must succeed. Looking at Lu Ming's disappearing figure, 2Yi's eyes were filled with hope and expectation. He had been waiting for countless years. Over the long years, there were also outstanding geniuses who met the requirements and were brought here. Unfortunately, none of them could reach the end, pass all the tests, and cultivate the chaotic concept. Therefore, he could only wait. Every time someone came, it was a ray of hope. He was full of expectations, hoping that someone would succeed. 2E stood quietly in the main hall, waiting quietly. Lu Ming stepped into the tunnel. At first, everything was calm, but after walking for a while, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, roars filled with killing intent rang out. Endless killing intent suddenly enveloped Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly turned red, as if countless beasts had been aroused in his heart. Lu Ming's heart was also filled with endless killing intent. This kind of killing intent was too cold and too strong. An ordinary person would become an idiot if they were hit by this kind of killing intent. However, Lu Ming's eyes only fluctuated for a while at first, then immediately calmed down. It's another killing intent test, but compared to the endless killing intent of the 3rd bloodline, it's too weak. Lu Ming thought in his heart. His eyes became calmer and calmer, not affected by the killing intent. In fact, Lu Ming also understood why there was a killing intent test. Because in a martial artist's life, if they wanted to reach the peak, they had to kill their way out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This path was destined to be a path of blood, a path full of killing intent. Those who were not determined would be affected by the killing intent. Therefore, the tests set by some powerful inheritances would test the killing intent. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's 3rd bloodline had endless killing intent. Compared to the 3rd bloodline, these tests were child's play. Despite the murderous intent shrouding him, Lu Ming remained indifferent. His gaze was calm as he walked forward step by step. Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed again. The endless killing intent disappeared without a trace. Squeak, squeak. Lu Ming could hear the melodious chirping of birds. It was crisp and pleasing to the ears. A gentle breeze blew, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers that refreshed the mind. It was completely different from the endless killing intent just now. Lu Ming's heart could not help but calm down. Looking up, Lu Ming found that he was outside a small mountain village. There was a small mountain village in front of him. Around the small mountain village, the grass was green and there were all kinds of colorful flowers. There were birds flying and chirping. It was like a paradise. Ring, ring, ring. A melodious sound was heard. It was a 6 or 7-year-old girl. She looked very cute with a rosy face. She had a string of bells on her wrists and ankles. When she walked, they made melodious sounds. The little girl ran to Lu Ming's side and looked at Lu Ming curiously. She whispered, "Big brother, are you an outsider? Are you lost? Come to my house to play. Ling Ling will treat you to milk tea." After saying that, the little girl pulled Lu Ming's hand and walked toward the village. She was so innocent and cute that Lu Ming could not bear to refuse. "Hello, young man." A simple and honest man carrying a bunch of firewood greeted Lu Ming with a simple smile when he saw Lu Ming. Even though Lu Ming knew that this was an illusion, he could not help but be infected by the man's simplicity. He smiled and nodded at the man. "Mother, this big brother is lost. I brought him here to be a guest and treat him to milk tea." The little girl pulled Lu Ming into the village and came to a wooden house. In front of the wooden house, there was a young woman in her 30s. When she saw Lu Ming, she revealed a pure smile. She touched the little girl's head dotingly and said, "Since you are Ling Ling's friend, you are Mom's friend. Wait here. I will get the milk tea." Chapter 1295. Ling Ling, you have a friend. Can you treat me to a drink too? A white-haired old man walked over and said with a smile, "Of course, fifth grandpa." The little girl smiled. The villagers were really simple and honest. None of them were scheming. Their smiles were very clean. Lu Ming couldn't help but be infected. He picked up the milk tea and took a sip. It was very fragrant and sweet. "Big brother, is it delicious?" The little girl blinked her big eyes and asked. "It's delicious." Lu Ming smiled. "Thank you, big brother." The little girl smiled happily and jumped up and down. The bells on her wrists and ankles rang pleasantly. The people of the small mountain village were very simple. Lu Ming's arrival attracted a lot of people, but most of them were very simple and honest. They looked at Lu Ming with a smile that revealed a sense of authenticity. "I wonder what this illusion is going to test." A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind as he drank the milk tea. Suddenly, there was a slight sound in the air. It was really soft, like a child holding a sharp knife and stabbing at Lu Ming. The sound was very soft, but with Lu Ming's cultivation, he could still hear it clearly. It was Ling Ling, the little girl. A dagger appeared in her hand, and she stabbed at Lu Ming's stomach. At this time, the little girl was not naive at all. Her face was full of ferocity. "Kill!" The little girl shouted and stabbed the dagger straight at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped back slightly and avoided the little girl's attack. "Kill!" Behind him, a cold shout sounded. The little girl's mother, the kind young woman, also held a sword and stabbed at Lu Ming with a ferocious face. Then, on the right, the old man, the little girl's fifth grandpa, who was simple and honest before, also took out a knife and slashed at Lu Ming. Their strength was very small and weak, like ordinary villagers, but they seemed to have a deep hatred for Lu Ming and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming casually retreated and dodged all the attacks. However, they continued to attack Lu Ming relentlessly. "Kill!" Other than the little girl and the others, the other villagers also took out their weapons and charged at Lu Ming. "What are you doing?" Lu Ming shouted. However, no one uttered a single word. With bloodshot eyes, they charged toward Lu Ming. When Lu Ming retreated, they continued to attack Lu Ming. Around the small mountain village, the originally simple and honest villagers all charged at Lu Ming as if they had gone mad. They wanted to kill Lu Ming, and all kinds of weapons continuously stabbed and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming dodged the attack and wanted to soar into the air and leave this place. However, he discovered that he could not. He was blocked by a force. "Kill!" More and more villagers gathered, and all of them charged at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. Ding Ling Ling. The little girl, Ling Ling, rushed to the front and stabbed at Lu Ming's stomach with a dagger. Lu Ming dodged again and again, but the number of villagers increased and surrounded him in all directions. Lu Ming's eyes became colder and colder. I don't kill innocent people, but since you want to kill me, you're not innocent. Since you're my enemy, then I'll kill you. Kill. When Lu Ming uttered the word kill, a cold, murderous intent burst out from Lu Ming's body. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The long spear swayed, and the sky was filled with spear shadows. Puff, puff. The long spear stabbed out, and the first one to bear the brunt was the little girl. The spear light pierced through her forehead and nailed her to the ground. Then it was the young woman and the simple fifth grandpa. A kind and simple person was assassinated on the ground by Lu Ming. In the beginning, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, his gaze was soon replaced by coldness and disdain. On the path of martial arts, if you want to kill, then kill thoroughly. Kill, kill. The spear light whistled. How could these villagers resist? They were killed one by one. Corpses covered the mountain village, and blood dyed this paradise red. Lu Ming strode forward, step by step, out of the mountain village. There were still villagers charging at Lu Ming from all directions, and in the end, they all turned into corpses. Soon, Lu Ming stepped out of the village and saw a town that was bigger than the previous village. Many people shouted with bloodshot eyes at the sight of Lu Ming. Murderer, you killed the innocent. Kill him. In the town, more people charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no choice but to kill, and kill all the way out. Between heaven and earth, blood qi filled the air, and there were millions of corpses on the ground. Wherever Lu Ming went, everyone who saw Lu Ming wanted to kill him. Lu Ming could only choose to kill them. Slowly, Lu Ming's eyes turned red, and his body exuded a cold, killing intent. His eyes became colder and colder. Outside, in the hall, he was staring at a ball in front of him. The scene on the ball was the scene where Lu Ming was. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the space, and a golden figure appeared beside Tu-E. Jean E. Tu-E nodded. How is it? You can't even pass the first stage, right? Jean E. asked. I don't know. The first stage is very difficult. A martial arts expert can't be soft-hearted. When you meet an enemy, you must kill them no matter what. This is a must. If you are soft-hearted, you will only die in the hands of the enemy. However, amidst the endless slaughter, amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, one must remain clear-headed. One must maintain one's original heart and mind. Some people's nature will slowly change amidst the endless slaughter. In the end, they will become a killing machine. Tu-E frowned slightly. Yes, humans are easy to get lost. Jean E also said. Suddenly, the space moved again, and a few more figures appeared. Like Tu-E, they were all puppets, but in different colors. They were Lei-E, Mu-E, and Shui-E. When these figures appeared, they all stared at the ball without blinking. It's been so many years. I hope this kid can pass. Gold One sighed. Everyone looked at him and didn't say anything else. Lu Ming's killing continued. His eyes became redder and redder, and the killing intent on his body became stronger and stronger. Kill, kill, kill. Kill everything. In his mind, there was a voice constantly roaring, as if to drown Lu Ming in endless slaughter. This kind of killing intent, this kind of killing, was born in Lu Ming's heart, and was not imposed on Lu Ming by the outside world. Even the third bloodline could not help Lu Ming. Suppress. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. That was the voice of the prison suppressing steel bloodline. Lu Ming shuddered, and in his mind, a trace of clarity was restored. No, I, Lu Ming, only kill enemies in my life, not innocent people. No matter how many enemies I kill, they are still enemies and have nothing to do with others. Even if I want to kill, I will kill those who deserve to be killed. Lu Ming's mind turned sharply, and his eyes slowly restored clarity. In the end, he simply sat cross-legged and his mind fell into emptiness. Chapter 1296. Several hours later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. At this time, Lu Ming's eyes had regained their clarity. The killing intent in his eyes had completely disappeared, leaving only indifference and calmness. Around him, those people were still attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward, his true essence bursting out, condensing into endless spear lights that pierced through the air. Those figures were all killed by Lu Ming's spear lights. But this time, Lu Ming's heart was unmoved. On this path filled with slaughter, he would no longer be influenced by it, turning into a killing machine. In the main hall, 2E, Gold One, and the rest smiled as they watched this scene. He passed the first trial. 2E smiled. Although he passed the first trial, the following trials will be even more difficult. Gold One sighed. Don't rush, one step at a time. 2E said. The others nodded and continued to watch. This time, Lu Ming did not stop. Endless spear lights erupted from his body. With each step, he crossed dozens of miles. Every time he took a step, everything that obstructed him turned into ashes. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding environment changed again. Lu Ming returned to the passage. Congratulations, you passed the first trial. A voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. After that, there was no more sound. This is only the first trial? It's really difficult, ah? Lu Ming was inwardly shocked. After entering this passage, first, endless killing intent suddenly descended. Then he entered the illusion that would make him lose himself in the slaughter. Originally, Lu Ming thought that this was already the second trial. He didn't expect that this was only the first trial. The first trial was already so difficult. Who knew what he would face later? Lu Ming's eyes revealed confidence and battle intent as he walked forward in large strides. The passage was very long, as if there was no end. Lu Ming walked for half an hour before the passage suddenly widened, like a stone chamber. Around the stone chamber, there were densely packed carvings, incomparably mysterious. Vaguely, there was the aura of the earth. And in front of the stone room, there was an earthen yellow light screen blocking the way. The concept of earth martial skill on the walls is the earth element art. Only those who have successfully cultivated the earth element art can break through that light curtain. Only those who have successfully comprehended the earth element art on the walls can pass through this stage. You only have half a year. The voice from before sounded in Lu Ming's mind again. Concept of earth martial skill, earth element technique, succeed in cultivating it in half a year? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The test this time was actually a concept of earth martial skill. Moreover, the time limit was half a year. Lu Ming had absolute confidence. Immediately, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the carvings on the wall, and he began to carefully comprehend them. In Lu Ming's eyes, those carvings seemed to have come alive. They were like small snakes that slithered on the walls, transforming into one mystical martial skill after another. Concept of earth martial skill. How wonderful! Just looking at it. Lu Ming felt that this concept of earth martial skill was incomparably wonderful and mysterious, as if it contained the principles of heaven and earth. Lu Ming had also cultivated the concept of thunder martial skill before Thunder God Strike. The difficulty of cultivating Thunder God Strike was shockingly high. It was 100 times more difficult than ordinary martial skills. But the earth element art was much harder than Thunder God Strike. Lu Ming stood there, carefully observing for 3 days, but he still had no clue. No wonder, as long as one succeeded in cultivating it in half a year, the difficulty of cultivating it was too high. In the hall, 2E, Jean E, and the others quietly observed. I wonder if this kid can succeed in half a year. Someone said, if he really needs half a year to succeed, then there's no hope for the rest. Jean E said, that's right. According to past experience, the shorter the time, the greater the hope for the rest. Some people only succeed in half a year or even 5 months. This means that their potential is limited, and they definitely won't pass the later stages. 2E side. In this stage, the shorter the time taken, the greater the hope for the rest. In the past, the person who used the shortest time was 3 months and 15 days. but he still didn't reach the end. In my opinion, only if he succeeds in 3 months, then there's hope for him to pass the stage. Jean, he said. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became heavy. Being able to succeed in half a year was already not bad. To do it in 3 months was too difficult. In the stone chamber, Lu Ming remained motionless, carefully perceiving the engravings around him. In Lu Ming's eyes, those engravings seemed to have turned into little people practicing the concept of earth martial skill, earth element art. The core of a concept martial skill lies in the concept. It fully exerts the potential and power of the concept, exerting 10 or 100 times the power. Therefore, to cultivate a concept martial skill, one must start from the concept aspect. Slowly, Lu Ming closed his eyes, and those engravings disappeared. In Lu Ming's heart, there was only the concept of earth left. Slowly, the concept of earth and those engravings overlapped. Here, one couldn't rely on the Enlightenment ancient tree to comprehend. One could only rely on oneself. Time flew by quickly. 5 days, 10 days, 1 month. When 1.5 months had passed, Lu Ming suddenly moved. He stepped on the ground, and the ground rumbled. At the same time, he punched out. This punch was as heavy as a mountain and as powerful as thunder, as if it could suppress everything. It felt like the suppressing Hell Heaven skill. Yes, this is the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His fists kept punching out, and the void rumbled. In the hall, Jean E, and the other's eyes also lit up. So fast, it's only been 1.5 months, and he's already grasped the knack. Amazing, too amazing. Although he's only grasped the knack, it's only been 1.5 months. He really has hope to succeed in 3 months. Ah, there's hope. Jean E, and the other spoke out excitedly, and their eyes were full of hope. They had waited for too long, and they didn't want to wait any longer. In the stone chamber, Lu Ming kept practicing as if he would never stop. Time continued to pass. The power of Lu Ming's punches grew stronger and stronger. Heaven and earth trembled along with Lu Ming's punches. 2.5 months had passed. Boom! Lu Ming punched out, and the earth concept burst out along with the power of the fist. It was extremely powerful. Earth element technique. This was the earth element technique. Lu Ming had succeeded in cultivating it. Although it was also a concept martial technique, the earth element technique's level was obviously higher than the Thunder God Strike, and its power was also stronger. Although it was only at the first level, its power was equivalent to the second level of the Thunder God Strike. 2.5 months, I don't know what level it is. I'll think about it after I pass this stage. Lu Ming mumbled. He then stepped forward and came to the front of the khaki-colored light curtain. He threw a punch at it. Crack! The khaki-colored light curtain shattered like glass, turning into light spots and dissipating. Lu Ming stepped forward and continued to move forward. Chapter 1297. It was almost the same as the stone room from before. The stone room's walls were filled with carvings. The only difference was that these carvings were filled with the aura of the concept of fire. In front of him, there was also a fiery red light screen blocking his path. On the walls here is the concept of fire martial skill, the fire origin art. Only by successfully cultivating the fire origin art within half a year can you break through the light screen and step into the next stage. That voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind again. This time, it's the concept of fire martial skill, the fire origin art. Could it be that it's based on the concepts I've comprehended? I've comprehended 5 types of concepts, so do I have to cultivate 5 types of concept martial skills? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. His gaze looked at the light screen, then he walked over, circulated the earth origin art, and punched it. After the violent fist energy hit it, the light screen remained motionless. Not even a ripple appeared. Then Lu Ming changed to the Thunder God Strike, Hell Suppressing Heaven skill, 9 dragons ascending heaven steps, etc., but they were all useless. The light screen didn't even have a ripple. Tricks were indeed useless. He still needed to comprehend the fire origin art to pass. Lu Ming didn't think too much and started to observe the carvings to comprehend the fire origin art. With the previous experience, Lu Ming quickly entered the state. The fire origin art was also more powerful than the Thunder God Strike, but the difficulty of cultivating it was also terrifying. Lu Ming carefully comprehended. Time flew by. 2 months and 12 days later, Lu Ming's body was bathed in flames, like a fire god. With a casual strike, the power of the concept of fire exploded to the extreme, displaying a terrifying power. He had successfully cultivated the fire origin art. Success, he succeeded again, haha. It's still within 3 months. This time, he only used 2 months and 12 days, saving 3 days compared to the Earth origin art. There's hope this time. This Lu Ming's comprehension is too strong. There's really hope this time. In the hall, 2E, Gold E, and the others cheered excitedly. In the past, the fastest person to successfully cultivate a concept martial skill took 3.5 months. However, Lu Ming had only used 2.5 months for the first class, and he had even saved 3 days for the second class, surpassing all the others in the past. The shorter the time taken, the greater the potential. Only then would one have a chance to pass the last stage. Boom! Lu Ming pointed his finger and used the fire element spell. The fire mentality condensed on his fingertip and touched the fiery red light screen. The light screen shattered and disappeared. Lu Ming smiled faintly and continued to step forward. Sure enough, as Lu Ming expected, it didn't take long for them to arrive at another stone chamber. There were also carvings on the walls of the stone room. At the end of the stone room, there was also a light screen. This time, he needed to comprehend the concept of wind, the wind origin technique. Lu Ming didn't want to waste any time. He immediately entered the state and began to comprehend. This time, the time Lu Ming used was shortened by 2 days. He only used 2 months and 10 days to successfully comprehend the wind origin technique and pass this stage. Not long after, he arrived at the next stage. This time, it was the concept of water, the water origin technique. This time, the time was shortened by 2 days. He only used 2 months and 8 days to successfully cultivate and pass this stage. After that, he arrived at the 5th stage. He needed to cultivate the concept of thunder, the lightning origin technique. Compared to Lu Ming, the thunder elemental skill was simpler. This was because Lu Ming had cultivated the Thunder God Strike before. He had more experience in cultivating the thunder concept martial technique. Hence, it was easier for him to cultivate it. In the end, Lu Ming only used 2 months to successfully cultivate the lightning origin technique and pass this stage. Congratulations on passing the 2nd stage. When Lu Ming passed through the 5th light screen, a voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. From start to finish, Lu Ming used less than a year to pass the 2nd stage and cultivate 5 powerful concept martial skills. I've really profited. Even if I don't get the primal chaos scripture this time, I've still profited. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. These 5 concept martial skills were priceless in the outside world. They couldn't be compared to a concept martial skill like the Thunder God Strike. Each of them was an elite concept martial skill. If Lu Ming could cultivate these 5 concept martial skills to the highest level, his battle strength would skyrocket. Let's continue. I must get the primal chaos scripture. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. It was just a trial. If he could obtain 5 such wondrous concept martial skills, then the primal chaos scripture would definitely be amazing. Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. He continued to move forward. Soon, the light in front of him lit up. Lu Ming arrived at a battle stage. The battle stage was huge, more than 100 miles wide. Is the battle stage a test of battle strength? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When Lu Ming stepped onto the battle stage, 5 figures suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. These 5 figures were all tall and burly men, but their skin color was different. There was yellow, green, blue, and fiery red. They were very similar to 2E that Lu Ming had seen before. They seemed to be puppets. In the last stage, use the Earth Element Technique, Thunder Element Technique, Fire Element Technique, Water Element Technique, and Wind Element Technique to defeat the 5 puppets. Other martial skills will be ineffective. The time limit is 2 years. A voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. In the last stage, he only needed to defeat the 5 puppets within 2 years. Lu Ming had just thought of this. Whoosh! One of the 5 figures pounced on Lu Ming. This figure was yellow in color and used the earth element technique. It punched at Lu Ming. The earth element technique filled the air and a strong pressure acted on Lu Ming. This puppet's cultivation wasn't any weaker than Lu Ming's. With the earth element technique, it was terrifyingly powerful. Boom! Lu Ming's true essence exploded and the earth element technique filled the air. He used the earth element technique and punched at the puppet. When the 2 fists collided, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming force rushing toward him. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he couldn't help but retreat. Its mastery of the earth element technique is far above mine. Lu Ming's eyes sharpened. Bang! The yellow puppet stepped onto the battle stage and charged at Lu Ming. Its fist was as heavy as a mountain and as heavy as the earth. I can't defeat it, Lu Ming thought. In a situation where they had the same strength, Lu Ming's earth element technique wasn't as good as his opponent's. He wasn't its opponent at all. As for other martial skills, they would be ineffective. Roar! 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 Dragon roars sounded from Lu Ming's body as the 9 dragon energies exploded. Lu Ming's strength increased tremendously as the dragon energies exploded. He used the earth element technique and punched out. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. Chapter 1298. Pung! The 2 fists collided, but Lu Ming was still pushed back. Bloodline! Lu Ming's heart stirred and the 3rd bloodline appeared. A gush of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, increasing his strength once again. However, as Lu Ming's strength increased, the power of the khaki-colored puppet would also increase. Then, Lu Ming used the Suppressing Hell Heaven skill to increase its power. Correspondingly, the puppet's strength also increased rapidly. It was useless. No matter how Lu Ming increased his strength, the puppet's strength would increase as well. It's useless. In the end, we have to fight using Intent Realm martial skills. Lu Ming sighed and withdrew his bloodline and dragon power. As expected, the puppet's strength also weakened. Its basic strength was always on the same level as Lu Ming's. Then let's fight using Intent Realm martial skills. Lu Ming only used his true Yuan and earth element technique to fight against the puppet. Unfortunately, the puppet's Intent Realm martial skill was above Lu Ming's. Lu Ming tried his best to resist, but he was still no match. In less than 10 moves, he was knocked off the stage. The puppet stopped attacking as soon as Lu Ming left the stage. Looks like this stage is going to be very difficult. Right now, only 1 khaki-colored puppet has taken action. There are still 4 others who haven't taken action yet. I wonder if the other 5 puppets will join forces. If they do, the difficulty will be even more terrifying. No wonder it took 2 years. Lu Ming thought quickly. It seems that I have to quickly improve my Intent Realm martial skills to pass this stage. Then let's continue fighting. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He stepped forward and returned to the stage. The puppet's Intent Realm martial skill was exactly the same as his. Continuous fighting would be of great help to Lu Ming in comprehending Intent Realm martial skills. Shua! This time, it was no longer the puppet that attacked, but a fiery red puppet. It used the fire element technique, which was full of explosive power. Lu Ming also used his fire elemental technique to fight. The other party's mastery of fire elemental arts was clearly above Lu Ming's. Even if Lu Ming did his best, it would still be difficult for him to resist. How ingenious! I didn't know that the fire elemental technique could be used like this. While fighting, Lu Ming tried to sense the fire elemental technique that his opponent was using. At the same time, he also tried to verify it with his own cultivation and improve his understanding of the fire elemental technique. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming was knocked off the fighting ring. However, Lu Ming was not discouraged. He continued to climb onto the platform. This time, it was a green puppet that attacked. It used the wind origin technique. Just like that, Once Lu Ming was knocked off the battle stage, he would immediately get back on the battle stage and fight with his opponents. While fighting, he was also comprehending the poetic conception of martial arts. His progress was extremely fast. Every time, only when Lu Ming's true essence was exhausted would he stop and swallow the oars to replenish his true essence. Time flew by in a blink of an eye. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half a year, apart from recovering his true essence, Lu Ming was also fighting with the 5 puppets. His comprehension of the 5 poetic conception of martial arts had increased by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming had achieved a major breakthrough in all 5 poetic conception of martial arts. He had stepped into the 3rd level, and his power had increased greatly. Boom! Lu Ming used the Earth Origin technique to fight with the khaki puppet. Lu Ming's fist energy was powerful and heavy. The Earth Origin technique was integrated into it. Every punch was like the Earth itself was suppressing the opponent. Its power was extremely shocking. When the 2 fists collided, the khaki puppet's body flew far away and fell on the edge of the fighting ring. Get down! Lu Ming rushed towards a khaki puppet. Shua! However, at this moment, a green figure flashed. The green puppet pounced on Lu Ming like lightning. It waved its hand, and the Wind Origin technique cut open the space and slashed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, a blazing aura filled the air. The fiery red figure also pounced on Lu Ming. Then it was the blue puppet and the purple puppet. The khaki puppet also stood up. The 5 puppets pounced on Lu Ming together. Sure enough, as Lu Ming had guessed, the 5 puppets had joined forces. The 5 puppets' power was amazing. Lu Ming was constantly pushed back. The key was that when Lu Ming used one of the poetic conception of martial arts, he would be restrained by the corresponding puppet. It would be difficult for him to use his full power. Lu Ming could only constantly change his poetic conception of martial arts. He used the 5 poetic conception of martial arts in turn to block the opponent's attacks. However, it took time to change the 5 poetic conception of martial arts. Even if it was only for a moment, it was still a flaw. Lu Ming was pushed back again and again. After a few moves, he was knocked off the fighting ring. The 5 puppets joining forces is too strong. It's flawless. I'm not their match at all when I use only one poetic conception of martial arts. If I can perfectly change the 5 poetic conception of martial arts, there might be hope. Lu Ming thought for a while and then stepped onto the fighting ring. As soon as he stepped onto the fighting ring, the 5 puppets pounced on Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only try his best to change the 5 poetic conception of martial arts to fight the 5 puppets. In the beginning, Lu Ming was completely defeated, because there was always a gap between the 5 poetic conception of martial arts. If it wasn't perfect, the opponent would seize the gap and defeat him. However, as time passed, Lu Ming became more and more proficient in switching between the 5 types of martial techniques. A few months later, Lu Ming could easily achieve a perfect switch. He could cast any martial technique with ease. He could even cast different martial techniques with his left and right hands. At this point, Lu Ming finally managed to block the attacks of the 5 puppets. Merge! But this time, the yellow puppet said indifferently. Then, the 5 puppets' figures changed, and the 5 poetic conception of martial arts blasted out. They merged together, forming a chaotic color that blasted towards Lu Ming. The 5 poetic conception of martial arts actually merged together, and the power increased crazily. In just one move, Lu Ming was sent flying out of the fighting ring. No way, it can be played like this. Lu Ming shouted in his heart. The difficulty of this stage was too high. The 5 puppets' methods were endless, and they were getting more and more powerful. Now, the 5 poetic conception of martial arts could actually be merged together. Merge? Right, merge. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Was this the prerequisite to cultivate the chaotic conception? Only by merging the 5 poetic conception of martial arts could one be qualified to cultivate the chaotic conception. Lu Ming couldn't help but guess. These stages were not only a test, but also a training. Only those who could break through under such training could walk to the end and successfully cultivate the chaotic conception. The chaotic conception was the emperor of all conceptions in the world. Its power was absolutely terrifying, but it wasn't hard to imagine that the difficulty of cultivating it was also absolutely terrifying. The conditions to cultivate it were also extremely harsh. It wasn't something that anyone could cultivate successfully. Only when certain conditions were met could one succeed. And the tests along the way were very likely to prepare for cultivating the chaotic conception. If he couldn't pass all the tests along the way, then he wouldn't be qualified to cultivate the chaos scripture, and it would be impossible to cultivate the chaotic conception. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit again. Come, I don't believe that I can't merge the 5 poetic conception of martial arts. Chapter 1299. In the hall, 2E, Gold E, and the others stared at the ball and observed it carefully. It's the last stage. I don't know if he can succeed. Goldie sighed. His eyes were full of hope, but he was also worried. The last stage is the most important one. In history, there have been people who have reached this stage, but in the end, they all failed. If they cannot merge the 5 martial skills into one, it is impossible to successfully cultivate the chaotic will. 2, he said. This kid has the best result in the beginning. I hope he can succeed. A fiery red figure spoke. I hope so. The other sighed. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming was blasted off as soon as he got on the stage. Again, Lu Ming wasn't discouraged. He rushed onto the fighting ring again. The 5 puppets attacked at the same time. The 5 martial skills merged and blasted towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's soul consciousness was constantly scanning how the 5 puppets merged the 5 martial skills. He was also analyzing it in his mind. The power of the 5 martial skills was too strong. After 2 moves, Lu Ming was blasted off the fighting ring and spat out a mouthful of blood. Again, Lu Ming wasn't discouraged. He ignored his injuries and continued to fight. Time passed day by day. In the beginning, Lu Ming could only block 1 or 2 moves. Later on, Lu Ming blocked more and more moves, and the time he could hold on became longer and longer. After another half a year, Lu Ming could hold on for more than 10 moves. At this time, there were still 9 months before the end of the 2-year period, but Lu Ming still hadn't comprehended the 5 martial skills. Each of the 5 martial skills had its own unique system. Each of them was a deep excavation of their own martial skills. They were all unique. It was too difficult to merge them into one. It seems that when I fused the 5 concepts together before, it was only a superficial fusion. It wasn't a complete fusion. If it was a complete fusion, then the 5 concepts wouldn't have been separated, but would have become a new concept. After this period of time, Lu Ming also understood that the so-called fusion of his 5 concepts was only a superficial fusion. He was still thousands of miles away from a complete fusion. The fusion of 5 types of martial skills still needs to start from the fusion of the concepts. Lu Ming was analyzing all kinds of possibilities in his mind. Then, he stepped onto the battle platform to verify his thoughts. Boom, boom, boom. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's 5-color conception revolved around him. In a flash, he struck out 5 different kinds of martial skills. Fire, thunder, wild wind. They roared on the fighting ring and bombarded the 5 puppets. However, the attack with shocking might instantly crumbled under the fusion of the 5 martial techniques of the 5 martial techniques. It was no match for them at all. It was like steel hitting tofu. Continue. Lu Ming continued to strike out 5 martial techniques of the 5 concepts, trying to fuse them. Yes, this is the feeling. As long as I continue on this path, I will eventually succeed. Although he still failed, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He finally felt that he had found the right direction. As long as he found the right direction, he would eventually succeed. The battle continued. Half a month later, Lu Ming struck out continuously. This time, only 4 martial techniques of the 4 concepts erupted. It wasn't that one was missing, but that 2 of them had been successfully fused by Lu Ming. I finally succeeded in the first step. Lu Ming was ecstatic. After such a long time, he had finally taken the first step. Now that he had fused 2 concepts, it was only a matter of time before he fused 3, 4, or even 5. Continue. Lu Ming was excited and continued to fight. In the hall, 2E, Gold E, and the others were so excited that they almost jumped up. Success, he succeeded. He has fused 2 concepts. He is not far from success. The first in history. No one has ever reached this step before. There is hope. Ha ha. The inheritance of the sovereign. There is finally a successor. Gold E and the others laughed. They were extremely happy and excited. The first 2 concepts were relatively easy to fuse, but the later 3, 4, and 5 concepts would become more and more difficult. However, Lu Ming had found the right direction. He had a clear goal, and he was improving every moment, getting closer to his goal. Time passed, day by day, month by month. The 2 years were getting closer and closer, and Lu Ming had also made a major breakthrough. He had successfully fused 3 concepts, 4 concepts, and 1 month before the 2 years, Lu Ming had finally fused 5 martial techniques of the 5 concepts in a 1-concept martial technique. Boom! With a strike, chaotic qi filled the air. The terrifying power dispersed the attacks of the 5 puppets, and the powerful qi continued to bombard. Pung! 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 The 5 puppets were sent flying by Lu Ming and fell outside the fighting ring. Although the 5 puppets had also fused 5 martial techniques of the 5 concepts, they were separated by 5 people. However, Lu Ming was 1 person, and the fusion was purer and more powerful. Naturally, the battle strength he could exert was stronger. Ha ha, he succeeded. Let's go and see. 2E, Gold E, and the others shouted excitedly. Then, they moved and disappeared from the hall. In the next moment, on the fighting ring where Lu Ming was, the space cracked open, and 2E and the others stepped out. Senior 2E. Seeing 2E, Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He then cupped his fist and bowed, looking at Gold E and the others. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, no need to be so polite. Congratulations on passing all the tests. You are qualified to cultivate the chaos scripture. Let me introduce you. This is Gold E. He laughed and was extremely excited. He introduced Gold E and the others to Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets seniors. Although he knew that Gold E and the others were puppets, Lu Ming still bowed respectfully. Haha, no need to be so polite. When you succeed in cultivating the chaos scripture, you will be the successor of the Overlord and also our master. Gold E laughed loudly. He couldn't even close his mouth. The Overlord? Lu Ming was surprised. Lu Ming, let me make it clear to you. This is the Chaos Hall of the Hunyuan sect. The Hall Master is the Chaos Overlord. The Chaos Overlord is one of the strongest in the Hunyuan sect. His battle strength is unparalleled, and he is the top expert in the world. As long as you succeed in cultivating the Chaos Scripture, you will be the successor of the Chaos Overlord, and naturally our master. 2. He explained. The Chaos Hall belongs to the Hunyuan sect. Senior, is there a space-time spirit hall in the Hunyuan sect? Lu Ming asked curiously. You know about the space-time spirit hall? Yes, there are 9 halls in the Hunyuan sect. The space-time spirit hall is one of the 9 halls in the Hunyuan sect. The hall master of the space-time spirit hall is one of the top 10 battle beasts, the space-time spirit mouse. He is also the top expert in the world, but he is still slightly inferior to the Chaos Overlord. 2. He explained. When he mentioned the Chaos Overlord, his face was full of pride. The Chaos Overlord is so powerful. He is stronger than the top 10 battle beasts. Chapter 1300. Lu Ming, the Primal Chaos Scripture is inside. Go in. As long as you successfully cultivate the Primal Chaos Scripture, you can leave this place. However, since you have successfully merged 5 different martial skills, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to cultivate the Primal Chaos Scripture. 2. He pointed to a stone door behind the fighting platform. Thank you, seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists and walked towards the stone door. The stone door was closed, but after Lu Ming walked in, the stone door opened automatically. Behind the stone door, it was misty and he could not see clearly. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming stepped in. As soon as Lu Ming entered the stone door, it closed automatically. Behind the stone door was a huge stone chamber. Above the stone chamber, there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the air. That figure was not very burly, nor was it very tall. However, it gave off the feeling that it was as tall as the sky. It was capable of supporting both heaven and earth. It was the most burly figure in the world. That aura was mysterious and unfathomable compared to any expert Lu Ming had encountered before. Lu Ming felt as if he was facing the entire universe when facing this figure. Back then, when Lu Ming faced the Sacred Heart left behind by the Heavenly Profound Saint, he was already shocked by the other party's vast aura. However, he now felt that the Heavenly Profound Saint was just an ant or a speck of dust in front of this figure. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he had stopped breathing. The figure was completely shrouded in the light of primal chaos. His appearance could not be seen clearly, only a blurry figure. Could this be the primal chaos emperor? Lu Ming thought to himself. Too powerful. The primal chaos emperor's realm had reached a level that Lu Ming could not imagine. Yet, such an expert had already fallen. Lu Ming had heard Tu Yi mention that the primal chaos emperor had fallen. That was why he was looking for an inheritor. How could such a powerful existence fall? What kind of enemy did he face? Lu Ming could not imagine. Could the figure in front of him be a mark of the primal chaos emperor? Lu Ming guessed. I'm the primal chaos scripture. Suddenly, the figure spoke. Its voice was calm and soothing to the ears. The primal chaos scripture? This figure is the primal chaos scripture? Lu Ming was stunned. He had not expected the primal chaos scripture to take the form of a human and exude a vast aura. I was left behind by the primal chaos emperor. I have been waiting for an inheritor here for so many years. My mission is complete. The primal chaos scripture, said primal chaos scripture, turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu's glabella of primal chaos scripture. In the next moment, Lu primal chaos scripture, chaos scripture, the primal chaos chaotic domain realm. And even the corresponding martial intent, and the domain martial intent. Primal, as it is chaos scripture. It's too mysterious. It's too mysterious. The more Lu Ming read, the more excited he became. No, I can't read the rest now. Even if I read it, I won't be able to understand it. Now, I have to convert my 5 intents into the primal chaos intent. Lu Ming collected his thoughts and began to read the beginning of the primal chaos scripture. It was the most basic part of cultivating the primal chaos intent. The primal chaos intent was to convert 5 or more intents of different attributes into the primal chaos intent. The primal chaos intent was incomparably mysterious. It was the beginning of all intents in the world. After successfully cultivating the primal chaos intent could be converted into other intents at will. For example, after successfully cultivating the primal chaos intent could be converted into the slaughter intent, destruction intent, blood intent, lightning intent, and so on. Only the strongest intents could not be converted into the primal chaos intent. For example, the time intent, space intent, and so on. Lu Ming read the primal chaos scripture carefully. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Lu Ming had already merged the 5 intents into one. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to cultivate the primal chaos scripture now. It could be said that the previous training and tests had paved the way for him to cultivate the primal chaos intent. 3 days later, the 5 colored intents surrounded Lu Ming's body and began to boil. 7 days later, the colors of the 5 colored intents had become a little blurry. Half a month later, the 5 intents had completely intertwined together. The original colors could not be seen. 2 months later, Lu Ming's surroundings were misty and chaotic. The original 5 intents had disappeared and were replaced by an even more mysterious and supreme intent that bloomed from Lu Ming's body. The primal chaos intent, the emperor of intents, Lu Ming had finally succeeded in cultivating it. Moreover, it was at the peak of the 4th level. Shua! Lu Ming stretched out a finger with the primal chaos intent entwined on it. He gently tapped the space, and waves of ripples appeared in the space like water waves. One had to know that this was the heaven realm, and the space was very stable. It was far more stable than the continent of God. Previously, Lu Ming could not tear the space apart, even if he used all his strength. But now, with just a light tap, the space rippled. The power is too shocking. With my current cultivation base and the primal chaos intent, I should be able to fight against an emperor, right? I might even be able to suppress an emperor. Lu Ming guessed. His eyes revealed a shocking fluctuation. It was confidence, an extremely strong confidence. Lu Ming's current cultivation base was only at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming was confident that he could fight against and even suppress an emperor. If others knew about this, they would probably laugh at Lu Ming for being a madman. But now, Lu Ming had such a feeling. In the past, he needed the help of the Thunder Cauldron, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others to contend against an emperor. But now, Lu Ming was confident that he could suppress an emperor without the help of the Thunder Cauldron, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others. I wonder how Xianxia is doing? I've been here for more than 3 years. It might only be a while in the outside world. Xianxia is in my mountain and river diagram. I wonder if time is synchronized with me? Lu Ming thought. Then his glabella lit up and the mountain and river diagram emerged. Lu Ming's figure moved and appeared in the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, Xianxia appeared in front of Lu Ming, staring at Lu Ming with resentment. Lu Ming, what's going on? Why haven't you come to see me for more than 3 years? Xianxia stared at Lu Ming with hatred, but deep in his eyes, there was a strong sense of longing. It's been more than 3 years. Is the time in the mountain and river diagram synchronized with me? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Xianxia, it's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming explained the matter in detail. So it's like this. After hearing it, Xianxia was amazed. Xianxia, your cultivation has improved a lot. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and found that Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm. Like Lu Ming, he was only 1 step away from the perfected spirit god realm. Of course, I was bored alone, so I've been cultivating hard. In more than 3 years, my progress is naturally fast. Xianxia said, I'm sorry, Xianxia. In the next moment, Lu Ming hugged Xianxia tightly in his arms and pressed his lips against Xianxia's red lips. When their lips met, Xianxia's body trembled slightly, as if he had lost all his strength and allowed Lu Ming to do whatever he wanted. Chapter 1301. Speaking of which, the two of them hadn't seen each other for more than 3 years, so they naturally missed each other. They snuggled up to each other and chatted. Half a day later, a voice entered Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming, you will be teleported back to your original place in half a month. It was Tu Yi's voice. Half a month later, Lu Ming was stunned. Originally, he wanted to cultivate here for a while longer because cultivating here for a few years might only be a short while in the outside world. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss such a good place? But now, Tu Yi said that there was only half a month left. Lu Ming told Xianxia about this matter and then left the mountain and river diagram. He didn't see Tu Yi in the huge stone chamber. Tu Yi must have sensed something and sent him a voice transmission. Senior Tu Yi, why is there only half a month left? Lu Ming asked. He knew that Tu Yi should be able to hear him. The time here accelerates extremely fast, but it requires a huge amount of energy to maintain the time acceleration. Every time, only those who are qualified to participate in the assessment come here. The time acceleration will be activated. Now that you have successfully cultivated the chaotic will, the time acceleration will naturally stop. Otherwise, there won't be so much energy to consume. Tu Yi's voice came. Lu Ming nodded. Although he felt that it was a pity, it was normal. Time acceleration was too powerful. It naturally couldn't be maintained all the time, as it would consume a terrifying amount of energy. If it could be maintained easily, it would be too terrifying. How long would it take to cultivate for thousands of years in the outside world? If a group of people were allowed to cultivate here, wouldn't it be incredible? That was impossible. Even with the Chaos Hall's foundation, it couldn't be maintained for long. Senior, I will leave in half a month. Lu Ming said. Okay. Tu Yi's voice came. Next, improve your cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Now, his will had transformed into the chaotic will, which was at the perfected 4th level. Lu Ming's cultivation could also be improved to the perfected spirit god. Half a month was enough for Lu Ming to devour and refine origin stones and improve his cultivation. With a wave of his hand, a huge pile of ores appeared, along with the bloodline of the 9 dragons. With a single gulp, he devoured 10 million ores and began refining them. A huge amount of origin stones were constantly being refined and turned into true essence, helping Lu Ming to break through to the next realm. After refining the 10 million, he swallowed another 10 million. 10 million after 10 million. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lu Ming had devoured and refined a total of 100 million origin stones. Such a shocking amount of origin stones transformed into a shocking amount of true essence and began to attack. Boom! Inside Lu Ming's body, his aura flourished. Inside his dantian, the spirit deity blossomed with boundless multicolored light. It became solid and heavy, just like a real person. Lu Ming's cultivation base also broke through from the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm to the consummate spirit god realm. Perfected spirit god. Lu Ming had finally reached the perfected spirit god realm. The next step was to break through to the emperor realm. Everything was in preparation for the ruler. In the process of breaking through to become a ruler, one would comprehend the embryonic form of a domain and become a sovereign. The consummate spirit god realm was already at the peak of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming felt the extremely rich true essence in his body, and a confident smile hung on his face. Now, how strong was his battle prowess? Lu Ming couldn't figure it out himself, so he was very curious. It's time to go out. Lu Ming smiled and walked toward the stone room's door. The stone door opened automatically, and Lu Ming walked out. Outside was still the same battle stage. 2E, Gold E, and the others were still on the stage. Seeing Lu Ming come out, 2E, Gold E, and the others had smiles on their faces. Then, they suddenly bowed to Lu Ming and shouted in unison, "Subordinate greets young master." Lu Ming was stunned. He hurriedly helped 2E and the others up and said, "Seniors, what are you doing? Please get up quickly." "Young master, you've obtained the Chaos Emperor's inheritance and successfully cultivated the Chaos concept. That means you're our young master." 2E spoke and insisted on kneeling to Lu Ming. What kind of cultivation did 2E and the others have? Lu Ming couldn't stop them at all, so he could only let them kneel. After bowing, 2E and the others got up. "Seniors, are you the only ones left in the Chaos Palace?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "Sigh, in the battle back then, all the powerhouses of the Chaos Palace died in battle. Only his puppets are left, but there aren't many left." 2E sighed. "Then, can you all go out with me?" Lu Ming asked with some anticipation in his eyes. 2E and the others had unfathomable cultivation. If they could go out with him, it would be easy to kill DE and even wipe out the divine ruins. Unfortunately, the result disappointed Lu Ming. "No." 2E, Gold E, and the others shook their heads. "Young master, the Chaos Emperor left a message. The inheritor of the Chaos Emperor must reach the Saint Realm before we can leave. Before that, we can't leave and can't help you much." 2E explained. Lu Ming was disappointed. It seemed that the Chaos Emperor was afraid that his inheritor would be too reliant on 2E and the others and lose the will to improve, so he set such a rule. Seeing Lu Ming's disappointed expression, 2E pondered for a while and said, "Young master, it's not that there's no reward at all. Because you performed exceptionally well in the test, there will be a reward." After saying that, 2E waved his hand and a figure appeared beside him. It was a figure with the same yellow color as 2E. At first glance, it was obvious that it was a puppet. "Young master, this puppet is called Tu Qian. He has the strength of a peak LV2 martial royal realm. He can go out with you temporarily and help you." 2E said. "Peak LV2 martial royal realm." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That was fine. A peak LV2 martial royal realm expert was the most powerful expert in the divine region, comparable to DE. "Greetings, young master." Tu Qian bowed to Lu Ming. "Good. Tu Qian, enter the abode treasure for the time being." Lu Ming summoned the mountain and river diagram and put Tu Qian into the mountain and river diagram. Whoosh! At that moment, a token flew over and floated above Lu Ming's head. It was the primordial chaos token. "Young master, keep this primordial chaos token well. In the future, you may be able to compete for the position of the primordial sect successor." 2E said. "The primordial sect successor?" Lu Ming was surprised. "Yes. Anyone who gets the primordial chaos token will have a great opportunity in the future to compete for the position of the primordial sect successor and have a chance to inherit the primordial sect. At that time, not only the Chaos Palace, but also the other 8 palaces will have to obey the orders of the primordial sect successor." He explained. Lu Ming was shocked. He did not expect the primordial chaos token to have such a use. Lu Ming quickly put away the primordial chaos token. "Young master, let's send you back. Earth 1, then join forces with Gold 1 and the rest to open up a void passageway." Lu Ming felt his body tighten. His vision turned black, and he fell into darkness. Chapter 1302. Lu Ming, that guy is really disloyal. He can't beat us, so he abandoned us and ran away. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, he heard Dandan yelling and shouting. There were also rumbling sounds. But in the next moment, all the sounds disappeared. Lu Ming stood in the void. Dandan, Bubbles, Haiyu, Flood Dragon Supreme, and the others all looked at Lu Ming. At this moment, they were still in the ancient city where they fought with Haiyu and the others. "Nestle, Lu Ming, so you didn't leave. I thought you left the 2 of us and took the opportunity to escape." Dandan shouted and ran towards Lu Ming. "Chirp, chirp," Bubbles shouted as its body glowed. In a flash, it appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Haiyu, Flood Dragon Supreme, and the others surrounded Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, I said you can't run away. Hand over the pure spiritual body cultivation method." Haiyu shouted coldly. He held an emperor-level battle axe in his hand, and his aura was terrifying. The cultivation method of pure spirit body belongs to the Sea Demon clan. Flood Dragon Supreme said. The dragon vein sword floated above his head. Sword Chi flowed out and cut cracks in a void. "Dandan, how long have I been gone?" Lu Ming ignored Haiyu, Flood Dragon Supreme, and the others, and asked Dandan. "Not long, only a dozen breaths. But do you know how dangerous it was? Fortunately, I have many tricks up my sleeve and managed to escape. Otherwise, I would have died long ago." Dandan shouted. "Only a dozen breaths." Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. Although he knew that time was accelerated in the Primal Chaos Palace, and that a few years in the Primal Chaos Palace was only a short while in the outside world, he still found it unbelievable after experiencing it for himself. In just a dozen breaths, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. How dare you ignore us? You're courting death." Seeing that Lu Ming was ignoring them, Haiyu's eyes turned cold. He raised his battle axe and chopped down at Lu Ming. The power of this axe had completely reached the level of a ruler, and it was terrifyingly powerful. "Dandan, Bubbles, follow me." Lu Ming exhorted. Then, he released the aura of the concept of wind. The concept of primal chaos could transform into other concepts at will. Wind element technique. Lu Ming's figure shuddered slightly. He dodged Hai Yu's axe with a flicker and headed for the other 9 Heaven Supremes behind Hai Yu. The wind origin technique was a martial technique that focused on movement. When executed, one's figure would become ethereal and untraceable. After dodging Hai Yu's attack, Lu Ming appeared in front of the other supreme martial artists in the Sea-suppressing marshal's residence. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, and the true Yuan in his body violently surged out. He used the suppressing hell heavenly skill and punched out. Attack! Attack together! One of the supreme martial artists roared. He was shocked by the power of Lu Ming's punch. He immediately used the bloodline fusion technique to attack Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming punched out, and the bloodline fusion technique of the supreme martial artist was directly dispersed. His original body appeared with a horrified expression on his face. Then his body split into pieces and exploded in the air. Oh my God! He killed a supreme martial artist with a punch. In the distance, the other spectators were almost scared to death. They shouted incoherently. It was too shocking, too terrifying. What kind of combat strength was needed to kill a supreme martial artist with a punch? Was Lu Ming an emperor? Oh no, retreat. When the other supreme martial artists saw this, they were scared out of their wits. They screamed crazily and retreated frantically. You can't leave. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning, emitting a cold, killing intent. Using the wind element technique, Lu Ming's figure moved like lightning, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of another supreme martial artist and punched out. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. Although the supreme martial artist tried his best to block the attack, it was still useless. Under Lu Ming's punch, all his defenses were as fragile as tofu. He was easily defeated by Lu Ming and killed in the air. The second one, Lu Ming murmured and then attacked the third one. Lu Ming did not use the chaotic will, but his current cultivation had broken through to the perfect spirit god realm, and his combat strength had improved greatly. Killing these ordinary supremes was as easy as killing chickens and dogs. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's figure flickered continuously as he threw out punches. Each punch would kill a supreme martial artist. The scene was too terrifying, and the onlookers felt a chill down their spines. Those were supremes who were considered high and mighty experts even in the godly ruins continent. But now, they were like weak chickens being killed by Lu Ming without being able to fight back. Beast, don't go, fight with me. Hai Yu roared, and his eyes were red. These were the supremes of the Sea-suppressing marshal's residence, and so many of them were killed consecutively. His heart was bleeding. He controlled the Emperor's spiritual weapon to slash at Lu Ming, but Lu Ming's figure flickered, and he did not fight with Hai Yu at all. He avoided Hai Yu and focused on killing the ordinary supremes. Bang! Another punch, and another supreme martial artist was killed. Lu Ming had already killed 5 of the supremes that Hai Yu had brought with him. In addition to the previous ones, there were more than 5 of them. How could this be? Hai Tian, who was watching the battle from afar, was in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard, hoping that all of this was fake. Haha! Lu Ming, I didn't expect your cultivation to improve so much after not seeing you for a while. You have reached the perfect spirit god realm. Dandin stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and laughed, feeling very happy and elated. It's your turn, Lu Ming whispered as he looked at the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the other sea demons. Retreat, retreat, follow behind me. The Flood Dragon Sovereign's expression changed. The sword chi of a dragon vein soared into the sky as he stared at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the wind origin technique, and his figure was like a phantom. With a few flashes, he avoided the Flood Dragon Sovereign and attacked the other Supremes. Join forces, gather together, and join forces. A sea demon roared, and the other Supremes gathered together, hoping to join forces to fight against Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's current combat strength had far surpassed theirs. Bang! The fist crushed down, breaking everything. The phantom of the suppressing prison monument suppressed a supremacy. The supremacy screamed as his body was penetrated, and he died on the spot. Lu Ming was like an invincible war god. Invincible. Roar. 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head, and Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared, and its power was even more shocking. The dragon claws slashed out continuously, tearing apart everything, directly killing several Sea Demon Supremes. In just a few breaths of time, 4 Sea Demon Supremes have been killed. Let's join forces and kill him. Haiyu rushed over with his battle axe. Kill! The Flood Dragon Sovereign also roared and charged towards Lu Ming with killing intent. The two of them joined forces and surrounded Lu Ming, charging toward him. It's time to settle the score with you. Chapter 1303. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that, the dragon claws clawed out continuously. Each dragon claw used a different attack. One dragon claw shone with a yellow light. It was the earth element technique. Another dragon claw was filled with lightning that turned into a spear. It was the lightning element technique. In addition, there was the fire element technique, wind element technique, and water element technique. In the Primal Chaos Palace's test, Lu Ming was able to fuse 5 martial techniques into one. At this moment, using 5 martial techniques at the same time was a piece of cake. The 9 dragon claws clawed at Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Supreme. Die! Haiyu shouted coldly as he desperately activated his battle axe. His eyes were filled with malevolence. At the same time, the Flood Dragon Supreme was also filled with killing intent. Lu Ming actually stopped running and wanted to fight them head-on. This was exactly what they wanted. They were ecstatic. They wanted to get rid of Lu Ming in one go. What is Lu Ming doing? He's courting death. That's too unwise. The people watching from afar exclaimed when they saw this scene. Lu Ming's battle strength was strong, but that was only for ordinary Supremes. Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Supreme were both top Supremes. Their battle strength was terrifying enough. It wouldn't be too difficult for them to kill an ordinary Supremes. Furthermore, they also had Emperor spiritual weapons. With their Emperor spiritual weapons, their battle strength was definitely comparable to an ordinary Emperor realm expert. Lu Ming was courting death by fighting them head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's attack finally collided with Haiyu's and the Flood Dragon Supreme's attacks. At this moment, a violent force swept across tens of thousands of miles. In the ancient city below, countless buildings collapsed and turned into ashes. Not good, retreat. The people watching from afar frantically retreated, afraid that they would be swept in. Heavens, look, Lu Ming has the upper hand. Someone exclaimed as they retreated. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw 2 figures rapidly retreating. The figures retreating were actually the Flood Dragon Supreme and Haiyu. How is this possible? Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign joined forces. Both of them wielded Emperor tier spirit weapons, but they were not a match for Lu Ming. They were repelled by Lu Ming. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Impossible. How could this be? Haiyu and Flood Dragon Sovereign also roared in disbelief. The two of them found it hard to believe. How could Lu Ming be so strong? A while ago, Lu Ming was not their opponent at all. He was completely suppressed by them. Even with the 2 pets, he was still far from being their opponent. However, Lu Ming had only disappeared for a short while. When he reappeared, his combat power had soared sharply, and he could easily kill ordinary supreme martial artists. Now, he was actually able to repel them without relying on pets or weapons. What was going on? Could it be that Lu Ming had been hiding his strength all this time? Haiyu, Flood Dragon Supremacy, and the others felt as though their minds couldn't process what was happening. He must have used some kind of secret technique to increase his battle prowess. If we join hands, he won't be able to hold on for long. Haiyu roared at the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Kill, kill. Then, Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign joined hands and charged towards Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold smile. The lightning cauldron appeared above his head and smashed towards Haiyu. As for Lu Ming, he charged towards the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Swoosh! This time, Lu Ming only clawed out once. However, this time, Lu Ming had fused 5 types of martial skills together. When the 5 types of martial skills were fused together, their power instantly soared. The Dragon Claw collided with the Flood Dragon Sovereign's Dragon Vein Sword. Clang! The Dragon Vein sword shook violently. The sword energy dissipated and it was sent flying far away. Not good. The Flood Dragon Sovereign's expression changed as he retreated. However, it was already too late. Lu Ming's attack came again. It was another claw. Once again, it was the fusion of 5 types of martial skills. The Flood Dragon Sovereign also stretched out his Dragon Claw and tried his best to block. However, the moment it came into contact with Lu Ming's Dragon Claw, it exploded. Poochie! Lu Ming's Dragon Claw did not stop as it pierced through the Flood Dragon Sovereign's body. Roar! The Flood Dragon Sovereign let out a violent roar. His eyes were filled with endless fear. He wanted to struggle and escape, but the other Dragon Claws of the 9 dragons had already reached him. The Dragon Claws contained the suppressing hell heavenly art as they all bombarded the Flood Dragon Sovereign's head. Bang! 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 After 7 to 8 consecutive explosions, the Flood Dragon Sovereign's head was pierced through and exploded. The Flood Dragon Sovereign had fallen. The Flood Dragon Sovereign, who possessed 90% of the true dragon's bloodline, was still killed by Lu Ming while controlling an Emperor-grade spiritual weapon. If I use the Primal Chaos Intent, it will be easier to kill the Flood Dragon Sovereign. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming did not use the Primal Chaos Intent. At most, he would convert it into the Lightning Intent, Wind Intent, etc. The Primal Chaos Intent was Lu Ming's trump card. Unless it was a critical moment, Lu Ming would not use it easily. Not good. On the other hand, after Haiyu exchanged a blow with the Thunder Cauldron, he saw the scene of the Supreme Flood Dragon being killed. He was so frightened that he almost wet his pants. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. He had to run as far away as possible from Lu Ming. Haiyu turned around and ran, frantically flying towards the ancient city's exit. Big brother, bring me along. Hai Tian cried out in fear from afar. However, Haiyu was already scared out of his wits. At this moment, he only wanted to save his life. How could he care about Hai Tian? He pretended that he did not hear anything and continued to run. Big brother, Hai Tian roared, filled with despair. Whoosh! Lu Ming turned back into his human form and took a step forward, appearing beside Hai Tian. Hai Tian was so scared that he kept screaming. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? My father is the sea-suppressing marshal. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will die too. Hai Tian cried out. At this moment, he was still trying to threaten Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand, and a spear light flew out, piercing through Hai Tian's dantian and shattering his spiritual deity. Hai Tian's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so straightforward. He did not say anything and killed him in one move. Hai Tian's life force dissipated with an intense unwillingness. The remaining sea demons and primes in the sea-suppressing marshal's residence had already fled for their lives. Lu Ming looked in the direction that Haiyu fled in. He was not in a hurry to give chase. Instead, his quintessence burst out, forming a strong suction force, attracting all the primes' corpses over. The mountain and river diagram in Lu Ming's forehead flew out and collected all the primes' corpses. The primes' corpses contained essence blood. Lu Ming still needed the essence blood to raise the hell, suppressing Steel's bloodline grade. He could not waste it. After collecting the primes' corpses, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram with a thought. Inside the mountain and river diagram, there was a mountain peak piled with primes' corpses. At the side, Xianxia and Thunder Rhino Prime were staring at it with their mouths agape. Chapter 1304. Supremes, they're all Supreme's corpses. Thunder Rhino Supreme muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with disbelief, especially when he saw the corpse of Flood Dragon Supreme. He was even more shocked. He could naturally feel that Flood Dragon Supreme's bloodline contained 90% of the true dragon's blood. Even such a powerful Supremes were dead. Could it be that he was killed by Lu Ming? Thunder Rhino Supreme looked at Lu Ming. After feeling the terrifying killing intent on Lu Ming's body and the suffocating power, his heart trembled. How long has it been? He's already so powerful? Thunder Rhino Supreme only felt his whole body tremble. Lu Ming casually glanced at Thunder Rhino Supreme. Back when he suppressed Thunder Rhino Supreme, Dandin engraved a large formation on Thunder Rhino Supreme's body. During this period, Thunder Rhino Supreme had been obediently staying in the mountain river diagram. However, Lu Ming knew that Thunder Rhino Supreme was definitely not convinced and wanted to find an opportunity to escape. Lu Ming came in this time with the intention of intimidating the Supreme Thunder Rhino. Sure enough, Lu Ming Supreme was completely shocked when he saw so many Supreme's corpses. Thunder Rhino, come out with me and chase after the enemy. Lu Ming's voice sounded, and Thunder Rhino Supreme nodded repeatedly. Little Qing, let's go out together. Lu Ming waved his hand, and Xianxia and Thunder Rhino Supreme were brought out of the mountain river diagram by Lu Ming. Thunder Rhino, go over there, Lu Ming said, and pointed in the direction of the ancient city's exit. At this time, Haiyu had already escaped from the exit. Yes, Thunder Rhino Supreme's body grew rapidly. Lu Ming and Xianxia stood on Thunder Rhino Supreme's body. Thunder Rhino Supreme roared and flew toward the ancient city's exit. Oh my god, Lu Ming's combat strength is too strong. He can completely stand shoulder to shoulder with an emperor, or even suppress one. It's too terrifying. Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the perfection stage of the domain enlightened spirit god realm, yet his combat strength is so shocking. I've never even heard of him. The point is, how old is Lu Ming? Pervert demon. Lu Ming must have gone after Haiyu. Let's go out and take a look. The spectators were in an uproar, unable to control their emotions. Even some Supreme Being experts lost control and started shouting. The fluctuations caused by Lu Ming were simply too shocking. Then, the group of people rushed toward the ancient city's exit. After a while, Lu Ming rode the Thunder Rhino to the exit of the ancient city. The Thunder Rhino rushed in, and in the next moment, they appeared in the deep sea. A huge pressure pressed down on them. Crash! Lu Ming waved his hand, and the surrounding seawater seemed to be controlled by Lu Ming. It automatically parted, and a passage appeared. Moo! The Thunder Rhino Supreme was shocked by Lu Ming's means. Then it roared and rushed up. With Lu Ming's help, Thunder Rhino's speed was extremely fast. Like a bolt of lightning, they rushed up. In a short while, they rushed out of the deep sea that was 300,000 meters deep and out of the surface of the sea. As soon as they rushed out of the sea, Lu Ming found that the sky was densely packed with people. When Lu Ming rushed out, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's eyes fell on one of them. Haiyu. After rushing out of the sea, Haiyu didn't run away. At this moment, he was looking at Lu Ming coldly, full of killing intent. Lu Ming, how's my brother Hai Tian? Haiyu shouted. He wants to kill me. What do you think? Don't worry, I'll send you down to accompany him right away. Lu Ming sneered. His words caused an uproar. What? Just now, I saw Haiyu rushing out with a frightened face. Is it because of him? How can it be? Although Lu Ming's combat strength is strong, it's impossible for him to be Haiyu's opponent. Strange. Who on earth got the cultivation method of the pure spirit body? Previously, the people waiting outside suddenly saw Haiyu running out of the sea with a frightened face. They were all very surprised. With Haiyu's cultivation, how could it be? They all guessed that some powerful monster had appeared at the bottom of the sea, and even Haiyu was no match for it. However, at this moment, it seemed that Haiyu fled in fear because of Lu Ming. How dare you kill the people of my sea-suppressing marshal's residence? You should be executed by 1,000 cuts. At this time, A cold voice came from the side of Haiyu. Lu Ming looked over, and his pupils shrank slightly. An old man in a purple gold robe stood beside Haiyu. Just now, the old man's aura had been restrained, and he looked like an ordinary old man, so Lu Ming didn't notice him just now. But now, as the old man spoke, a domineering aura bloomed from his body, and a heavy pressure pressed on Lu Ming. Emperor! Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, he also understood why Haiyu didn't escape. It turned out that there was an emperor from the sea-suppressing marshal's residence here. This was a real emperor. Not good, it's an emperor run. Under Lu Ming's feet, Thunder Rhino Supreme screamed in horror when he sensed the aura of the old man in the purple gold robe. He turned around and was about to run away. Bang! Lu Ming slapped Thunder Rhino Supreme's head. It almost exploded. Thunder Rhino Supreme's head buzzed, and he was stunned for a moment. Why are you running? Isn't it just an emperor? Why are you so scared? Lu Ming glanced at Thunder Rhino Supreme and said disdainfully, But this is an emperor. Thunder Rhino Supreme was still scared to death, but after seeing Lu Ming's glare, he was so scared that his whole body trembled. He could only stop and look at the old man in the purple gold robe with a vigilant face. He wailed in his heart, lamenting that Lu Ming was courting death, but he didn't want to drag him down. Lu Ming actually didn't escape. The same thought flashed in the hearts of others. Facing an emperor, he probably knows that he can't escape, so he simply stopped running. Someone guessed, Haha, I've already killed Hai Tian, and I'll kill Haiyu too. If you want to stop me, it depends on whether you have the ability or not. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What a big tone! The purple gold-robed old man shouted coldly, but in his heart, he didn't dare to underestimate Lu Ming. Haiyu had already roughly told him about Lu Ming's combat strength just now. He knew very well how strong Haiyu, who controlled an emperor's spiritual weapon, was. Even if he was weaker than him, it wasn't by much. However, Lu Ming could suppress Haiyu, so one could only imagine how strong his combat strength was. Nonsense! Let's see how you're going to stop me. Kill! Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the other party. He shouted coldly, took a step forward, and charged towards Haiyu. Arrogant! I like to see how strong you are. Earth Domain! The purple gold-robed old man stretched out his palm and pressed the void. A yellow circle spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. Domain, this was a real domain, not the embryonic form of a sovereign's domain. The speed of understanding was astonishing. As soon as it appeared, it enveloped Lu Ming. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure on his body. It was as if a few hundred mountains were pressing down on him. Chapter 1305. Domains of different attributes could produce different effects, but their power was still very shocking. This was the Earth Domain. Not only did it have the effect of trapping the enemy, but it also had a terrifying offensive ability. Once someone below the Emperor realm was trapped in the domain, they would not be able to fight back and would be at the mercy of others. Open up! A dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body as 9 streams of dragon force burst out. At the same time, he borrowed the power of the third bloodline, which gave Lu Ming a terrifying strength. Boom! Lu Ming's palm was like a knife as he executed the hell-suppressing heaven skill and slashed out. Rip! This palm was like a heavenly saber that appeared in the world. When the saber struck, heaven and earth would be split open. An extremely powerful force erupted. The earth domain of the purple golden-robed elder shook violently, and a hole was forcefully torn open by Lu Ming. The purple golden-robed elder's face changed. His figure swayed, and he appeared in the domain. He pointed at Lu Ming. I'd like to see the strength of an Emperor Realm expert. The true origin in Lu Ming's body boiled as he exerted his cultivation of the spiritual God perfection stage to the extreme. Lu Ming struck out again, and this time, his palm collided with the elder's finger. Boom! With a loud explosion, the earth domain shook violently. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging toward him. He stepped on the void and retreated continuously. However, The purple golden-robed elder's figure also retreated a few steps. That's a spiritual body. What a powerful force. Lu Ming exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as he pondered. A Emperor Realm expert was indeed extraordinary. The purple golden-robed elder's cultivation was at the LV-1 Martial Royal Realm, but his combat strength was considered strong even among the LV-1 Martial Royal Realm experts. Lu Ming was slightly at a disadvantage in the previous attack. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was far from being fully displayed. Even so, the purple golden-robed elder's heart trembled violently. What a terrifying force! Is he still a spiritual, god-perfection stage martial artist? The purple golden-robed elder's eyes were filled with seriousness. On the other hand, the others at the side had long since been flabbergasted and were stunned on the spot. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against a ruler. He was shrouded in a ruler's domain, but he was still able to fight against a ruler head-on. It was unbelievable. Again, Lu Ming took a step back and stomped on the void, shattering it. However, Lu Ming continued to pounce on the purple golden-robed elder. In the process of rushing out, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. Lu Ming used bloodline fusion and turned into 9 dragons. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Xiao Chun turned into 9 dragons, he swung his dragon claws and executed all sorts of state martial techniques. Using so many types of martial skills at the same time, the purple gold-robed elder had a grave expression on his face. His palms glowed as a pair of spirit weapon gloves appeared on his hands. Of course, this was not a ruler's spirit weapon. It was just an ordinary level 9 spirit weapon. A ruler's spirit weapon, the ruler of spirit weapons, was not something that ordinary people could possess. Many rulers did not even have one. Wearing the spirit weapon gloves, the purple golden-robed elder's body swelled slightly. His muscles squirmed and a layer of yellow light appeared on the surface of his muscles. The purple golden-robed elder raised the power of his spirit body to the extreme and threw out a few punches in succession. The power of each punch was much stronger than the power of the previous finger. The fist force collided with the 9 dragons' dragon claws. However, this time, the purple golden-robed elder's expression changed drastically when the two came into contact. His body shook and the yellow light on his body trembled. Boom! 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 After a few explosions, the purple golden-robed elder's body was directly sent flying. He retreated a few thousand meters in the air and slid out a few thousand meters long spatial crack. However, Lu Ming's body did not move at all. At the scene, everyone was stunned once again. The ruler was actually at a disadvantage and was sent flying a few thousand meters. The strength of a ruler is just SOSO. Since you want to fight, I'll send you to hell first. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His dragon body twisted, and he charged toward the purple golden-robed elder. How can he be so strong? The purple golden-robed elder was shocked as he forcibly suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. His combat strength was considered strong even among LV-1 martial emperors, but now he was no match for a young man at the perfect spiritual god realm. This was like a fantasy story. How could a martial artist at the perfect spiritual god realm have such powerful combat strength? If it were an ordinary perfect spiritual god, he could kill a lot of them with one slap. Seeing Lu Ming charging toward him again, the purple golden-robed elder could only use his full strength to fight against Lu Ming. Boom! 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 The two fought fiercely. However, Lu Ming's strength had increased greatly after transforming into 9 dragons. Moreover, the dragon claws were displaying different martial techniques with different intents. Some of the dragon claws were also displaying the hell-suppressing heaven skill, which brought great pressure to the purple golden-robed elder. Although the purple golden-robed elder tried his best, he was no match for Lin Fan and was at a disadvantage. After a few moves, he was clawed by Lu Ming's claws. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cultivated a spiritual body of the Great Earth spiritual body, which specialized in defense, he would have already died. Even so, he still felt a burning pain all over his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the surface of the sea rolled and many people rushed out. They were the experts who had gone into the ancient city at the bottom of the sea. As soon as they rushed out, they were shocked to see Lu Ming and the purple golden-robed elder fighting. That's an emperor. God, Lu Ming has completely suppressed the emperor. The emperor is injured. Exclamations sounded. They had seen Lu Ming's combat prowess in the ancient city. However, when they saw Lu Ming injuring an emperor with their own eyes, the impact was still very great. Boom! Boom! The battle continued. After more than 10 moves, the purple golden-robed elder was beaten until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Even if he had a domain and a spiritual body, it was useless. Lu Ming's strength was too strong and had completely surpassed his. It's time to end this. Lu Ming shouted and clawed out. This claw was a fusion of 5 types of martial techniques, and a chaotic light flashed. This claw made the purple golden-robed elder feel a fatal threat. Slash! The purple golden-robed elder roared. A battle axe suddenly appeared in his hand. The battle axe quickly enlarged and turned into a giant axe that stood between heaven and earth. An extremely terrifying emperor's aura was emitted. It was an emperor's spiritual weapon. This battle axe was the one that Haiyu had used before. It seemed that Haiyu had already given the emperor's spiritual weapon to the purple golden-robed elder. No wonder Haiyu was so confident and stayed here. An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon was completely different from a supreme being using an emperor's spiritual weapon. A supreme being using an emperor's spiritual weapon would not be able to unleash the true power of an emperor's spiritual weapon. On the other hand, an emperor's spiritual weapon would be extremely terrifying. The purple golden-robed elder controlled the battle axe as if he could split heaven and earth. Whoosh! Chapter 1306. Boom! The force swept across tens of thousands of miles. A resplendent spot of light appeared where the axe collided with the dragon claw, and a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye was emitted. Whoosh! Huge waves were stirred up in the ocean below. The waves swept high into the sky as if it was the end of the world. The space was completely annihilated, revealing a pitch-black space. The clouds in the sky instantly disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, the spectators were far enough away. Otherwise, if they were swept by this force, no one below the Supreme Being level would be able to survive. Even so, such a horrifying scene still made many people tremble and retreat. Sizzle. The place where the giant axe and the dragon claw intersected emitted a sizzling sound as the dragon claw kept shaking. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming's attack was no match for the giant axe and was defeated. The dragon claw exploded, and the 9 dragons' bodies were sent flying hundreds of miles away by a powerful force. Fortunately, the 9 dragons were formed by Lu Ming's bloodline power. After the dragon claw exploded, it immediately condensed again. What a powerful force! An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon is indeed not something a supreme being can compare to. Lu Ming's gaze was somewhat solemn. When Haiyu used an emperor's spiritual weapon, his combat strength reached the level of an ordinary emperor. However, when the purple golden-robed elder used an emperor's spiritual weapon, its power was undoubtedly more shocking and several times stronger. Lu Ming is no match for him. An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon is too powerful. Lu Ming is no match for him at all. He's finished. Is such a person going to die here today? Many people exclaimed, some gloated, and some felt pity. Haha, I knew it. An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon will completely suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you want to fight me? Go to hell. Haiyu laughed, his eyes incomparably ferocious. It's over, it's over. In the distance, Thunder Rhino Supreme kept growling. Previously, Lu Ming had displayed his invincible might and seriously injured an emperor, making Thunder Rhino Supreme think that he was dreaming. Back when Lu Ming had fought him, he had needed to rely on the lightning cauldron and his pet to defeat and suppress him. Now, Only a few months had passed, and Lu Ming could rely on his own strength to defeat a ruler, let alone him. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him, he could probably do it with a slap. Originally, he had already made up his mind to follow Lu Ming obediently in the future. With such a prodigy like him, perhaps being Lu Ming's mount would be a blessing in disguise in the future. However, when he saw that Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, his heart sank. In what? Lu Ming will not lose. Xianxia slapped Thunder Rhino Supremacy's head and berated. She was very confident in Lu Ming. Moreover, she also knew that Lu Ming had cultivated the legendary concept of primal chaos. Until now, Lu Ming had not used the concept of primal chaos. He still won't lose? Thunder Rhino Supreme was doubtful. Die! The purple golden-robed old man held a battle axe in his hand and slashed out. The heaven-raising battle axe split the space in half. The powerful power completely enveloped Lu Ming, making it impossible for Lu Ming to dodge. Let's see how far I can go without using the concept of primal chaos. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. Above his head, the lightning cauldron appeared and turned into the size of a mountain, rushing toward the battle axe. At the same time, he used the 9 dragon steps and clawed out again. It was also a fusion of 5 concepts. Clang! The lightning cauldron was the first to bear the brunt. It collided with the battle axe and was sent flying by the battle axe. Immediately, Lu Ming's attack arrived and blasted on the battle axe. Amidst the rumbling, Lu Ming retreated again. However, this time, he retreated a lot less than the last time because the lightning cauldron offset a portion of the battle axe's power. It's only SOSO. Come again. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron and attacked again. Lu Ming did not use the concept of primal chaos. Instead, he used the lightning cauldron to support him. He mainly used 5 concepts to fight an intense battle with a purple golden-robed old man. In this way, although Lu Ming was still at a slight disadvantage, it was not a one-sided situation. The two fought fiercely, and the surrounding tens of thousands of miles became their battlefield. In the sea, huge waves surged. That island was swept by a terrifying force and directly exploded, turning into ashes and disappearing from the sea. In the distant sky, countless figures stood, staring at the battlefield with their eyes wide open. They held their breaths, not willing to miss a single moment. Some prime's eyes even lit up as they stared fixedly. It was rare to see sovereigns go all out in a life and death battle, which inspired them. Soon, the two exchanged over 100 moves. Good, hot. Lu Ming roared and laughed. In this battle, aside from the concept of primal chaos, he did not hold back at all. He used his full strength and fought to his heart's content. During this period, he had improved too quickly, and his foundation was somewhat unstable. After this battle, he had completely stabilized it, becoming as firm as a rock. At the same time, during the battle, Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of the 5 concepts became deeper and deeper. It seemed like he could break through at any time. Furthermore, Lu Ming used them together. Once he broke through, the 5 concepts would all break through and reach the 4th level. When the 5 concepts reached the 4th level, their might would undoubtedly increase. Damn it! How can a mere consummation spiritual god Ant have such shocking combat strength? The more the battle, the more horrified the purple golden-robed old man became. This brat must be killed. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. I'll just drag it out with him. As a sovereign, my veritable essence energy is definitely more boundless than his, so I can last longer. The purple golden-robed old man pondered. After making up his mind, he continued to charge at Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged over a dozen moves. Suddenly, Lu Ming's dragon claw slashed out. Its power was a level higher than before. I broke through. My concept martial technique broke through. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After an intense battle, Lu Ming's 5 types of concept martial techniques finally broke through and entered the 4th level. Boom! In this exchange, Lu Ming retreated, But the purple golden-robed old man was also repelled. A draw. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage at the beginning, but now, with the help of the lightning cauldron, he was able to draw with the purple golden-robed old man. Ah, damn it. The purple golden-robed old man naturally sensed the breakthrough of Lu Ming's concept martial technique. He roared in his heart, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After an intense battle, not only did he not kill Lu Ming, but he also helped Lu Ming break through. How could this be? He only felt a breath in his chest, and it was so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. How depressing. Not only did he not kill Lu Ming, but he also helped Lu Ming. Haha, I really have to thank you. However, this battle should end here. Lu Ming laughed. A misty aura spread out from his body, turning into a chaotic color. The lightning cauldron shook slightly and quickly shrank, flying back to Lu Ming's forehead and disappearing. At the same time, Lu Ming's body also shrank, returning to his human form. Lu Ming put away the lightning cauldron and returned to his human form. He stepped toward the purple golden-robed old man. What was he doing? Chapter 1307. Lu Ming's action made the onlookers somewhat dumbstruck. Originally, Lu Ming could already contend with the purple gold-robed old man with a lightning cauldron. However, now, Lu Ming actually put away the lightning cauldron and even canceled the bloodline fusion. Then, he charged at the purple gold-robed old man. What is he doing? Is he trying to commit suicide? Countless people were puzzled, acting all mysterious. Who cares what you're trying to do? Go to hell. The purple gold-robed old man roared in his heart. He held the huge axe with both hands and poured quintessential essence into it. At the same time, he controlled the domain and activated the power of the axe's domain, pushing the axe's might to its limits. Whoosh! The huge axe, which was larger than a mountain, chopped down at Lu Ming. Facing this axe, Lu Ming remained calm. He had no intention of using the lightning cauldron to resist. Prison suppression. Lu Ming clenched his fists, and his muscles wriggled. Primal chaos chi spread out from his body, especially his fists, where the primal chaos chi was the densest. Lu Ming finally executed the state of primal chaos. Lu Ming used his quintessential essence, the 9 dragon energies, and the 3rd bloodline as a foundation to execute the prison-suppressing heavenly art. Then, he punched with the state of primal chaos. Rumble. Lu Ming's fist seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast as it punched at the purple gold-robed old man. What is Lu Ming trying to do? He is actually using his physical body to fight against a ruler spirit weapon? Crazy. Is he crazy? Is he courting death? An outstanding talent of a generation has fallen. Lu Ming's actions caused an uproar. Lu Ming did not use the lightning cauldron and canceled the bloodline fusion. In the end, he used his physical body to fight against a ruler spirit weapon. If this was not crazy, what was? No one could figure out why Lu Ming would do such a thing. Ha! Who cares if you're crazy? Go to hell. Haiyu's eyes revealed excitement. His face turned sinister as he laughed in his heart. Only one person, no, only one tortoise, saw through the trick. It was Dandan. That's the concept of primal chaos. Nestle, when did Lu Ming grasp the concept of primal chaos? Dandan was tongue-tied. Its eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Boom! Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Lu Ming's fist heavily collided with the Emperor-ranked spirit weapon battle axe. In everyone's imagination, Lu Ming would be easily defeated, heavily injured, or even killed by the axe. Instead, an inconceivable scene appeared. When the fist and the battle axe collided, the battle axe actually let out a violent roar and vibrated continuously. At this moment, the purple golden-robed elder seemed to have been hit by a terrifying force. His arms, and even his body, trembled along with the giant axe. Then, his face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Whomp! The giant axe vibrated, and the purple golden-robed elder could no longer hold on to it. The giant axe flew out of his hand and into the sky. There was complete silence between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were agape. It was as if something was stuck in their throats, preventing them from making a sound. Chaotic concept, it's really the chaotic concept. Only Dandin was muttering to himself. Chirp, chirp. Bubble looked harmless and innocent. It blinked its innocent eyes and seemed to be cheering for Lu Ming. This guy, Xianxia whispered. Even though he knew that Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the chaotic concept, he was still shocked by its power. As for Thunder Rhino Supreme, he was completely petrified. The power of the chaotic concept is indeed amazing. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Legend had it that heaven and earth evolved from the chaotic concept. There was chaotic chi in heaven and earth. It was the most original and precious treasure. Legend had it that a wisp of chaotic chi could crush the sky and collapse a mountain range. It was extremely heavy. The chaotic concept also had the characteristics of chaotic chi. It was extremely heavy and powerful. Coupled with the hell suppressing heaven skill, it complemented each other perfectly. With a punch, the purple golden-robed elder's giant axe was sent flying. Through the giant axe, the purple golden-robed elder was injured. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and stepped out. Surrounded by the chaotic concept, he punched out again. Boom! Wherever Lu Ming's fist passed, the sky began to collapse. It was as if a black hole had appeared in the sky. The chaotic concept spread out and completely locked onto the purple golden-robed elder. The purple golden-robed elder's expression changed drastically. He roared and punched out with all his strength, hoping to block it. Boom! The moment the two fists met, the purple golden-robed elder's domain collapsed and exploded under the terrifying pressure. Then, it broke through the purple golden-robed elder's fist and landed on his fist. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Even though the purple golden-robed elder had cultivated a spiritual body, it was useless. His palm was distorted and his entire arm was twisted. The purple golden-robed elder screamed, and his body was sent flying a few hundred miles away. His face was pale and blood was spurting out of his mouth. But the purple golden-robed elder didn't dare to stay. He turned around and ran. Wind Origin Art. Lu Ming used the Wind Origin Art. His figure was like a phantom as he flashed and quickly approached the purple golden-robed elder. He punched out from 100 miles away. When the fist force was released, the space within a few hundred miles in front of Lu Ming was smashed. The terrifying fist force was like a surging flood, surging toward the purple golden-robed elder. This was a suppression of power. It was simple and direct, but there was no way to dodge. The purple golden-robed elder could only fight back. But now that he had lost his spiritual weapon, Lu Ming could suppress him even if he didn't use the chaotic concept. He wasn't a match for Lu Ming at all. The purple golden-robed elder was like a little chick as he tumbled in the air. Crackling sounds came from his body as blood spurted out of his mouth. It's time to end this. A deep voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming used the Wind Origin Art and appeared in front of the purple golden-robed elder in a flash. He clenched his fist, and the chaotic concept formed a long spear. The long spear was like lightning as it pierced toward the purple golden-robed elder's dantian. No, spare me, the purple golden-robed elder roared, but Lu Ming didn't move at all. The long spear continued to pierce down. Puff! The long spear formed by the chaotic concept was incomparably sharp. It easily pierced through the elder's dantian and pierced through his spiritual spirit. The power of the long spear exploded. The purple golden-robed elder let out an unwilling scream. But after a breath, there was no more sound as his vitality completely dissipated. The purple golden-robed elder, an emperor of a generation, was dead. Heavens! The onlookers felt numb after seeing this scene. They couldn't say a word. Impossible! Haiyu roared. His eyes were red with disbelief. It's your turn. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on Haiyu. His figure moved, and he headed toward Haiyu. No! Haiyu's body turned cold as he fled like a madman. However, even an emperor could not escape from Lu Ming's hands, let alone him. The wind essence skill allowed him to move at extreme speed. He caught up with Haiyu in an instant and threw a punch. The chaos concept suppressed Haiyu. Haiyu screamed, and his body was torn apart. Even his spirit deity exploded. Chapter 1308. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At the scene, the sound of people gasping could be heard. It was only now that the spectators reacted. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. A ruler had been killed by Lu Ming. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. It was too shocking. That was a ruler. In history, there were also peerless geniuses who could cross realms to fight. It was not rare for a supreme being to cross realms to fight a ruler. Nonetheless, it was only a great battle. It was only a confrontation, not a suppression. There were very few people who could suppress a ruler as a supreme being, not to mention killing a ruler. Even if a ruler was no match for a ruler, he would still have a high chance of escaping. Moreover, a supreme being had cultivated a spiritual body. Their vitality was extremely vigorous, and it was very difficult to kill them. There were not many cases of a supreme being killing a ruler in the continent of divine ruins since ancient times. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the perfected spirit god realm. A perfected spirit god realm cultivator could kill an emperor. Such an example had never happened in the continent of God, and there were no records of it. It was unheard of. Lu Ming had created history. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming. They were filled with shock and deep fear. Who else wants to stop me? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he swept his gaze in all directions. All the powerhouses, including the supreme beings, hurriedly lowered their heads after meeting Lu Ming's eyes. They did not dare to look directly at Lu Ming. Those powerhouses who had entered the ancient city at the bottom of the sea all knew that Lu Ming had obtained the cultivation method of the pure spirit body, but none of them dared to speak. What a joke. Lu Ming had even killed a ruler. If anyone spoke, wouldn't they be courting death? In that case, Lei Shi, let's go. Lu Ming waved his hand and put the body of the purple gold-robed old man into the mountain river diagram. Then, he returned to the back of Lei Shi Supreme and said, "Moo!" Lei Shi Supreme roared excitedly. His body was filled with lightning. He spread his legs and ran toward the sea. He was so excited. Now he was completely in awe of Lu Ming. He had already made up his mind to follow Lu Ming for the rest of his life. Even if Lu Ming chased him away, he would still shamelessly follow Lu Ming. A perfect stage spirit god could kill a ruler. Such a genius had never appeared in history. In the future, it was certain that he would become a ruler. In fact, it would be easy for him to dominate the continent of God and become the strongest powerhouse there. He might even be able to create waves in the Yuan continent and become an important figure there. If Thunder Rhino supremacy didn't follow such a genius with a boundless future, then he would be a fool. As long as he stayed by Lu Ming's side obediently, he would definitely benefit from Lu Ming's rise in the future. Originally, he had no hope of breaking through to become a ruler, but now, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Dong, dong, dong. Thunder, Rhino supremacy ran with all his might. His body was filled with lightning. He cut through the void like a bolt of lightning, passing through layers of the sea and heading toward the deep sea. Lu Ming and Xianxia sat cross-legged on Thunder, Rhino supremacy's back. They were as steady as a mountain. Nest, Lu Ming, you've actually cultivated the chaos concept. Impressive. You're really impressive. I know now. You disappeared for more than 10 breaths in the deep sea ancient city. At that time, the primordial chaos token appeared. Did the primordial chaos token bring you to the chaos hall? Dandan jumped on Lu Ming's shoulder and mumbled a bunch of questions. Dandan was worthy of being an old monster. He was experienced and knowledgeable and guessed the general idea right away. Yes, you guessed right. Lu Ming nodded. Amazing, Lu Ming. I didn't misjudge you. It seems like you've obtained the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor. Dandan said. Dandan, do you know the Chaos Emperor? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course I know him. That guy is very powerful. He's on the same level as me. Dandan said proudly with his claws behind his back. You're bragging. Lu Ming curled his lips. He knew from 2E that the Chaos Emperor was one of the pinnacle existences in the world. Not many people could compare to him. Even the Space-Time Spirit Mouse, the Space-Time Spirit Palace's Palace Master, was slightly inferior to the Chaos Emperor. Dandan and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse were equally famous. They were one of the top 10 battle beasts. How could they compare to the Chaos Emperor? Who's bragging? I'm the leader of the top 10 battle beasts. I'm the pinnacle existence in the world. Dandan shouted unhappily after being despised by Lu Ming again. Lu Ming smiled and didn't argue with Dandan anymore. With a wave of his hand, a pile of corpses appeared on Thunder Rhino Supremacy's back. They were the corpses of the Supremacies killed by Lu Ming and the purple-golden-robed old man. Lu Ming, how about giving these corpses to me? This is a rare tonic. It can help me recover a bit. Dandan looked at these corpses, especially the Emperor's corpse, and almost drooled. Give them to you? Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, I have use for the blood essence, but I can give you the rest. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline was only at level 8 of the divine rank and needed blood essence to improve. As for the rest, they were not of much use to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the perfected spirit god realm. The next step was to comprehend the embryonic form of the domain and step into the supremacy realm. This step could not be improved by devouring with the 9 dragons bloodline. He needed to rely on his own comprehension. In fact, his cultivation in the future could not be improved by devouring. Comprehension was the most important. Therefore, besides blood essence, the blood of the supremacies, true essence, and so on were of no use to Lu Ming. So, he might as well give them to Dandan. Next, Lu Ming took out some jade bottles and guided them with his true essence. Drops of sparkling and translucent blood essence flew out from the corpses of the supremacies and flew into the jade bottles. There were a total of 7 supremacies, and each of them had 9 drops of blood essence that were stored in different jade bottles. Finally, it was the purple-golden-robed old man's blood essence. As an emperor, the purple-golden-robed old man's blood essence was like a blood pearl that was filled with boundless energy. As soon as it flew out, it emitted a vast and majestic emperor's aura. This was Lu Ming. If it was an ordinary cultivator below the spirit god realm, they would have been crushed to death by this emperor's aura. Ordinary spirit god realm cultivators would be heavily injured. Only high-level spirit god realm experts and above could approach and even collect the emperor's blood essence. Lu Ming used a jade bottle to put away the emperor's blood essence. As for their storage rings, Lu Ming naturally didn't let them go and had put them away a long time ago. Dandan, you can have them, Lu Ming said. Huh? Dandan roared with laughter, and then it opened its mouth and sucked the corpses of the supremacies and emperors into Dandan's mouth and vanished. I'll keep them and digest them slowly. Dandan grinned, and its eyes narrowed. After that, Dandan's eyes started to size up the sea again. The treasures of heaven and earth and the sea are more than 10 times more abundant than on land. There are all sorts of precious treasures, and I can't miss them all along the way. Dandan muttered, Chirp, chirp. Bubble chirped in response to Dandan. Huh, all right. We'll join forces and get more treasures of heaven and earth. Chapter 1309. Lu Ming did not care about Dandan and Bubbles. A jade token appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Xianxia, saying, Little Qing, this is the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Take it and study it first. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body? Is there really such a secret technique in the world? Xianxia's eyes revealed a look of curiosity. He took the jade token and looked at it carefully. After a while, Xianxia revealed a look of amazement. Amazing, really amazing. If I cultivate the pure spirit body, the difficulty of breaking through to the emperor realm in the future will be greatly reduced. Xianxia sighed. Little Qing, We have to rush back to the divine wilderness continent. It will take some time. Take advantage of this time to comprehend it. Lu Ming said. Okay. Xianxia nodded, then entered the mountain river diagram and began to comprehend the pure spirit body. As for Lu Ming, he continued to sit cross-legged on the back of Thunder Rhino Supreme. He took out a jade bottle, and the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing the 9 drops of supreme blood essence into his mouth, and began to refine them. Lu Ming originally planned to travel by himself, but now he needed time. Refining the blood essence required time. Cultivating the pure spirit body also required time. He also needed time to comprehend the 5 types of martial skills. According to the records of the Chaos Scripture, only by cultivating the 5 types of martial skills to the highest level could one cultivate the Chaos Concept martial skill, the Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. That was the Chaos Concept martial skill, and its power was terrifying. Lu Ming was naturally looking forward to it. Therefore, he simply asked Thunder Rhino Supreme to hurry up so that Lu Ming could save time and cultivate various martial skills and secret techniques. The 9 dragons swallowed the 9 drops of supreme blood essence and began to refine them rapidly. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, refining 9 drops of supreme blood essence at the same time was naturally no problem. Moreover, the refining speed was much faster than before. In just a few hours, the 9 drops of supreme blood essence were completely refined. The 8 golden chakras of the prison-suppressing steel shone, but it did not advance. Lu Ming continued to take out 9 drops of supreme blood essence and began to refine them. Just like that, Lu Ming wholeheartedly refined the blood essence. After refining 1 supreme blood essence, he took out another. A day later, Lu Ming had already refined the blood essence of 6 sovereigns. His prison-suppressing steel bloodline still hadn't advanced, but Lu Ming had a feeling that it would soon. He took out the blood essence of the 7th supreme being. The 9 dragons opened their mouths, and 9 drops of blood essence flew into their mouths. The majestic blood essence was continuously converted into bloodline power and fused with the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline. 1. After a short while, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel vibrated. On the basis of the original 8 golden chakras, a new chakra appeared. The 9th chakra, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline, had finally reached level 9. The hell-suppressing steel's bloodline emitted a dazzling light, and its aura surged. Lu Ming felt that the aura of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline completely surpassed that of the 9 dragons' bloodline. It seems like the prison-suppressing boulder has a shocking background, surpassing the 9 dragons. Lu Ming thought in his heart. Lu Ming felt that if he used the bloodline fusion and transformed into the prison-suppressing steel, its power would definitely be stronger than that of the 9 dragons. The prison-suppressing steel's original body must be an unimaginable treasure. It's a pity that I only have a fragment. If I could get all of them, how powerful would it be? Lu Ming's eyes were burning with anticipation. Since he could find a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel, it meant that the other fragments were still in the world, and there would be a chance to find them. Not long after, the energy of the blood essence was completely refined, and Lu Ming kept the bloodline. All right, the bloodline has reached level 9. It's already the highest level. Now it's time to comprehend the pure spirit body. Plop, plop. At this moment, 2 figures flew out from the sea below and landed on the Thunder Rhino Sovereign's body. It was Dandin and Bubbles. At this moment, the 2 of them were each holding a spiritual herb and gnawing on it. Level 9 spiritual herb, water spirit ginseng. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The spiritual herb that Dandin and Bubbles were gnawing on was a level 9 spiritual herb, water spirit ginseng. The 2 of them had been rushing into the sea from time to time, since a day ago, looking for treasures and eating them happily. Bubbles had mastered the concept of space and time, so he wasn't afraid of losing Thunder Rhino Sovereign. No matter how fast Thunder Rhino Sovereign ran, Bubbles could keep up. Not long after, the level 9 spiritual herb water spirit ginseng was finished by the two of them. Their bodies exuded a rich spiritual herb aura. Obviously, other than the water spirit ginseng, there were many other spiritual herbs that fell into their stomachs. The treasures in the sea were indeed not comparable to those on land. There were more than 10 times more of them. On land, there were human martial artists mining, but in the sea, there were fewer human martial artists. At most, some of the sea monsters would devour them, but there were still many left behind. The two of them had a good time eating. "Little guy, let's continue later." Dandin squinted his eyes and looked at Bubbles. "Chirp, chirp." Bubbles nodded repeatedly. Even the bubbles that he exhaled carried a rich spiritual herb aura. These two guys, Lu Ming smiled and then entered the mountain and river diagram. On the back of Thunder Rhino Sovereign, there was only one mountain and river diagram left. Entering the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming came to Xianxia's side. Sensing Lu Ming's aura, Xianxia ended his cultivation. "Little Qing, how's your comprehension?" Lu Ming asked. "It's okay, but it's easy to comprehend, but it's not so easy to cultivate. It's even more difficult to cultivate completely," Xianxia said. "Indeed," Lu Ming nodded. He had memorized all the cultivation methods of the pure spirit body. Indeed, as Xianxia said, it was not easy to cultivate completely. Cultivating the pure spirit body required a huge amount of raw stones as the foundation because it consumed a huge amount of energy. With a huge amount of energy as the foundation, the body could evolve, transcend the mortal body, and have part of the power of the spirit body. This process couldn't be done overnight. It needed to be done step by step, steadily and surely. The two continued to comprehend. 3 days later, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large pile of raw stones appeared beside him. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, circulating the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. One could see strange lines appearing on his body. There were a total of 108 lines. They seemed to be meridians. This was the special circulation route of the pure spirit body. Bang, 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 with a shake of his true essence, a large pile of raw stones was shattered and turned into rolling origin chi. Lu Ming opened his mouth and sucked in the rolling origin chi. According to the cultivation method of the pure spirit body, he began to refine his body. Whoosh, whoosh, the origin chi of at least 100,000 raw stones was swallowed by Lu Ming. Following the cultivation method of the pure spirit body, it seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body had already reached the 9th grade, the limit of the body. However, at this moment, he began to break through the limit and evolve. The 9th grade was the limit of the body, which referred to the limit of the mortal body. Now he was evolving from a mortal body to a spirit body. As the origin chi continued to seep in and be absorbed, Lu Ming's body began to transform. After a few hours, the origin chi of 100,000 raw stones was completely refined. Lu Ming swallowed another 100,000 raw stones. Chapter 13:10. Phew. Lu Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Crackle. His body moved slightly, and there was a sound like frying beans. His skin was covered with a thick layer of dirt, which were all impurities. What a powerful force! Lu Ming sensed it slightly and found that his body was full of explosive power. This was pure physical power, not the power of true essence. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that his qi and blood were abundant to the extreme. With a thought, his qi and blood would rush out of his body and burn like a furnace, full of powerful vitality. Lu Ming, how is it? Xianxia blinked and asked. About 10%, Lu Ming said. A pure spirit body could not be achieved overnight. It needed to be cultivated step by step to perfection. Now, Lu Ming could be considered to have cultivated a pure spirit body, which is about 10%. Xiaoqing, next you do it. I'll guard you. Lu Ming said. Okay. Xianxia nodded and began to cultivate a pure spirit body. 108 paths appeared on her body. The cultivation process was the same as Lu Ming's. She absorbed the origin chi of the origin stones and tempered her body. A few days later, Xianxia finished her cultivation. Like Lu Ming, she had also reached 10%. "Let's go out and clean up," Lu Ming said. His body was covered with a layer of dirt, which was really uncomfortable. The two of them came out of the mountain river diagram and jumped into the sea to clean up. Boom! In the sea, Lu Ming punched out. This punch did not use true essence, nor the power of bloodline. It was purely the power of the physical body. In the sea, there seemed to be an ancient giant beast rioting. In front of Lu Ming's fist, the sea suddenly exploded. The powerful fist force punched a 100-mile-long passage in the sea. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Lu Ming felt that the pure physical strength of this punch was enough to kill an 8th level or even 9th level spirit god expert. This was only 10% of the pure spirit body. If it was cultivated to 100%, its power would be unimaginably terrifying. At that time, he could easily kill a supreme being with a single punch. Of course, the higher one's maturity, the harder it would be to cultivate. Boom! Not far away from Lu Ming, Xianxia also struck out with his palms, stirring up the seawater and forming a 1,000-meter-tall wave. As expected of a pure spirit body, a smile hung on Lu Ming's face. With a strong physical body, Lu Ming's battle prowess would naturally be stronger as well. A pure spirit body is not a true spirit body. It's not as miraculous as a true spirit body, but its power is already very shocking. No wonder the Emperor is so powerful. Lu Ming sighed. After washing up, the two returned to Thunder Rhino Supreme's back. Thunder Rhino Supreme continued to travel, while Lu Ming and Xianxia continued to cultivate. Xianxia entered the mountain river diagram and focused on cultivating the pure spirit body. As for Lu Ming, he cultivated the pure spirit body for a period of time every day. He would also take time to cultivate the 5 types of martial skills. As time passed, Lu Ming was slowly improving in all aspects. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. With Thunder Rhino Supreme speed, it would take at least 4 months to fly from the Divine Ruins continent to the Divine Wilderness continent. Now, only 20 days had passed, and there was still a long way to go. Dandan and Bubbles would occasionally rush into the depths of the sea to search for treasures. During this period of time, their mouths were not idle at all. They had swallowed countless spiritual herbs, and their entire bodies were filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. In half a month, Lu Ming's pure spirit body had already reached 30%. Relying on his physical body alone, even a perfected spirit god expert would be injured with a punch. At this time, Lu Ming temporarily stopped cultivating. My current cultivation is at the perfected spirit god level, and my foundation is stable. I can try to break through to the supremacy level. However, to break through to the supremacy level, I need to comprehend the embryonic form of a domain. To comprehend the embryonic form of a domain, I need to spread out the concept runes and merge them with the spirit god. I don't have the slightest clue yet. Let's see if the domain condensing pill can help me. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. It was the domain condensing pill that he had obtained when participating in the Yuan Lu's disciple selection. If a perfected spirit god took the domain condensing pill, it would greatly increase the chances of cultivating the embryonic form of a domain and stepping into the supremacy level. Without hesitation, Lu Ming swallowed the domain condensing pill and began to refine it. 2 days later, Lu Ming opened his eyes, revealing a trace of disappointment. It's useless. Lu Ming frowned. After refining a domain condensing pill, he found that it had no effect at all. Originally, the domain condensing pill could help Lu Ming open the concept rune and merge it with the spirit god to form the embryonic form of a domain. But previously, Lu Ming had refined the entire domain condensing pill, but the concept rune did not move at all. Legend has it that the stronger the concept, the more difficult it is to cultivate the embryonic form of a domain. Now it seems that it's true. Lu Ming sighed. He knew that it was because the chaotic concept was too strong. A single domain condensing pill did not have much effect. If Lu Ming wanted to cultivate the embryonic form of a chaotic domain, it would be dozens or even hundreds of times more difficult than other concepts. Let's take it slow. Lu Ming shook his head and temporarily gave up the idea of breaking through to the supremacy level. He focused on cultivating the pure spirit body and the concept martial skills. Time passed day by day. 2 months had passed since Lu Ming went out to sea. After 2 months of hard work, the 5 concept martial skills had all reached the peak of the 4th level. Of course, the higher the level, the more difficult it would be to break through. The pure spirit body had been cultivated to 40% and was close to 50%. Lu Ming's strength was also constantly improving. Xianxia's pure spirit body was about the same as Lu Ming's and was close to 50%. It was worth mentioning that Xianxia's cultivation was also increasing due to the continuous breakthroughs of her pure spirit body. She had stepped into the great circle of the spirit god realm. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm because she had been in the primal chaos palace for more than 3 years. Now that she had cultivated the pure spirit body, it was completely natural for her to step into the great circle of the spirit god realm. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly sensed movement outside. His figure flashed, and Lu Ming came out of the mountain river diagram. "Nestle, didn't you just steal a few spiritual herbs? How dare you chase after me? You'll remember this." Dandan screamed and shouted. Together with Bubbles, they dashed out of the sea and flew toward Lu Ming. Splash! The seawater surged, and the seawater within 1,000 miles was stirred up and kept rolling. Then a big furry hand reached out from the sea and grabbed at Dandan and Bubbles. The big furry hand was 1,000 miles long. It was covered with long blue hair and emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. "Emperor, this was the aura of an emperor. How dare you steal herbs in my territory? Die!" A furious roar came from the bottom of the sea. The giant hand sped up and grabbed at Dandan and Bubbles. Chirp, chirp, Bubbles spat out a transparent bubble and opened a void passage. It rushed into the void passage with Dandan and appeared on the back of Thunder Rhino Prime in an instant. Chapter 1311. The Sovereign of the Monster Clan. Thunder Rhino Supreme trembled in fear. First level Sovereign, just nice to test the power of the pure spirit body. Lu Ming revealed a trace of fighting spirit. He soared into the sky and dashed toward the 1,000-mile-long giant hand. An ant dares to resist. You're courting death. At the bottom of the sea, a furious roar sounded again, and the giant hand grabbed at Lu Ming. "Who's the ant?" Lu Ming shouted coldly, and the 9 dragon forces in his body burst out. The pure spirit body circulated, filling Lu Ming with infinite power. Boom! Lu Ming punched out and performed the hell-suppressing heaven skill. The fist collided with the 1,000-mile giant hand. With a world-shaking boom, the 1,000-mile-long giant hand emitted boundless blue light, and then it suddenly exploded in the air, disintegrating into pieces. Deep in the sea, there was an incredible roar. The sea water surged, and a blue figure rushed out of the sea. It was an ape, more than 3 meters tall, covered with blue hair, and emitting a terrifying murderous aura. It stared at Lu Ming fiercely and was in disbelief. It seemed that it couldn't believe that Lu Ming could defeat the giant hand with a punch. "How is it possible that you're just a perfect spirit god?" After the ape scanned Lu Ming's cultivation, it was even more incredulous. A divine ape of sea. Interesting. It's a good choice to take it as a fighter. Lu Ming sized up the ape and revealed an interested expression. The divine ape of sea was a kind of divine beast. Nonetheless, it seemed that the sea-subduing divine ape was not a pure-blooded one before it broke through to become a ruler. Instead, it transformed into a sea-subduing divine ape after becoming a ruler. There is still a huge difference between it and a pure-blooded divine beast. "What did you say? You want to take me as a fighter? You're just an ant. You're courting death." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, The sea divine ape flew into a rage. It took a step forward, and the endless seawater in the sea seemed to obey the command of the sea divine ape. The endless seawater transformed into a giant rod that was thousands of miles long. The sea divine ape held the rod in its hands and smashed it toward Lu Ming. "If you don't accept it, then I'll beat you until you do." Lu Ming smiled faintly as his third bloodline appeared. Lu Ming borrowed a wisp of the third bloodline's power to increase his strength. As for bloodline fusion and the concept of primal chaos, Lu Ming didn't plan to use them yet. Boom! Lu Ming unleashed the hell-suppressing heaven art and punched out. Dong! Heaven and earth shook, and the seawater roiled, creating thousands of waves. The giant rod that was condensed from seawater was blasted apart by Lu Ming's punch. Whoosh! Lu Ming executed the wind essence art. His figure was like a phantom as he pounced towards the sea, subduing divine ape with extreme speed. The sea subduing divine ape's expression changed drastically as it let out an angry roar. Its entire body emitted a blue light as it charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! After a few consecutive moves, the sea-subduing divine ape let out a miserable cry as it was sent flying for thousands of miles. It spat out a mouthful of blood. This sea-subduing divine ape's combat strength wasn't even as strong as the purple golden-robed old man, let alone the Emperor's spiritual weapon that the purple golden-robed old man controlled. On the other hand, Lu Ming had cultivated a pure spirit body, and his combat abilities were even stronger. He did not need to perform bloodline integration to deal with the sea-subduing divine ape, much less cast the chaos concept. He could easily suppress the sea-subduing divine ape. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? The sea-subduing divine ape's heart was filled with question marks as it was filled with disbelief. It really couldn't figure out how a mere perfected spiritual god martial artist could have such terrifying combat strength. Run! Without hesitation, the sea-subduing divine ape turned around and ran. It was about to rush into the sea. You can't run away. Lu Ming executed the wind essence art. His figure flashed as he approached the sea-subduing divine ape and punched out. This punch was the fusion of 5 concepts into one. The terrifying power made the sea-subduing divine ape feel cold all over. It felt that it couldn't escape. It roared and tried its best to resist. Unfortunately, it couldn't resist Lu Ming's punch at all. It was sent flying thousands of miles away, and its body almost exploded. It spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and its aura was weak. It was seriously injured in one move. Submit to me or die. Lu Ming stepped out and crossed thousands of miles to arrive in front of the sea-subduing divine ape. He looked at it coldly. In particular, Lu Ming borrowed the power of the third bloodline. The cold and merciless killing intent made the sea-subduing divine ape feel cold all over. I surrender, I surrender. In the end, the sea-subduing divine ape lowered its head helplessly. I have to engrave a restriction on your body. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Dandan, it's your turn, Lu Ming said. Okay. Dandan flew towards the sea-subduing divine ape. The sea-subduing divine ape was helpless. Now that its life was in the hands of Lu Ming, it could only allow Dandan to engrave a restriction on it. Lu Ming, this sea-subduing divine ape's mansion is deep in the sea. There are many treasures there. Dandan's eyes lit up. Chirp, chirp. Bubble also waved its little paws excitedly. There was a big bubble and a small bubble at the tip of its nose. Dandan has led Bubble astray. Lu Ming was speechless. Plop, plop. Dandan and Bubble rushed into the sea impatiently. The sea-subduing divine ape was helpless. Now that it had submitted to Lu Ming, its mansion and treasures would definitely be lost. Lead the way. I'll go take a look too. Lu Ming instructed the sea-subduing divine ape. Yes. The sea-subduing divine ape bowed and replied. Then Lu Ming and the sea-subduing divine ape entered the sea together. Deep in the sea, there was a divine mountain with countless spiritual herbs growing on it. This was the mansion of the sea, subduing divine ape. There were also some powerful sea beasts on the divine mountain, but they were all killed by Dandan and Bubble. The two of them were desperately picking spiritual herbs and stuffing them into their mouths. This is 100,000-year-old wine. Suddenly, Dandan's laughter was heard. Lu Ming and the sea-subduing divine ape stepped into the divine mountain. At the top of the divine mountain, they saw a small pool. The pool was filled with blue crystal clear liquid. The liquid exuded an extremely rich aura of life. At this moment, Dandan and Bubble were rolling in the pool and gulping down the liquid. Hiss! At the side, the sea-subduing divine ape was heartbroken when it saw this scene. Its liver, lungs, and body were in pain. Even it couldn't bear to use this pool of liquid. But now, Dandan and Bubble were gulping it down. Every mouthful was like biting its flesh. If Lu Ming wasn't here, it would have gone crazy. How unlucky! The sea-subduing divine ape wailed in its heart, lamenting its bad luck to meet Lu Ming. It would lose its freedom in the future, and the wealth that it had accumulated for a lifetime would all be wasted by Dandan and Bubble. You too, leave some for me. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He took out a big jade bottle, activated his true yuan, and absorbed the liquid into the jade bottle. After filling the bottle to the brim, Lu Ming stopped. It wasn't that Lu Ming was satisfied, but that the liquid in the pool was gone. All of it had gone into Dandan and Bubble's stomach. What a waste! Lu Ming's heart ached. Chapter 13:12. But now most of it had been swallowed up by Dandan and Bubble. Hee. The two fellows had round bellies and even burped a few times. Especially Bubble. Its eyes were blurry and its entire body was glowing, as if it was drunk. Sure enough, Bubble climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder and lay on Lu Ming's shoulder, snoring loudly. The milky white light on its body grew denser and denser. Lu Ming, I also want to sleep and digest the energy in my body. Dandan's eyes were also blurry as it climbed onto Lu Ming's other shoulder. Lu Ming, wait for me. When I wake up again, I'll definitely step into the monarch realm. Dandan continued to mutter, its voice growing softer and softer. These two fellows had consumed too many spiritual herbs during this period of time. Coupled with the pool of nectar, it was finally time for them to evolve. As it muttered, Dandan also fell asleep on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming put Dandan and Bubble into the mountain and river diagram, then asked the divine ape to lead the way and harvest the remaining spiritual herbs nearby. Since the divine ape was going to leave with him, it would be a waste to leave these spiritual herbs here. They flew out of the sea. Little ape, take me with you. This map is for you. Take me to the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming said to the divine ape. The divine ape almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Little ape, is this the name you gave me? But under the power of others, the divine ape had no choice but to accept this name. Lu Ming asked Thunder Rhino Supreme to return to the mountain and river diagram to rest while the divine ape carried Lu Ming on the way. The divine ape was an emperor, and its speed was several times faster than Thunder Rhino Supreme. It would have taken more than 2 months to travel, but the divine ape only used half a month to cross it. In front of them, a huge continent was in sight. They had arrived at the divine wilderness continent. After half a month of cultivation, Lu Ming's pure spirit body had finally reached 50%. At this point, Lu Ming let the sea-subduing divine ape enter the mountain and river diagram and used the Thunder Rhino Supreme instead. The sea-subduing divine ape was, after all, an emperor. Riding it into the divine wilderness continent was too ostentatious and would cause a commotion. Honorable Thunder Rhino was still a bit better. Rumble. Autarch Thunder Rhino stepped into the void, carrying Lu Ming towards the divine wilderness continent. I'm finally back. Xianxia stood beside Lu Ming and whispered. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Now that she was back, it was time to settle the grudge between her and the ancient Saint Dynasty Xie family. Supreme Thunder Rhino stepped into the void and flew into the divine wilderness continent. Endless mountains and rivers flashed beneath his feet. This was the northern plains of the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming guided the Thunder Rhino Prime towards the 100 Beast tribe. Xiaowan and the others should be guarding the 100 Beast tribe. Before long, they were close to the 100 Beast tribe. Something's not right. Lu Ming frowned. Along the way, he found that something was wrong. The atmosphere was not right. Many large places and cities were heavily guarded and heavily guarded. There was a feeling that a storm was about to come. Who's there? Stop. Oh no, it's a Supreme Being expert. Suddenly, a few loud roars were heard. A group of armored soldiers rushed out from a mountain in front of them and blocked in front of Lu Ming and the others. When they sensed the aura of Supreme Thunder Rhino, their faces changed drastically. Quickly spread the news that an unknown Supreme Being is attacking. One of the armored soldiers shouted, "No, that's Marshal Lu. Marshal Lu Ming." At this moment, someone exclaimed, "What?" The other soldiers also looked at the back of Supreme Thunder Rhino. Just now, they were shocked by the aura of Supreme Thunder Rhino and did not pay attention to the back of Supreme Thunder Rhino. Now that they saw it, they were all stunned. It's really Marshal Lu. How is that possible? Didn't the experts of the continent of Divine Ruins spread the news that Marshal Lu died in the battle? Yeah, why is he still alive? But I've seen Marshal Lu before. It can't be wrong. I've seen him too. This is Marshal Lu. Hundreds of armored soldiers were in an uproar as they looked at Lu Ming in bewilderment. I died in the continent of Divine Ruins? What's going on? Lu Ming frowned and felt that something was wrong. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the armored soldiers. The hundreds of armored soldiers were shocked and couldn't help but retreat. "I'm Lu Ming. What are you afraid of? What's going on?" Lu Ming said. "Are you really Marshal Lu?" Some of the armored soldiers were still bewildered. "Nonsense. Quickly spread the news and ask the Chaotic Sky Emperor to come." Lu Ming said. These were just ordinary soldiers and didn't know much. They wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. It was better to ask Xiaowan directly. Okay, we'll spread the news right away." An armored soldier who looked like a leader quickly took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent out the news. Less than 10 breaths later, hiss, hiss, the space fluctuated and cracks appeared. One by one, figures walked out of the cracks. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Xiaowan. Lu Ming saw at a glance that the leader was Xiaowan. In addition, Lu Ming also saw the Emperor Mo Yi from the Myriad Demons Abyss, the Emperor Chu Luo from the Demon God Valley, the Emperor Barbarian Emperor from the 100 Beast tribe, and the Emperor Yuexin Martial Emperor from the Floating Mountain. Why is Moonheart Martial Emperor here? A trace of doubt flashed in Lu Ming's heart. Brother Yin. Lu Ming also saw Yin Kuang-tu and some other Supreme Being experts. As soon as everyone appeared, their eyes fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's really Lu Ming. Lu Ming is not dead. Voices came out from the mouths of the crowd, full of surprise and astonishment. Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. Seeing Lu Ming, Yin Kuang-tu was pleasantly surprised and rushed toward Lu Ming. Moo! Lei Shi Supreme roared, his body covered in thunder and lightning, staring at Yin Kuang-tu cautiously. Yin Kuang-tu could not help but stop. Lei Shi, they're on our side, back off. Lu Ming ordered Lei Shi Supreme. Lei Shi Supreme immediately became obedient, withdrew his aura, and turned into a burly man, standing behind Lu Ming. Supreme Being. This is a Supreme Being. Chu Luo, Barbarian Emperor, and the others glanced at Lei Shi Supreme in surprise. A Supreme Being seemed to be very obedient in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually had the ability to subdue a Supreme Being and make a Supreme Being so obedient, which was rare. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. Yin Kuang-tu burst out laughing as he came to Lu Ming's side and patted Lu Ming's shoulder. He then picked up the wine gourd and took a big gulp. Brother Yin, how are you? Lu Ming smiled. Yin Kuang-tu's concern could not be concealed, as it was his true feelings causing Lu Ming's heart to feel warm. Lu Ming. At that instant, Xiaowan, Chu Luo, and the others stepped forward and greeted Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets the seniors. Chapter 13:13. Lu Ming, the Floating Mountain sect, has moved to the 100 Beast tribe. Yuxian Martial Emperor was beautiful, but she let out a sigh filled with loneliness. What happened? Also, why did they say that I died in the Godly Ruins continent? Lu Ming asked, full of doubts. Lu Ming, it's a long story. Let's return to the 100 Beast tribe, and I'll tell you in detail. Xiaowan said. All right. Lu Ming nodded, and the group headed toward the 100 Beast tribe. After arriving at the 100 Beast tribe, Lu Ming felt that the atmosphere was not right. The 100 Beast tribe was filled with various formations. Every corner was guarded by experts and many armored soldiers patrolling the area. The atmosphere was tense, as if a great battle was about to break out. When Lu Ming left the Divine Wilderness continent, although the Divine Wilderness continent was also embroiled in a war and Northern Plains had just experienced a war, the atmosphere back then was not as solemn as it was now. It felt like a great battle of life and death was about to break out at any moment. Lu Ming was even more curious, but he could only suppress his doubts and ask them later. The news of Lu Ming's return spread rapidly in the 100 Beast tribe, causing an uproar. Lu Ming and the others arrived at a meeting hall in the 100 Beast tribe. Everyone sat on two sides of the hall. There were 2 seats at the front, and Xiaowan sat on one of them. Lu Ming, please. Xiaowan raised his hand and signaled Lu Ming to take a seat. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside Xiaowan. However, he did not notice the displeasure in the eyes of Chu Luo, Mo Yi, and the other martial emperors. After everyone sat down, more people entered the hall. They were all higher-ups, and the weakest among them was a martial highness realm expert. Soon, there were more than 10 people in the hall. Senior Xia, why did the armored soldiers say that I died in the Godly Ruins continent when I returned? Lu Ming could not help but ask. Lu Ming, not long ago, the sea-crossing flying ship that brought you to the Godly Ruins mainland returned. The experts of the Divine Sect in the Godly Ruins mainland said that you, Lu Ming, offended the sky pride of the Heavenly God Sect in the Godly Ruins mainland. You were killed by the sky pride of the Heavenly God Sect. Xiaowan said. Lu Ming frowned. The experts from the Holy Gate were obviously the expert from the Southern God Palace who had sent Long Chun and the Underworld Child back. But why would the people from the Southern God Palace say that? They said he was killed. Could it be that the people from Southern God Palace were experts from the Mu clan? Lu Ming's heart stirred. When Long Chun, Underworld Child, and Scrupulous Monk and the others left for the Divine Desolate Continent, it was probably when Lu Ming's group was being chased by the Mu family's patriarch. Therefore, the people from the Southern Divine Palace believed that Lu Ming was dead for sure. When they arrived at the Divine Desolate Continent, they said that Lu Ming had already been killed. Lu Ming guessed. What about Long Chun, Underworld Child, and the Western Desert Holy Monk? No one came out to say anything. Lu Ming asked. No. Moreover, only 3 of them came back. They are Underworld Child and the 2 holy monks from the Western Desert. Long Chun is nowhere to be seen. When the 3 of them came back, they spread the news that they were in seclusion and did not say a word to the outside world. Xiaowan said, Long Chun did not come back? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Long Chun was also assassinated like them? Moreover, from the looks of it, Underworld Child and the others must have been warned by the Southern Divine Palace and did not say a word. Therefore, the news that Lu Ming had been recruited as a disciple by the Divine Dragon Valley of the Yuanlu continent was naturally kept a secret. Lu Ming, did you really offend the sky pride of the Heavenly Divinity sect of the Yuanlu continent? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. It was Chu Luo. He was currently staring at Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. In the past, Chu Luo had always addressed him as General Lu. However, he was now directly addressing Lu Ming by his name. Moreover, there was a hint of questioning in his tone. Everyone's gaze also fell upon Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. With his intelligence, he naturally knew what was going on. In the past, they had taken a fancy to Lu Ming's talent and thought that Lu Ming could join the Yuanlu continent's great sects and help them in the future. However, the people from the Southern Divine Palace had come and said that Lu Ming had offended the sky pride of the Yuanlu continent's great sects and had been killed by them. Although Lu Ming was still alive, he could not join the Yuanlu continent's great sects since he had offended the sky pride of the Yuanlu continent's great sects. Since he could not join the Yuanlu continent's great sects and had offended the sky pride of the Yuanlu continent's great sects, their attitude towards Lu Ming naturally changed. That's right. I have offended the sky pride of the Divine Dragon sect. Lu Ming answered truthfully. Lu Ming, it's not that I want to criticize you. Although you have some talent, you should know your limits and know your limits. Your talent is not bad in the Divine Wilderness continent, but it's nothing in the Yuanlu continent. How dare you offend the sky pride of the Yuanlu continent's great sects? It's fine if you offend them, but don't drag us down with you. Chu Luo spoke coldly. Lu Ming, I want to know if the people of the Yuanlu continent's great sects know about your return. Mo spoke as well. Chu Luo, Mo, that's enough. Lu Ming is my ally. At the side, Xiaowan frowned and berated them. Demon ancestor, but Chu Luo still wanted to say something. I said that's enough. Xiaowan's gaze turned cold. Chu Luo shut his mouth and did not dare to say anything else. However, his gaze towards Lu Ming was filled with faint disdain. After failing to join the Yuanlu continent's great sects, Lu Ming was just a junior, a martial artist at the spiritual god realm. He looked down on Lu Ming from the bottom of his heart. Lu Ming smiled slightly and did not explain. He had defeated the sky pride of the celestial divinity sect and obtained first place in the test. He had even joined another Yuanlu continent's great sects, the Divine Dragon Valley. Senior Xia, what's the current situation in the Divine Wilderness continent? Why do I feel that the 100 Beast tribe is heavily guarded? Moreover, all the seniors are gathered there? Lu Ming asked another question in his heart. In the past, many experts were guarding different places in the northern plains. However, they seem to be gathered at the 100 Beast tribe now. Lu Ming, the current situation in the Divine Wilderness continent has changed greatly. Xiaowan frowned and said when that was mentioned. The situation has changed greatly? Because of what? Lu Ming asked. Because of D.E. Xiaowan said. D.E. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. D.E. was so powerful that he could change the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent? Yes, because of D.E. When you left, the Heavenly King token was also taken away by the experts of the Divine Sect. However, the Ancient Saint Dynasty and the Divine Army have a deep grudge against each other. It's difficult for them to stop fighting. The other overlords are also fighting with each other. The Central Continent is still in chaos, but the situation is still good. However, a few months ago, D.E. suddenly attacked. Xiaowan explained in detail what had happened during this period of time, especially about Martial Emperor D.E. It turned out that everyone had been deceived by Martial Emperor D.E. for so many years. Not only was Martial Emperor D.E. powerful, but he was also secretly developing his forces. Chapter 13-14. The sovereigns of the Southern Underworld had been subdued by Martial Emperor D.E. at some point in time. The entire Southern Underworld was under Martial Emperor D.E.'s control. The Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Corpse sect was also created by one of the sovereigns of the Southern Underworld. The reason why they kept fighting with the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace was to attract attention so that the other overlords would not care too much about the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. This way, D.E. could keep increasing his strength in secret. When the time was right, he could start the war. A few months ago, Martial Emperor D.E. finally could not hold back anymore. He led the Southern Underworld's army to attack the Central Continent. In a short period of time, many overlord forces were destroyed by Martial Emperor D.E. Martial Emperor D.E.'s strength increased greatly. He even sent out experts to help the ancient Saint dynasty's Xie clan deal with the Heaven Suppression Army. After a shocking battle, the Heaven Suppression Army suffered great losses and retreated to the border of the northern plains. They joined forces with Xianxia to deal with a strong enemy. Therefore, during this period of time, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly tense. All the experts of the northern plains gathered at the 100 Beast tribe to deal with the attack of the strong enemy at any time. After hearing this, Lu Ming was shocked. At the same time, he understood some things. He understood why the Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Corpse sect could rise in such a short period of time and compete with the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. It was all under Martial Emperor Di's arrangement. Of course, their strength increased quickly. When they were fighting for the Heavenly King's token, the Eastern Wasteland and the Southern Underworld did not make any moves. At that time, Lu Ming and the others found it strange. Now it made sense. The Eastern Wasteland and the Southern Underworld were basically under Martial Emperor Di's control. At that time, the time was not right. If Martial Emperor Di did not give the order, the Eastern Wasteland and the Southern Underworld would not make a move. Even if Di and the experts of the Southern Underworld joined forces, they should not be that strong. If the many overlord forces of the Central Continent joined forces, they would have many sovereigns. How could they be defeated by Di? Although Di is strong, the Heaven Suppression Army has a deep foundation. There might be experts who could contend with him. How could he be defeated so easily? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. Although Di's combat ability was strong, even if Nanming was included, there wouldn't be too many sovereigns. There wouldn't be more than 7. Some of the more powerful overlord forces in the Central Continent would have 2 sovereigns or even more. If several overlord forces joined forces, they wouldn't be destroyed so easily. It's because Di's helpers have arrived. Di's cultivation is at the peak of the LV2 martial royal realm, and he has a royal spiritual weapon. Most importantly, 2 terrifying experts have appeared beside Di. They are both at the peak of the LV2 martial royal realm, and they also have royal spiritual weapons. Xiaowan said with a grave expression. What? Lu Ming was shocked. There were 2 experts at the peak of the 2nd level martial emperor realm beside Di. The peak of LV2 martial royal realm was definitely the pinnacle of existence in the Divine Wilderness continent. Before Lu Ming went to the Divine Ruins continent, there were only Xiaowan and Di who were at the peak of LV2 martial royal realm. But now, how could there be 2 experts at the peak of the 2nd LV of the martial royal realm beside Di? What was even more shocking was that the 2 of them were even in control of Emperor-level spirit weapons. Emperor-level spirit weapons were very rare, and it was difficult for most emperors to own one. At the same time, Lu Ming also understood the current situation in the Divine Wilderness continent. Although there were not many emperors around Di, their high-level battle strength was too strong. Di himself and the 2 experts at the peak of LV2 martial royal realm could absolutely sweep away the overlords of the Divine Wilderness continent. No one could defeat them. No wonder the atmosphere in the northern plains was so solemn and tense. In the northern plains, only Xiaowan was at the peak of LV2 martial royal realm. Now, Di's army is attacking the few overlord forces in the Central Continent. In recent days, I heard that they are besieging the World Academy. The World Academy is in danger. Xiaowan said. The World Academy. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly brightened, emitting a strong fighting desire. Lu Ming, what do you think? Xiaowan asked. Rescue the World Academy. Lu Ming said decisively. Haha, rescue? Lu Ming, how can we rescue them? Now that Di is powerful and has many experts, we can't even protect ourselves. How can we rescue them? Chu Luo sneered, his tone full of disdain. The rest of the people shook their heads slightly, obviously agreeing with Chu Luo. Below, Yin Quanta wanted to say something several times, but stopped. He seemed to have something to say to Lu Ming, but in the end, he held back. Without the lips, the teeth will feel cold. I'm sure everyone understands that World Academy is not weak. If it is attacked by Di, it will only increase Di's strength. If it is saved by us and joins hands with us, it will increase our strength. Only then will we be able to contend against Di. Lu Ming said, although it's the truth, truth is truth. In fact, our strength is not enough. Only by defending with all our strength can we have a chance of survival. If we rescue them and lead Di to attack in advance, Lu Ming, will you take responsibility? Chu Luo sneered. I'll take responsibility. I'll take responsibility. Lu Ming said. Haha, you'll take responsibility? Ridiculous. Lu Ming, to put it bluntly, what qualifications do you have to take responsibility? Although you have allied with the demon ancestor, in this world, strength is everything. If you don't have strength, you'd better behave. Chu Luo laughed heartily. This sentence was clearly belittling Lu Ming. Xiaowan frowned, thinking that Chu Luo had gone too far. However, he did not agree to rescue the World Academy now, so he pondered for a moment and did not speak. Lu Ming, I can tell you clearly that if you want to rescue the World Academy, you have to do it yourself. We won't do anything in case Di attacks in advance. Chu Luo said. I'll go with Lu Ming. Yin Kuangtu stepped out. I'll go with Lu Ming too. I'll go too. Then, two voices sounded in succession. They were the barbarian emperor of the 100 Beast tribe and Yu Xian martial emperor of the floating mountain. No, you're not allowed to go either. You're in the same boat as us now. If you go, you'll weaken our strength, and it'll also lead to Di's attack in advance. Chu Luo said loudly. You, Yin Kuangtu, the barbarian emperor, and the others looked pale. You don't have to go. I alone am enough to rescue the World Academy. Lu Ming's voice sounded abruptly. Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming alone? Rescue the World Academy? How is that possible? Ha ha. Lu Ming, it seems that your judgment has changed after you went to the continent of God's ruins. You're becoming more and more ignorant. It's no wonder that you even dare to offend the elites of Yuanlu's major sects. Chu Luo sneered. Chu Luo felt uncomfortable when he thought of how he had obeyed Lu Ming's orders in the past. At that time, he thought that Lu Ming could join Yuanlu's sect, and he saw the future of Lu Ming. That was why he obeyed Xiaowan and obeyed Lu Ming. He was an emperor, but he obeyed a young man in his 20s. He had always felt uncomfortable. Chapter 13:15. Ha! At this moment, Lu Ming sneered. Since he returned, Chu Luo had been mocking and ridiculing him nonstop, which had already made Lu Ming a little unhappy. Lu Ming looked coldly at Chu Luo and said, Which eye of yours saw me overestimating myself? Also, do you think you're great just because you're an emperor? In my eyes, you're not worth mentioning. What did you say? Chu Luo was furious and suddenly stood up from his seat. The might of an emperor erupted from his body, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was as calm as a breeze, sitting there motionlessly. Chu Luo, sit down. Xiaowan berated. Demon ancestor, you've seen it too. This person is arrogant and doesn't even take an emperor seriously. I used to think that he was a top figure, but now it seems that I was completely wrong about him. Chu Luo said, I'm not looking down on an emperor. I'm looking down on you. Lu Ming sneered. You're looking down on me? Good. I'd like to see how much you've improved after your trip to the continent of divine ruins. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Today, I'll teach you a good lesson on behalf of the demon ancestor. Chu Luo was furious. He stepped out of his seat and pressed towards Lu Ming. The aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. Some of the Supremes on the side had a drastic change in expression and felt that it was difficult to breathe. If you want to fight, then let's fight outside. Lu Ming stood up and took a step out. In a flash, he left the hall and arrived in the sky outside the hall. Many people were stunned. What did Lu Ming say? He wanted to fight Chu Luo? Did he really dare to fight Chu Luo? Many people thought that they had heard wrongly. Although Lu Ming had restrained his aura, they could still sense that Lu Ming was only at the spirit god realm. A young man at the spirit god realm, actually wanted to fight an emperor? Lu Ming was either crazy or extremely arrogant. Ha ha ha, you've seen it too. This kid is arrogant and ignorant. I'll teach him a lesson. Chu Luo laughed angrily, his eyes filled with anger. Lu Ming actually dared to challenge him. A spiritual deity challenging an emperor was a great insult to him. He had to teach Lu Ming a lesson. He didn't even consider that all of this was the result of him constantly provoking Lu Ming. With a flicker, Chu Luo left the hall and arrived in the air. Let's go out and take a look. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The experts in the main hall rushed out of the main hall and stood in the void. Lu Ming, Yin Quantu revealed a worried look and also rushed out of the main hall. Lu Ming. A strange look flashed across Xiao Wan's eyes. Based on his understanding of Lu Ming was not an arrogant person. On the contrary, Lu Ming never fought someone he was not confident about. Could Lu Ming really create a miracle and contend against a ruler? Xiao Wan's eyes were filled with anticipation as he walked out of the hall. Look, who's that? That's the Chu Luo Demon Emperor, and the other person is Lu Ming, General Lu. What's going on? It looks like the Chu Luo Demon Emperor is going to fight with General Lu. No way. The Chu Luo Demon Emperor is a ruler. How could General Lu be a match for him? With so many experts gathered in the sky, their auras were mighty and the commotion was huge. Many people in the 100 Beast tribe sensed the commotion and looked over. Some of them were in disbelief. High up in the sky. Lu Ming, I admit that although you are talented, you are too arrogant and condescending. Today, I will teach you a lesson to wake you up and let you know who you are. Chu Luo's voice was heard as he took a step forward. With every step he took, heaven and earth seemed to resonate with him and trembled. The powerful aura of a martial emperor burst out and spread between heaven and earth, causing many people to tremble and break out in cold sweat. Some of the weaker cultivators knelt down as if they were facing the heavenly Tao and could not resist. However, Lu Ming stood quietly in the void. His body did not move, and he did not even lift his eyelids. This world is much bigger than you think. The divine region is just a small part of it. In the entire Yuan realm, a rank 1 martial emperor is just a low-level existence. As a rank 1 martial emperor, you act high and mighty. Your achievements will stop here. A calm and indifferent voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Shut up. My achievements will not be judged by you. Lu Ming's words infuriated Chu Luo. With a shout, Chu Luo was the first to move. He took a step forward and clenched his claws in the air. A pitch-black claw condensed from demonic aura grabbed at Lu Ming. Even a prime would be seriously injured by this claw. However, Lu Ming did not move in the face of this claw. It was as if he did not see it and allowed the giant claw to grab him. Why isn't Lu Ming fighting back? Could it be that he is frightened or imprisoned? The power of an emperor is too terrifying. It can imprison heaven and earth. Lu Ming probably wants to fight back, but he can't move his body. Seeing this scene, many people guessed. Lu Ming dodged. Yin Quantu became anxious. However, Lu Ming still did not move. A mere spiritual god ant dares to preach to me. I will teach him a lesson. As long as I don't kill him and break a few of his bones, I think the demon ancestor will not blame me. Chu Luo sneered, and the demonic chi became stronger. In an instant, the giant claw was about to grab Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming finally moved. Lu Ming's movement was very simple. He threw a simple punch. Boom! The space exploded like tofu. The claw that Chu Luo condensed also exploded under Lu Ming's punch, disappearing into nothingness. Everyone's pupils suddenly widened in shock. Lu Ming's seemingly casual punch defeated the claw condensed from Chu Luo's demonic chi. Although Chu Luo didn't use his true ability at all, it could still injure a supreme being. However, it was defeated so easily by Lu Ming. How is this possible? Lu Ming's combat strength had already reached such a level. It was too shocking. What a powerful punch. Its power is boundless, especially the power of his physical body. It's extremely shocking. Why do I feel like it's a spiritual body erupting? The barbaric emperor spoke with deep surprise in his eyes. I have the same feeling too. The other emperors also spoke. Lu Ming, Xiaowan's eyes also lit up. Yin Kuangtu's eyes were even brighter. You have some ability. Take another move of mine. Chu Luo roared. He felt humiliated after being blocked by Lu Ming, and the anger in his heart burned even more. Buzz. The demonic domain spread out from his body and enveloped Lu Ming. At the same time, the muscles all over his body swelled, and he suddenly threw a punch. This punch contained the power of the domain and the power of his spiritual body. Its power was 10 times stronger than the previous move. Chu Luo had already used his true strength and displayed the power of an emperor. Roar! Roar! Chapter 13:16. Swoosh! Lu Ming performed the wind origin skill. With a tremble of his body, he rushed toward Chu Luo and threw out a punch. The two of them each threw out a punch, which collided in the air and bombarded each other. Boom! A deafening sound was heard. Then, under everyone's shocked and incredulous gazes, Chu Luo's domain was shattered by Lu Ming's punch. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the place. Chu Luo screamed. His entire arm was deformed. His body shook violently and was sent flying like a cannonball. Lu Ming, on the other hand, did not move at all. Oh my God! Everyone looked at this scene with their mouths agape. They were completely stunned and tongue-tied. Their eyes were full of disbelief. Chu Luo, a demon emperor, was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch, and his hand bones were broken. How is this possible? This was simply like a fantasy story, something that was simply impossible to happen. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that such a thing had happened. In fact, even if they saw it with their own eyes, many people would not dare to believe it and thought that they were dreaming. Boom! Many powerhouses could not control the excitement in their hearts, and their bodies erupted with strong auras. Even Xiaowan was the same. Monster! He's really a monster. It seems that the people of the Divine Gate are not telling the truth. They must be hiding something, Xiaowan muttered to himself, revealing an extremely excited expression. Lu Ming, Yin Kuangtu, also muttered softly, trembling with excitement. One punch had injured an emperor. What did this mean? It meant that Lu Ming's combat strength had at least reached the level of an emperor. With such little combat strength, you still act high and mighty. Who gave you the confidence? Lu Ming stepped in the void and rushed toward Chu Luo at an extremely fast speed, throwing out another punch. This punch contained Lu Ming's true origin, the power of the 9 dragon forces, the power of the 3rd bloodline, and of course, the power of a pure spirit body that had reached 50%. The terrifying power, coupled with the hell-suppressing heaven skill, was extremely powerful. Chu Luo roared wildly. A battle saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed out fiercely. This attack was the eruption of Chu Luo's strongest combat strength. Boom! The dazzling saber gleam collapsed under Lu Ming's iron fist. The terrifying fist force-bombarded Chu Luo's combat saber, causing Chu Luo's body to tremble violently. He retreated violently and spurted blood from his mouth. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Activating the wind origin art, Lu Ming appeared above Chu Luo's head. His hands rapidly formed hand seals, and 4 sealing gates appeared around Chu Luo. A powerful sealing force locked Chu Luo in the void. During this time, Lu Ming didn't give up on cultivating the 9 seals. Every day, he would take some time to comprehend it. After several months of bitter cultivation, the 9 seals of the Divine Gate had taken another step forward. He could condense 4 sealing doors at once, and their power was even stronger. Then, Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, taking 8 consecutive steps. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Luo's body shook violently. With every step he took, he spat out blood. In the end, he smashed into the ground like a meteor. Sizzle, sizzle. Lu Ming waved his hand and activated the Thunder Origin Art. A lightning whip condensed from lightning flashed out and wrapped around Chu Luo's body, pulling him in front of Lu Ming. At this moment, Chu Luo's face was pale. Half of his body had exploded, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Chu Luo was an emperor. If he were an ordinary martial artist, he wouldn't have survived. An emperor had a spiritual body, so he could recover with some time. At this moment, Chu Luo looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of fear and disbelief. There was a deathly silence at the scene. Chu Luo had lost. Chu Luo had been thoroughly defeated. Facing Lu Ming, Chu Luo was like a baby who couldn't withstand a single blow. Chu Luo was an emperor, and his cultivation had reached the late first level of the martial emperor realm. He wasn't weak among martial emperors, but he couldn't fight back against Lu Ming. Was he still human? Was Lu Ming still human? The cultivation level that Lu Ming displayed was only at the primordial god realm. Since when did a spiritual god realm cultivator have such combat strength that he could easily crush an emperor? No one had heard of such a thing since ancient times. Everyone just widened their eyes and stared blankly at this scene. They were completely speechless. "Are you very strong?" Lu Ming stared at Chu Luo and said indifferently. Chu Luo's body trembled when he heard those words. These 3 short words made him feel so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. Just now, he thought that he was an emperor and looked down on Lu Ming. When Lu Ming said that he wanted to rescue the World Academy alone, he said that Lu Ming was arrogant and ignorant. But now it was proven that he was both arrogant and ignorant. Chu Luo's body trembled slightly. After a short while, Chu Luo took a deep breath, lowered his head, and bowed deeply to Lu Ming. He said, "Commander Lu's talent is unprecedented and has surpassed the great figures of ancient times. I was ignorant and had eyes but failed to see. Please forgive me, Commander Lu." Chu Luo's voice was sincere and came from the bottom of his heart. He was finally convinced, completely convinced. Such a genius had never been heard of since ancient times, at least not in the divine wilderness continent. It had exceeded his imagination, and he was finally convinced. Commander Lu's talent is unprecedented and dazzling. The other experts in the surroundings were deeply moved, and they bowed to Lu Ming as well. Commander Lu's talent is unprecedented and dazzling. Commander Lu's talent is unprecedented and dazzling. After that, even more people bowed to Lu Ming, and their voices grew louder and louder. In the end, it resounded throughout the entire 100 Beast tribe. Through this battle, many people were truly convinced by Lu Ming and recognized that Lu Ming had formed an alliance with Xianxia and was the supreme commander. Previously, many people had called Lu Ming Commander Lu because of Xianxia. In fact, they looked down on Lu Ming in their hearts. However, after this battle, everyone truly placed Lu Ming in the same position as Xianxia or even higher. He had such combat strength before breaking through to the martial emperor realm. If Lu Ming broke through to the martial emperor realm, how strong would his combat strength be? It was unimaginable. Lu Ming stood in the void, accepting the worship of the experts. His face was calm, like an invincible god of war. Go back and heal your injuries." Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the lightning whip. Chu Luo flew far away. "Thank you for showing mercy, Commander Lu." Chu Luo bowed. "Haha, Lu Ming, I haven't seen you in a while, and I have a whole new level of respect for you." Xiaowan stepped forward and laughed. He then asked, "Lu Ming, did the experts from the divine sect hide anything when they came to the divine wilderness continent?" "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. Now that he had established his prestige, there was no need for him to hide anything. This time, the divine sect is not the only sect that came to the divine ruins continent to recruit disciples. There are 3 other sects. Lu Ming said, "There are 3 other sects from Yuanlu?" Many people's hearts trembled. In their hearts, the Yuanlu sects were lofty and unreachable existences. This time, there were a total of 4 sections. Xiaowan seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Chapter 13:17. It's true that I have offended the sky pride of the celestial divine sect, but that sky pride has been defeated by me. I have also joined another major sect in Yuanlu, the Divine Dragon Valley. Lu Ming said. Indeed. Xiao Wan's eyes shone brightly. General Lu has joined a major sect in Yuanlu. The hearts of many other experts trembled as their eyes shone brightly. General Lu's talent is unparalleled. Someone roared again, extremely agitated. This time, they were more sincere and respectful than before. Previously, it was because of Lu Ming's strength. This time, it was because of Lu Ming's identity. Lu Ming had joined a major sect in Yuanlu and was now a disciple of the sect. His identity had become superior in the eyes of the crowd, even surpassing Xiao Wan. All right, Lu Ming gestured with one hand, and the crowd quieted down. We'll talk about the details later. Now, we'll follow the original plan and head to the World Academy to rescue the World Academy. Lu Ming said. No, General Lu. If you want to go, we'll go with you. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. The barbaric emperor said. Yeah, we'll go with you. Yin Quanta said. No need. You guys stay here. I know what I'm doing. I won't put myself in danger. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he did not say anything else. He drew a line in the air with both hands, and the air cracked open. Lu Ming stepped into the crack and disappeared. Even after Lu Ming disappeared, everyone's agitated emotions had not calmed down. It was mainly because of the shock caused by Lu Ming. It was too shocking. When Lu Ming went to the world of divine ruins, Lu Ming's cultivation base was only at a very low level. Now, he was able to suppress an emperor. His improvement was too shocking. No, we can't let Lu Ming take the risk alone. Emperor Yuexin, Emperor Tianfeng, you guys guard this place. Mo Yi, barbaric emperor, follow me and head to the World Academy secretly. If Lu Ming is in danger, we'll help him. Xiao Wan ordered. I'll go too. Demon Ancestor, I'll go too. Yin Kuang too, and Chu Luo stepped out. Although Chu Luo was injured by Lu Ming, his origin was not damaged. At this moment, his spirit body was recovering quickly. Half of Chu Luo's body that was damaged. Of course, this was because Lu Ming was being merciful. If his origin was injured, it would be impossible for him to recover so quickly. All right, let's go together. After saying that, Xiao Wan tore open space and brought a group of experts to head towards World Academy. The World Academy. The Academy was a place. The White Emperor's white jade palace. Only white palace. Was palace. Was white the white jade palace floated high up in the sky, emitting a blinding light. The white palace was White Emperor in the army. There were people from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Southern Ming Kingdom. There were also people from the other overlords of the Central Continent. Because they had pledged their allegiance to D.E., they were also fighting for hegemony with him. Boom! At the top of the White Jade Palace, there were two stalwart figures. They were enveloped by endless divine light and emitted a terrifying aura. It was the might of Sovereign. The two figures were emperors, and they were currently attacking the White Jade Palace. Inside the White Jade Palace, there were two white-haired old men who also emitted the auras of rulers. They were working together to resist the attacks of the rulers outside. Attack together. This White Jade Palace won't last for long. In the crowd, there was a middle-aged man in a purple robe giving orders. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was Wang Shengtian, the head of the Wang clan, one of the 6 great ancient clans of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Now, he was in high spirits. He was one of the first people to follow Martial Emperor De. He was De's trusted aide. Ever since Martial Emperor De revealed his true strength, he had been invincible. The older De Tian Divine Palace got, the stronger he became. However, the powerhouses who joined later on naturally did not have a higher status than him. Only the rulers had a higher status than him. Those supremes were lower than him. They had to curry favor with him and listen to his orders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless attacks and beams of light shot towards the white jade palace from all directions. The white jade palace was completely submerged in the beams of light. Block! In the white jade palace, the disciples and elders of the World Academy roared. They cooperated with the white jade palace's array and attacked, doing their best to block. Rumble! However, there were too many attacks coming from the outside. The white jade palace rumbled and shook. If this continued, they would not be able to hold on for long. World Academy, I advise you to quickly surrender. Right now, His Majesty Martial Emperor Yi is the hero of 10,000 people. By the order of the heavens, he will unify the divine wilderness continent. If you stubbornly resist, you will be courting death. The Wang clan head's voice spread far and wide. Humph! He is ambitious. He wants to rule the divine desolate continent. Dream on. Our World Academy would rather die than surrender. Voices could be heard coming from the white jade palace. The Wang clan head's face sank. He snorted coldly and said, "You really don't know your limits. I already gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. In that case, die. Continue attacking." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of attacks and beams of light flew towards the white jade palace. The intense battle continued. At this moment, 1,000 miles north of the World Academy, the space cracked and Lu Ming's figure stepped out. Looks like I'm not too late. Lu Ming looked into the distance and muttered. He then took a step forward and headed towards the battlefield. 1,000 miles was crossed by Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Who is it? Stop right there. As soon as Lu Ming approached, he was discovered. A group of black-robed martial artists with sinister aura stared at Lu Ming. Naming's men. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he continued to move forward. Naming's men were easy to recognize. Brat, stop. You're courting death. A third-level spirit god expert slashed at Lu Ming with his blade. Lu Ming stretched out a palm and clenched it in the air. A devouring force erupted from his palm. The third-level spirit god expert was enveloped by the devouring force. His body was fixed in the air and couldn't move at all. Then he was horrified to find that his essence blood, true yuan, and intent runes all flew out of his body and into Lu Ming's palm. Such a strange scene frightened him so much that he screamed. But every few breaths, his body shriveled up and lost all signs of life. What kind of evil technique is this? Let's attack together and kill this person. At the side, the others widened their eyes when they saw this scene. They then roared and charged at Lu Ming. Devour, Lu Ming muttered. An even stronger devouring force erupted and enveloped this group of people. This group of people turned into dried corpses and fell to the ground like raindrops. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Horrified screams resounded. More people discovered Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. Chapter 13:18. Regardless of whether they were below the spiritual god realm or above, the outcome was the same. They were devoured and turned into dried corpses. Retreat, retreat. Call the experts over. The army was in chaos, and many people retreated in horror. The army was in chaos because of Lu Ming, and a gap appeared. Who is so bold to attack my Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? There was a loud shout, following which figures flashed, and more than 10 figures appeared in front of Lu Ming. What a coincidence! Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. A few of them were Lu Ming's old acquaintances. The Wang family's patriarch, Wang Shengtian, the Jiang family's patriarch, and the Luan family's patriarch. 3 of the 6 ancient families' patriarchs of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had come. Behind the 3 patriarchs were a dozen people. 3 of them were Supreme Being experts, while the others were at the great circle of the Spirit God realm. It's you. The patriarch of the Wang family, Jiang family, and the others were stunned when they saw Lu Ming. They stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, it's you. Didn't you die? You died in the hands of the celestial god Sex Genius in the continent of God. After a long while, Everyone recovered. The patriarch of the Wang family pointed at Lu Ming and shouted in disbelief. The news that the experts of the Southern God Palace had come to the Divine Wilderness continent and announced Lu Ming's death had spread throughout the Divine Wilderness continent. Almost all the powerful forces knew about it. Wang Xingtian and the others had thought that Lu Ming had died in the continent of God. Now that they saw him, they were naturally shocked. How could I die when you're not dead? Lu Ming smiled faintly. So you're not dead. You're really lucky. However, you're really stupid. Since you're not dead, you should have hidden. Now that you've come here, you're really courting death. I'll fulfill your wish. The patriarch of the Wang family laughed loudly and revealed a ferocious, killing intent. He released his aura and locked onto Lu Ming. He was afraid that Lu Ming would escape. With just you, last time in Nine Dragon City, you managed to escape with your life. This time I won't fail. Lu Ming smiled coldly. You're courting death. The head of the Wang family roared furiously. Last time in Nine Dragon City, Lu Ming had almost killed the Wang family's patriarch with the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. This matter was considered taboo by the Wang family's patriarch. Now that Lu Ming had brought it up again in front of everyone, it was a stab to the Wang family's patriarch's heart. Boom! The head of the Wang clan radiated a cold, killing intent as he stepped forward. His entire body was covered in purple flames that completely annihilated the void. The temperature of the area rose rapidly. Some of the weaker cultivators were shocked and quickly retreated. I will burn you to ashes. A cold voice came from the Wang clan head's mouth. The Wang clan head pushed his hands forward, and a large purple fireball flew towards Lu Ming. The temperature of the purple fireball was terrifyingly high. Wherever it passed, space was annihilated, revealing black spatial passageways. In an instant, it flew in front of Lu Ming. Die! The Wang clan head laughed sinisterly, but in the next moment, his smile stiffened. Lu Ming reached out a hand and grabbed the purple fireball. The purple fireball shrank rapidly and finally turned into a wisp of flame, burning and jumping in Lu Ming's palm. This is your flame? You want to burn me to ashes? In my opinion, it's not even enough to cook a meal. Lu Ming sneered. He then blew a puff of air, and the flame in his palm was extinguished. A slap in the face, a slap in the face. The Wang clan head's face was flushed red. He stared at Lu Ming and wanted to bite Lu Ming to death. Die! The head of the Wang family roared, and the flames on his body became more vigorous. A ball of purple flames appeared on top of his head. Moving his body, he performed bloodline integration and turned into flames. The flames twisted and eventually turned into a purple flaming combat sword that slashed toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming didn't even look at it and punched the purple sword. A scream was heard as the purple sword shattered. The Wang clan head's figure appeared with blood spurting out his mouth. His face was filled with fear as he frantically retreated. As soon as the Wang clan head retreated, a series of screams were heard. The path that the Wang clan head took was the army. At least 1,000 people were killed by the Wang clan head. Run! The others screamed and ran as far as they could. A battle between Supremes was too dangerous. If they were too close, they wouldn't even know how they died. Today, the one who will die is you. Lu Ming stared at the Wang clan head and stepped forward. Save me! Save me! The Wang clan head screamed in fear. By the side, the head of the Jiang family, the head of the Luan family, and the rest were initially stunned. Lu Ming had injured the head of the Wang family with one punch. They were really stunned and somewhat in disbelief. Now that the head of the Wang family shouted, they finally regained their senses. Attack! Kill him! Kill! The Jiang clan head, Wan clan head, and the others roared and attacked together. 5 Supremes attacked at the same time. 5 different rays of light tore through the sky and blasted toward Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming spat out coldly and threw out 5 punches in a row. 5 rays of fist intent tore through the sky. Boom! 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 The fist intent easily shattered the attacks of the 5 Supremes. The Jiang clan head, Wan clan head, and the others groaned as they were knocked back while vomiting blood. With just 5 casual punches, 5 supreme beings were heavily injured. Countless people who had retreated far away sucked in a breath of cold air. As for the Wang family head, he was scared half to death. He was dumbfounded. He thought that he was dreaming. How long had it been? Lu Ming had only taken a trip to the godly ruins continent. How did he become so strong after returning? Was he still a member of a younger generation? Lu Ming continued to attack the Wang clan head. The Wang clan head roared in fear and desperately retreated into the crowd. He wanted others to block Lu Ming for him. You guys block him? Damn it. How dare you run? I'm the trusted aide of Martial Emperor D.E. You guys are courting death. I'll kill all of you in the future. The Wang clan head roared. However, the others were not idiots. They all ran away when they saw the Wang clan head coming over. No one blocked Lu Ming for him. Are you kidding? Injuring 5 supremes with a single punch? Aren't they just courting death? The Wang clan had almost lost all hope. Clang! At this moment, the saber gleam exploded in the sky. A black saber gleam cut through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. Its power was terrifying. The martial emperor had attacked. Boom! A dragon roar came from Lu Ming's body. He then threw out a punch and clashed with the saber light. The saber light was successfully blocked by Lu Ming. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was an old man in a black robe. He was skinny, and his eye sockets were sunken. He looked like a skeleton. However, the aura emanating from his body was extremely frightening, causing one's heart to tremble. He was an emperor, the 3rd emperor of the underworld. Chapter 1319. There were only 5 or 6 sovereigns in Nanming Kingdom, and they were all ranked. The 1st emperor of the underworld was the most powerful, followed by the 2nd emperor of the underworld. The 3rd emperor of the underworld was the most powerful. When the 3rd emperor of the underworld attacked, the family head of the Wang family was overjoyed. He thought that he was saved. 3rd emperor of the underworld, His Majesty D.E. wants to capture this man. Quick! Kill him, and His Majesty will reward you handsomely. The family head of the Wang family shouted. Such combat strength at such a young age is rare. It's a pity that you don't know how to keep a low profile and come here. I'll send you on your way, he. The 3rd emperor of the underworld laughed. His voice was dry and unpleasant, like that of a skeleton. His body was covered in a large black robe, which covered his entire body. It looked like a piece of black cloth floating in the air. Netherworld realm, turn to my netherworld chi. The 3rd emperor of the underworld smiled hideously. A black realm spread out and shrouded Lu Ming. The speed of the realm was extremely fast. As soon as it appeared, it covered an area with a radius of 100 miles. Lu Ming was also shrouded in it. Suddenly, he felt countless black shadows pouncing on Lu Ming. Endless netherworld chi penetrated Lu Ming's skin and tried to corrode Lu Ming and turn him into netherworld chi. Clang! At the same time, a black saber appeared in the 3rd emperor of the underworld's hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. In his own realm, the 3rd emperor of the underworld's speed was extremely fast. As soon as the saber slashed out, it was in front of Lu Ming. Wind Origin Skill. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He used the Wind Origin Skill, and his body moved without wind. He swayed slightly and dodged the 3rd emperor of the underworld's attack. At the same time, he threw out a punch. Clang! The fist force hit the side of the saber, and there was a loud bang. The 3rd emperor of the underworld's body trembled, and he could not help but take 2 steps back. As for Lu Ming, he also took a few steps back with a bang. Such powerful strength! The 3rd emperor of the underworld was shocked. Netherworld body. The 3rd emperor of the underworld's body trembled, and his entire body collapsed, transforming into a mass of underworld chi. Combined with his underworld domain, it enveloped heaven and earth. Everything within 100 miles of the nether domain was filled with nether chi. Spirit bodies were formed from the condensation of blood vessels, and they possessed some of the characteristics of blood vessels. Different spirit bodies had different mysteries and effects. Some spirit bodies were more attack-oriented, some were more defensive-oriented, and some were more speed-oriented. For example, the The spiritual body of the third emperor of the underworld could transform into underworld chi and launch attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming was shrouded in the aura of the netherworld. There were bursts of air-piercing sounds all around him. Countless saber gleams slashed toward Lu Ming from an unknown direction. Fire element technique, lightning element technique. With a thought, Lu Ming converted the chaos concept into the fire concept and thunder concept. A long spear condensed from flames appeared in Lu Ming's right hand, and a long spear condensed from lightning appeared in his left hand. Whoosh! The long spear of flames swept out in all directions with a force that could wipe out an army. Fire and lightning were the natural enemies of underworld chi. Moreover, the fire concept and thunder concept were condensed from the fire concept and thunder concept. The power of the two concepts was even more shocking. As the long spear of flames swept out, the dark underworld chi exploded. The saber lights that were slashing at Lu Ming collapsed one by one. Even the nether domain shook violently, as if it would explode at any time. Over there, Lu Ming's eyes were fixed in front of him. The long spear of lightning in his left hand shot out. Ah! A scream came from that place. Then, the third emperor of the underworld appeared and retreated. There was a hole in his shoulder, and there were flashes of lightning flashing. How could this be? The Wang family head, the Zhang family head, and the others opened their eyes wide and looked at the scene in disbelief. The third emperor of the underworld was injured. An emperor was injured by Lu Ming. How could this be? Lu Ming could even injure an emperor. Whoosh! Lu Ming used the wind concept, and his body flashed. He quickly approached the third emperor of the underworld and threw out a punch. This punch was a combination of the earth element technique, fire element technique, and thunder element technique. The third emperor of the underworld's territory shook violently. It only lasted for a breath before it exploded. The terrifying power of the three martial skills of wills landed on the third emperor of the underworld's body. The third emperor of the underworld screamed in agony as his body flew far away. Half of his body exploded and his aura weakened. Run, run. There was only one thought in the Wang family head's mind, and that was to run. Lu Ming was too monstrous. How old was he? His combat strength was unimaginably strong. Even the third emperor of the underworld was not a match for him. After exchanging a few blows, he was almost dead. If he did not run, he would die. Wang Xingtian, I said, you will die today. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. He used the wind concept and caught up with the Wang family head in a few flashes. No, please spare my life. Death was imminent. The Wang family head broke down and begged bitterly. He did not care about being a sovereign or his reputation. Compared to his life, these were nothing. Lu Ming looked at the Wang family head coldly. There was no pity in his eyes. Once upon a time, the Wang family head was a supreme existence in Lu Ming's eyes. He was a sovereign who could kill him with a single finger. But things had changed. Now, the Wang family head was nothing in front of Lin Fan. He could easily kill him. The world was unpredictable. Who could predict it? Lu Ming was growing rapidly. Unknowingly, Lu Ming had become a top figure in the divine wilderness continent. Those who once needed to look up to him had to look up to him now. Go to hell. An indifferent voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. His palm was like a knife as it struck out. No, if I die, you will die too. The Wang family head roared. Knowing that he was going to die, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. The aura on his body became violent. He was going to self-destruct. Lu Ming snorted coldly. His palms suddenly exerted force. A phantom of the prison-suppressing monument flashed and suppressed the Wang family head. The Wang family head did not even have the chance to scream before he was crushed into pieces and died on the spot. In front of Lu Ming, he could not even self-destruct. It's your turn. Lu Ming looked at the head of the Jiang family and the head of the Wan family. Back then, in the Battle of Nine Dragon City, the family heads of the 6 ancient families had all attacked Lu Ming. Among them, The Zhang family head, the Wan family head, and the Long family head all wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming had always kept this grudge in his heart. Today, he would kill them all. Run, run. The Zhang family head and the Wan family head desperately rushed into the sky because there were sovereigns there. But how fast was Lu Ming? He took a step and appeared behind them. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven skill and struck out twice. The two family heads were dead. Third Underworld Emperor. Chapter 1320. The third emperor of the Netherworld's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Broken Mountain Martial Emperor, let's attack together. The third emperor of the Netherworld shouted. There was another martial emperor in the sky. He was the martial emperor of an overlord force in the central continent. Previously, he had sided with DE and attacked the World Academy together with the third emperor of the Netherworld. This time, only the two martial emperors from Dtion Divine Palace had come. Kill. The Broken Mountain martial emperor was burly, and he was more than 3 meters tall. He held a large saber in his hand and slashed toward Lu Ming. At the same time, while the third emperor of the Netherworld was healing his injuries, he also attacked Lu Ming. The two martial emperors joined forces to attack Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw out 2 consecutive punches. His fists were filled with chaos. This was not the chaotic will. Lu Ming had combined the 5 martial techniques of the 5 wills. The first to bear the brunt were the 2 martial emperors' realms. The 2 realms covered Lu Ming's body and continuously consumed Lu Ming's attacks. Invisible attacks continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's punches caused the realms to vibrate. Lu Ming charged into the realms and fought with the 2 martial emperors. The Broken Mountain martial emperor was burly, and he was known for his attacks and strength. However, after exchanging 1 blow with Lu Ming, he was still forced to retreat. If not for the third emperor of the Netherworld's help, Lu Ming could have defeated the Broken Mountain martial emperor. Even so, Lu Ming still had the upper hand at the start of the battle. Lu Ming, that is Lu Ming. A group of people stood in the White Jade Palace of the World Academy. Among them, there were familiar figures that Lu Ming was familiar with, such as Kong Xian and Sandalwood Fairy. The Medicine King Valley did not have any martial emperors. In this chaotic world, it was difficult for them to protect themselves. However, the Medicine King Valley and the World Academy were on good terms. Hence, the Medicine King Valley had joined the World Academy and moved to the World Academy. The person who had spoken earlier was Kong Xian. His voice was filled with disbelief as he stared into the distance. It's Lu Ming. He didn't die. This is too shocking. Lu Ming can actually suppress emperors. And there are 2 emperors. Sandalwood Fairy's beautiful eyes were also wide open. Her voice was full of shock. Originally, when the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace launched an attack on the World Academy, they had already defended it for a few days. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before they were breached. However, when they discovered that the army of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was in chaos, they thought that it was the Heaven Suppression Army or Xianxia from the northern plains that had sent reinforcements. In the end, they discovered that there was only one person who had sent reinforcements, a young man. To their disbelief, they discovered that this youth was actually Lu Ming. It was rumored that Lu Ming had died in the Godly Ruins continent, and the battle prowess that Lu Ming displayed shocked them even more. What a rare talent. Beside Kong Xian, a white-haired elder sighed. This white-haired elder was one of the 2 great emperors of the World Academy. Dean, this is a rare opportunity. I feel that we should rush out and cooperate with Lu Ming to defeat the army of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Sandalwood Fairy suggested. Wait a minute. The Emperor of the World Academy said, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace has come to attack our World Academy. They won't only send 2 emperors. Perhaps there are still emperors hiding in the dark. Now that Lu Ming has the upper hand, we shouldn't be in a hurry to take action. It won't be too late to take action after we see the situation of the enemy. Kong Xian, Sandalwood Fairy, and the rest nodded. Indeed, Now that Lu Ming had the upper hand, the one who should be anxious should be the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, not them. If the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace still had emperors hiding in the dark, they wouldn't be able to hold back for long and would take action. In the void, tens of thousands of miles away in the north, Xiaowan and the rest were hiding and looking into the distance. Even though Lu Ming had already defeated Chu Luo, they still couldn't hide their astonishment when they saw Lu Ming's combat prowess. Mo Ancestor, should we take action now and wipe out this group of people from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? Mo Yi asked. Wait a minute. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace might have experts hiding in the dark. We should act according to the situation. Xiao Wan said. Boom, boom, boom. High in the sky, three figures crisscrossed and engaged in an intense battle. Every time they clashed, there would be a muffled explosion. It was like the beginning of the universe and the beginning of the universe. The terrifying shockwaves caused some people's eardrums to ring loudly. Their bodies trembled, and they vomited blood. The army of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace retreated again and again, distancing themselves from the battlefield. Dang! Lu Ming executed the martial techniques of 5 different states. His might was shocking. He punched out and struck the Broken Mountain Martial Monarch's battle saber. The Broken Mountain Martial Monarch's body shook violently and was sent flying. Following this, Lu Ming flipped his left hand and chopped down with his palm. The underworld Qi churned, and the third underworld monarch was also sent flying. Kill! Lu Ming's body was as fast as lightning. In a flash, he dashed towards the third underworld monarch. Terrifying attacks continuously rained down on the third underworld monarch. The third underworld monarch tried his best, but he could not block them. Wherever Lu Ming's fist passed, the underworld Qi was destroyed. The third underworld monarch cried out in pain, and his body almost exploded. On the other side, the Broken Mountain Martial Monarch rushed over to help. Buzz! The lightning cauldron appeared above Lu Ming's head and smashed towards the Broken Mountain Martial Monarch. As Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the power of the lightning cauldron increased when he controlled it. The lightning cauldron and the Broken Mountain Martial Monarch's battle saber collided. Although the lightning cauldron was sent flying, it had blocked the Broken Mountain Martial Monarch's attack. That was enough. Kill! Lu Ming charged towards the third underworld monarch and punched out. The underworld Qi exploded, and the third underworld monarch cried out in pain. Half of his body had exploded, and his aura was weak. His injuries had worsened. The third underworld monarch's underworld body was mysterious and unpredictable. If it had been any other martial monarch, they would have been severely injured by Lu Ming's attack. Even so, the third underworld monarch was terrified. He turned around and ran. He was afraid. If this continued, he would be killed by Lu Ming. You can't escape. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. He walked toward the third underworld monarch step by step. At the same time, Lu Ming's mind was highly focused, and his spiritual senses spread out in all directions. He seemed to be waiting for something. After a few steps, Lu Ming closed in on the third underworld monarch. His terrifying attack was about to land on the third underworld monarch. Bastard, how dare you! At that moment, a cold shout came from the sky. As soon as the voice was heard, a golden sword light descended from the sky and slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Danger! Facing the golden sword light, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. His heart trembled as he sensed that he was in mortal danger. Roar! Without hesitation, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. Lu Ming performed the bloodline fusion and turned into 9 dragons. Boom! Boom! The 9 dragons stepped on each of their claws. Each of their claws was a fusion of 5 different wills, and they attacked the golden sword light. An ear-piercing sound came from the sky. The golden sword light was extremely sharp, and it could cut through everything. The attacks formed by the 5 different wills were broken by the golden sword light. The 9 dragons were shocked, and they could not help but retreat. They retreated for 1,000 miles before they could stabilize themselves. In the end, 3 of the 9 dragon claws were cut off. Chapter 1321. What a powerful force. What a terrifying sword chi. Lu Ming was shocked. He had transformed into 9 dragons and performed a martial skill that combined 5 wills. Apart from the chaotic will, this was Lu Ming's strongest combat strength. However, he still could not resist the sword chi. He was pushed back 1,000 miles and 3 of his dragon claws were cut off. The power of the golden sword chi was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! High up in the sky, a golden light flashed and a figure appeared. It was an old man with thick bones and a burly figure. He wore a golden robe that fluttered in the wind, and he exuded a majestic aura. A terrifying aura radiated from the old man in the golden robe, causing the sky to tremble. Peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he looked extremely serious. The old man in the golden robe was at the same level as Xianxia and DE. He was extremely powerful. The difference between each level of the Martial Royal Realm was huge. The difference between LV2 Martial Royal Realm and LV1 Martial Royal Realm was obvious. It was not difficult for a LV2 Martial Royal Realm to kill a LV1 Martial Royal Realm cultivator, not to mention a peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. Elder Xianxia, the third emperor of the underworld, and Martial Emperor Pasan were overjoyed when they saw the old man. His surname is D. Lu Ming frowned. Xiaowan had said that there were 2 peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm cultivators beside DE, and they both had royal spiritual weapons. Lu Ming had a lot of questions in his heart. A peak second-layer Martial Dominator Realm cultivator was not as common as cabbages. One could easily find one. In the Divine Wilderness continent, there were only Xiaowan and DE. Where did the 2 peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm cultivators beside DE come from? Moreover, they both had royal spiritual weapons. Now he knew that one of them had the same surname as D. What was going on? Rumor had it that Dtion Divine Palace was built by Martial Emperor DE. At that time, there was only Martial Emperor DE, and no one had heard that he had a family with the same surname. Later on, Martial Emperor DE had a descendant and the D clan was born. Could this old man be DE's descendant? Impossible. Lu Ming felt that this old man was even older than DE. Lu Ming had more questions in his heart. He felt that DE was more mysterious than he had imagined. Di Hongchang stood high up in the sky and looked down at Lu Ming. However, it was not difficult to see the astonishment and disbelief in his eyes. He seemed to be amazed by Lu Ming's age and combat strength. So you're Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's not bad for you to have such cultivation and battle strength at your age. I think your talent. Why don't you join our D family? As long as you perform well, the D family won't mistreat you. Di Hongcheng asked. His tone revealed a sense of superiority, as if he was looking down on others. This wasn't Di Hongcheng's intention. It was as if he was born to be high and mighty, looking down on others. Lu Ming let out a faint laugh and stared at Di Hongcheng instead of answering. After a while, Lu Ming said, "You're not from the godly Desolation continent, right? Or are you not from the godly Desolation continent?" Lu Ming had met all the geniuses of the godly Desolation continent, and none of them had the surname D. Di Hongcheng was slightly startled, as if he had not expected Lu Ming to ask such a question all of a sudden. He then let out a hollow laugh and said, "That's none of your business. Now, are you going to surrender or not?" "Surrender? Sure, but I have a condition. Give me D's head, and I'll surrender," Lu Ming said with a calm smile. Impudent. Di Hongcheng's expression turned dark as a murderous intent burst out from his body. He said in a cold voice, "Lu Ming, I was planning to give you a chance since you're quite talented, but you didn't take it. I guess I'll have to send you on your way." Di Hongcheng clenched his fist in the air, and a golden battle sword was formed. Sword chi shot up into the sky. Slash! Di Hongcheng shouted softly and slashed with his golden combat sword. A terrifying sword aura that was thousands of miles long split the sky and slashed toward Lu Ming. It was even more powerful than the previous attack. Primal Chaos. 9 dragons stepped into the air as primal chaos, qi, surrounded Di Hongqing's body. Facing an expert like Di Hongqing, Lu Ming no longer hid his strength and unleashed it with all his might. Suppressing Hell Art. Lu Ming executed the Suppressing Hell Art as a dragon claw clawed at the golden sword light. The dragon claw was covered with the primal chaos intent. The primal chaos intent combined with the Suppressing Hell Art could unleash its full power. Boom! The dragon claw clashed with the golden sword light. It was as if the entire world was shaking, as if it was the end of the world. Half of the sky was filled with golden sword light, while the other half was filled with primal chaos. Di Hongqing and Lu Ming's figures were pushed back by an invisible force. They could not help but retreat simultaneously. How is this possible? The Broken Mountain Martial Dominator and the Third Underworld Emperor stared with their eyes wide open. They could not believe their eyes. Lu Ming had managed to block Di Hongqing's attack. Not only that, it seemed like they were on par with each other, as they were both pushed back. This meant that Lu Ming was able to stand his ground against Di Hongqing. Lu Ming had not used his full strength when he was fighting against them. Upon having this thought, they could feel a chill down their spines. If Lu Ming had used his full strength, wouldn't they be dead meat? Gulp! Gulp! Inside the White Jade Palace of the World Academy, Kong Exon, Sandalwood Fairy, the two martial dominators of the World Academy, and the rest of the experts swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. Their eyes were wide open as they stared into the distance. Sigh. The gap between us and Lu Ming is getting bigger. After a while, Kong Xian let out a sigh. His voice was filled with helplessness. Lu Ming is not on the same level as us to begin with. He is destined to be more brilliant and go further in the future. Sandalwood Fairy's eyes flickered with excitement. Indeed, he's already standing at the peak of the Divine Desolation continent at such a young age. I wonder how great his future will be. One of the martial dominators of the World Academy let out a sigh. In the northern sky, Xiaowan and the others stared with their eyes open wide. Chu Luo's figure trembled violently. He could not find any words after a long time. They had initially thought it was shocking enough that Lu Ming was able to defeat Chu Luo and defeat an ordinary martial dominator. However, they now realized that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming was able to fight against a peak second-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. In other words, Lu Ming's strength was on par with Xiaowan's. Lu Ming. Among the crowd, Yin Quantu was the most excited. He clenched his fists in excitement. I was right about him. Xiaowan's eyes flickered. He knew that he had made the right bet. Emperor's sword, shattering the heavens. Di Hongqing's furious voice could be heard. He had been knocked back by Lu Ming. While he was astonished, it also triggered his murderous intent. Chapter 1322. The attack of a peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm Cultivator was earth-shattering and powerful. The Third Emperor of the Underworld and Martial Emperor Pashan were terrified by the attack. They felt that they had no hope of being killed by the attack. Lu Ming, Kong Xian, and the others in the White Jade Palace, as well as Xiaowan and the others in the north, became nervous. Xiaowan, in particular, was ready to help. The combat strength of a peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm Cultivator is indeed terrifying. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and the 9 dragons twisted their bodies. They opened their mouths, and a devouring force burst out. At the same time, the illusory figure of the suppressing prison monument appeared in front of them. Boom! Once again, it clashed with the golden sword radiance, and a terrifying explosion occurred. The illusory figure of the suppressing prison monument was destroyed by the golden sword radiance, but the golden sword radiance also collapsed. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 9 dragons and Di Hongqing retreated at the same time. This time, Di Hongqing retreated a shorter distance, while Lu Ming retreated a longer distance. The 9 dragons' bodies were trembling slightly, and there were sword marks all over them. Light was shining on the 9 dragons' bodies. The bodies of the 9 dragons seemed to have become less solid and more illusory. Without becoming a martial emperor and a spiritual body, the power of your bloodline is limited. Let's see how you're going to fight me. Di Hongqiang sneered, and his eyes were cold. The power of the bloodline was limited after all. The more intense the fight, the more bloodline power would be consumed. Once the power of the bloodline was used up, the bloodline fusion could not be maintained. Only when the power of the bloodline was recovered could the bloodline fusion be used again. It was obvious that Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline was about to be used up. Therefore, the 9 dragons were becoming illusory. I will kill you with this attack. Di Hongqiang stepped forward, and the golden sword radiance became even more dazzling. Emperor's sword, break the world. Swoosh! The golden sword radiance slashed toward Lu Ming again, and it was filled with murderous intent. Di Hongqiang wanted to kill Lu Ming with this attack. Puff! The 9 dragons' bloodline burst like a bubble. However, Lu Ming's real body did not appear. Instead, a stone tablet appeared. The suppressing prison monument. The prison's suppressing steel expanded to the size of a mountain, emitting a blinding light. Below him, the word steel shone brightly. Wang. The prison suppressing steel was covered with a layer of chaotic intent, which made it feel even heavier, as if it could suppress everything. The prison suppressing steel suppressed the golden sword light. The second 9th grade divine bloodline. Di Hongqiang narrowed his eyes. The prison suppressing steel's bloodline collided with the golden sword light. The lower part of the prison suppressing steel's bloodline was solid, indestructible, and indestructible. The prison suppressing steel trembled and flew back. The golden sword light also collapsed in an instant. Di Hongqiang was also pushed back by the counterattack. This time, Di Hongqiang retreated even further than Lu Ming. This caused Di Hongqiang's expression to turn extremely ugly. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline is indeed stronger than the 9 dragons' bloodline. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Whoosh! At this moment, Di Hongqiang's body seemed to have turned into a golden sword light, breaking through the void and rapidly approaching Lu Ming. Bring it on! Lu Ming's voice resounded from the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel glowed and charged towards Di Hongqiang. Clang! The heavens and the earth exploded as the 2 figures retreated, then charged at each other again. Only the 2 figures could be seen clashing and exchanging blows. Explosions continued to sound in the sky. The shock waves from their exchange grew more and more terrifying, causing the spectators to retreat further and further. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged more than 10 blows. Although Lu Ming had a slight upper hand, it was only a slight upper hand. He couldn't defeat Di Hongqiang for the time being. Damn it! Di Hongqiang roared in his heart. He was a peak second-layer martial emperor, yet he couldn't even defeat a young man at the spiritual god realm. He felt extremely humiliated. Go to hell, Emperor's sword. Suddenly, Di Hongqiang roared. A golden battle sword appeared above his head. This battle sword wasn't condensed from true origin. It was a true battle sword, a true spiritual weapon. A emperor spiritual weapon. It was an emperor's spiritual weapon. As soon as the golden sword appeared, Di Hongqiang held it in his hand, and an extremely terrifying sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. An emperor's spiritual weapon. What terrifying power! Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but tremble when facing this attack. An emperor's spiritual weapon was the emperor of spiritual weapons. It was originally a weapon used by peak emperors, and only peak emperors could fully unleash the power of an emperor's spiritual weapon. Sovereigns and even low-level emperors couldn't unleash the full power of an emperor's spiritual weapon. Therefore, the higher one's cultivation was, the stronger the emperor's spiritual weapon would be. The power of a second-layer martial emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon would naturally be stronger than a first-layer martial emperor. Lu Ming had a feeling that this sword was extremely dangerous. Power, power! Lu Ming roared in his heart. More power from the 3rd bloodline surged into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's heart to be filled with killing intent. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about it. The power of the third bloodline and the chaotic intent enveloped the surface of the prison-suppressing steel, causing the steel's power to reach an unprecedented level. Clang! The golden sword light slashed the prison-suppressing steel, causing it to tremble violently. It was like a meteor as it was sent flying, smashing a huge hole in space. The chaotic intent on the prison-suppressing steel was nearly shattered. The prison-suppressing steel constantly buzzed and became somewhat transparent. With this attack, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline power was about to be exhausted. Di Hongqing's strength skyrocketed with the Emperor's spiritual weapon, and Lu Ming wasn't a match for him. Di Hongqing charged towards Lu Ming. Not good attack. In the north, Xiao Wan's face changed as he took a step forward. Slash! A pitch-black demonic saber appeared in Xiao Wan's hand. Demonic chi filled the sky as the saber light tore through space. A black saber light tore through space and slashed towards Di Hongqing. Emperor spiritual weapon. The demonic saber in Xiao Wan's hand was also an Emperor's spiritual weapon. When Xiao Wan had caused chaos in the world, he naturally had an Emperor's spiritual weapon. He had hidden it in a secret place and had only taken it out recently. Xiao Wan's attack caused Di Hongqing's face to change drastically. He couldn't be bothered to deal with Lu Ming. Di Hongqing spun around and slashed his golden sword at Xiao Wan. Clang! The two exchanged blows and were evenly matched. Kill! Xiao Wan charged towards Di Hongqing. Di Hongqing had no choice but to fight back. Huff! Lu Ming let out a long breath. A peak second-layer martial royal who had an Emperor's spiritual weapon was too powerful. Lu Ming was still no match for him. Kill these bastards. Kill! At this moment, Yin Kuang-tu, Chu Luo, and the barbarian emperor arrived and charged into the army of Ditian Divine Palace. Not good. The Broken Mountain Martial Emperor and the Third Underworld Emperor's faces changed drastically. There were only two of them, and they were no match for Ditian Divine Palace. That you're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.